Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to day number 3 of the 2024 BCSSA Provincial Championships here at the UBC Aquatic Centre at the University of British Columbia. My name is Glenn Nazarick, and today I am pleased to be joined by Christine Friend here. She's going to provide some color commentary to the broadcast. We had Ryan Sinden yesterday. Today it's going to be Christine Friend joining in the broadcast. Welcome, Christine.
Thanks so much, Glenn. Happy to be here. It's my first time doing some color commentating, but hopefully we can provide some entertainment and information to all the viewers.
Christine has a couple of sons that are competing this weekend, so she's been involved in the swimming world for quite some time, so she's going to be able to give some great insight into what she sees in the pool. She's also regularly part of the announcing crews here at Provincials for the in-pool announcing, and she does it at the different meets throughout the year as well. So she's used to talking to people and telling people what to do. We don't do that so much on the broadcast here, but we like to be involved and we like to talk about what we're seeing in the pool. We're just getting our timers in place here, and we're going to have the senior swimmers are behind the blocks. Our first race will be the A final for the girls Division 5 50-meter butterfly. That's who we're starting with today, is the senior swimmers 50-meter butterfly. And as with Divisions 5 and up, the first race is the medal race. The B final, the consolation final, is the second race for each event. Once we get ready to go, we will come back and provide the commentary to you. Welcome to day number 3. We are just about ready to go here. The score clock is ready. The time is 1:14:32. Our scheduled start time is 1:15, so we cannot start before that because that is what is on our heat sheets. So we will not start the race before 1:15. But as you know, races don't always start on time. But anyways, we are almost ready to go. Our first race, as I mentioned earlier, will be the A final for the girls Division 5 50-meter butterfly. I'll go through the swimmers now so we can call the race once they hit the water. In lane number 1 will be Lindsay Johnson from the Mission Marlins. Lane number 2 will be Natalie Shoden from the Kootenay Piranhas. Lane number 3, Abigail Chung from the Richmond Kigus. Lane number 4 is Faith Telfer from the Nanaimo White Rapids. Right beside her in lane 5, Addison Tate of the Sydney Piranhas. In lane number 6, we find Maya Paul from the Coquitlam Sharks. Kaya Larson of the Ducks is in lane number 7, and Kayla Rebamontan is from the Poco Marlins is in lane number 8. So we're just waiting for the final officials to get into their place and make sure that we are ready to go. Run a little test here on the starter, make sure it is ready to go, and then we'll be underway with day number 3 for the BCSSA Provincial Championships 2024 here at the UBC Aquatic Centre. Well, we're just doing our final tests of the starter, making sure that all the timing equipment works. So we'll take this brief moment to let you know that it has been announced. The 2025 Provincial Championships will be in Prince George next year, BC's northern capital. And I'll be really disappointed if the Provincial's logo doesn't include Mr. PG next year.
I think a lot of people are excited to be going to Prince George because a lot of people travel really far to get here. Now think about if you lived on Vancouver Island like yourself and you had to travel all the time.
Exactly.
Right? And so now we've got those northerners being able to go be close to home. So I'm really happy and excited for those folks who are going to have a little bit more closer to home and less travel for them. It makes it fair.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they travel great distances in the Caribou region to go to their meets and to come to Provincials each year. You know, Kamloops almost feels like a home meet to them because it's the closest Provincials ever is to them, right? And, you know, to be able to go up to Prince George, I think it's going to be a great thing. The facility has lots of fields around it, so the day camping is going to be fantastic. We did our regional cheers outside on the pool here, outside of the pool here today on the field just outside the pool. That was fantastic.
It was super fun. I loved it. I love the camaraderie between all the 8 regions, and just being outside was nice too instead of in a pool. The only difference is in the pool you get a little bit more echoey, so it gets a little bit more loud.
Yeah, but I enjoyed not being deaf during the regional cheers, so it was a nice change, and you know the regions were neatly organized, and Brendan, you know, just leading it all from the center there. Really neat thing to see, and we'll be able to replicate that hopefully next year up in Prince George, weather permitting, of course, and forest fire smoke and that sort of thing. But it's a great city. I played hockey up there for a couple of years, so I'm really looking forward to going back. I know they've been really looking forward to organizing it and hosting us up there and just showing us the northern hospitality.
Yeah, they've told me, I believe it's a 50-meter pool, so they'll put the bulkhead in, so we'll also be able to get that junior and senior
pool. We'll have a
action
double-ended
happening.
pool, absolutely,
Yeah, so that'll be nice to keep it flowing really quickly there and not have a lot of leg time. I love the idea of having the 2 pools and, you know, having so many things going on at once. It just makes it a little bit shorter days.
Well, yeah, we can run the day much quicker. I think the last time we used just a single-ended pool was at Spaney in Coquitlam in 2016 was the last time we did that, and those were some really long days, really basically sun up to sundown.
Well, you know, with my kids being in 2 different divisions, I'm one of those sun up to sundown people because I'm here from the beginning to the very end. It's a good thing because they make finals. However, yes, it makes for long days, but you know what, we, as parents, and unless you're I always find that unless you're actually a swim family, you can't comprehend it and the amount of hours and work and effort that gets to be put into it by the families.
I still remember my first swim meet when my daughter started swimming. I grew up playing hockey. You show up an hour before the game, you play the game, you leave. Well, we show up for our first swim meet, and we have to be there at what time, and we're there until what time, and you know, it was just blew my mind that you're there at the pool from basically 7 a.m. until 6 p.m. some days, right? But you know, it's so much fun. The BCSSA has become sort of my family. Made some incredible friendships, yourself included, over the years as we've seen each other each year at Provincials, and the swimmers get to make unbelievable friendships over the years that they keep. It's beyond that.
Yeah, it's lifelong friendships, absolutely. All of my kids, even, you know, all my kids, like all the kids in my club are my kids, I feel like sometimes. And we have, you know, extensions. We call us our swim families.
Absolutely.
And it's really fun to watch how much I just adore and love other people's kids and how much they care and cheer on my kids as well. It's really a good community.
I think the biggest thing I love watching with the swimmers as they age is how much the senior swimmers take the junior swimmers under their wings and guide them along, because the junior swimmers really look up to the senior swimmers. And the nice thing is those senior swimmers remember when they were junior swimmers and looked up to the senior swimmers, and they love getting involved in the coaching and, you know, getting together in the club tent in between races. The older kids don't say, oh, I don't want to see the younger kids, I don't want to hang out. There's nothing like that. It's all inclusive of everybody, and it's just one of the nicest things I've seen in my time in swimming, which is, you know, not as long as some people, but since 2013, so a good 11 years into it, right?
And you know what? I'm not far behind you here with 10 years under my belt. And it's funny you say that. You bring up a little bit of memory for me, because my older son, who's 17 now, he is actually a coach. He coaches minis and development. And I remember the day when he was tiny and he was looking up at coaches, and I was even looking up at those coaches thinking, wow, these people are super talented, and they're training my kids to how to be, you know, athletes. And now my son's doing that.
We're training them not just to be athletes, but good people.
Exactly, yeah, setting the example, absolutely.
Yeah. So I see our swimmers have advanced towards the blocks. That means we're that much closer to getting this race underway. So far, only 8 minutes behind. That's not bad. We've been way later before. So if we can get that underway that much quicker, that would be absolutely amazing. It's tough on the swimmers. They've got a lot of pent-up energy there and nerves and apprehension, and they're trying to keep themselves warm. They came out of the pool from warm-up about 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago. Warm-ups ended at 1 o'clock. So, they're trying to keep themselves warm. It's quite humid in this pool today. Probably the stickiest day we've had of the 3 days. Weather has cooperated nicely for us over these provincials.
It's been great, Glenn. It is very sticky up here where we are. They say heat rises. Well, we are definitely feeling that. Thankfully, I had it's our community coming together. I put on a little post saying, hey, does anybody got a fan? And 5 minutes later, not even that, we have a fan at our footsteps here.
We have a fan. My shins are nice and cool now. It is fantastic.
Well, I've been given a dress for a t-shirt. I usually wear a medium to large, and I've been given an XL men's shirt to wear. So I've got a little bit of a dress, so I've got that wind coming up. My dress for me it's quite nice.
Well, actually, a tight shirt probably wouldn't let you breathe at all, but the nice loose fabric is ideal in this situation. So that's a good thing. So we're sorry about the delay here. I'm not quite sure what the delay is at this point, whether they're trying to get something within the officials straightened out, something on the heat sheets. I did notice as we go through, they had listed one of the races, the A final, after the B final for seniors race for Division 6 breaststroke. So they might be trying to write that in our programs right now within the computer program and timing system to make sure that the swimmers do come up in the right order. That will be once we get into the breaststroke, which will be coming up after we finish our senior swimmers 50-meter butterfly. We'll be starting with the girls Division 5 50-meter butterfly, and I will probably go over those swimmers again. I know you can see the swimmers' names on the screen as they hit the water, but who doesn't like to hear their name mentioned on a live stream broadcast or on a broadcast? And, everybody loves to get talked about and hear what they're saying. So I'll go over this again. We have in lane 1, Lindsay Johnson from Mission.
Look, Glenn, sorry, I thought maybe there momentarily it looked like we were going to start, but perhaps not.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to interrupt you
That's
there.
okay. So we've got Lindsay Johnson of Mission in lane 1, Natalie Shoden of the Kootenay Piranhas in lane 2, Abigail Chung from the Kigus in lane number 3, Faith Telfer of Nanaimo's in lane 4, Addison Tate of the Sydney Piranhas in lane 5, Maya Paul of Coquitlam will be in lane 6, Kyle Larson of the Ducks, the Aqueducts, will be in lane number 7, and of the Poco Marlins, Kayla Rebel-Montan from the Poco Marlins in lane number 8. Girls Division 5, A final. This race will be for the medals. That means our first race is producing some hardware, and there is that first whistle. We are ready to go. Day number 3. 2024 BCSSA Provincial Championships is about to hit the water. There's the second whistle from the referee over to the starter. And they're underway. Great jump off the blocks there. Really quick reaction time from Chiang of the Kigus, a .47 in lane number 3. Let's see if that translates into a podium position for her. Emerging with the lead in lane number 4. That is our top seed. That's Faith Telfer from the Nanaimo White Rapids. Telfer and Tate side by side in lanes 4 and 5 were the first to the bulkhead. Let's check out their underwater pulls. It is Telfer in lane number 4 emerging with the lead, but a strong swim happening in lane number 2. That is Natalie Shoden from the Piranhas. She's trying to find her way to the gold medal. Is Telfer going to be able to hold off Shoden? What's going to happen with Tate? It is finishing gold medal for Telfer in lane 4, silver medal to Tate in lane 5, and the bronze medal to Shoden in lane number 2. Gold medal time of 30.52 for Faith Telfer. She took over almost a full second off of her preliminary time this morning. Right beside her island mate Tate in lane number 2. Then from Grand Forks, Shoden in lane number 3 coming in with the bronze medal. Congratulations, ladies. It's time for you to head to the podium and have your picture taken. Your very excited parents are scrambling down there to make sure they get you on the podium with those shiny, shiny medals around your neck. So we're going to move now to the B final. This will be the girls Division 5 50-meter butterfly. This is consolation round. In lane number 1 will be Lily Jorgensen from the Langley Flippers. Lane 2, Claire Dufresne of the Seals. Lane number 3, Haruka Gill from the Tritons. Lane 4, Avery Clan of Nanaimo. Lane 5 is Jermaine Jabon Riley from White Rock. Lane 6 is Jade Chung from Coquitlam. Lane 7, Holly Poulin of Wandafuka. And lane number 8, that's Alexandra McKnight from the Super Sharks. Here comes the whistle. Swimmers are coming up onto the blocks. We'll get the second whistle over to the starter. All quiet in the pool after that first whistle. That includes me, kind of. They can't really hear me way up here. And they're off and into the water. Strong jump in lane number 1 by McKnight of the Super Sharks. Sorry, lane number 8, McKnight of the Super Sharks. Let's see what she does with that. But our second top seed is the one with the lead coming up to the bulkhead to make the turn. Lane number 5, that is Riley Jabon from the White Rock Super Guppies. She hits the bulkhead and is on the return 25 meters. She still has the lead, but she's being chased hard in lanes 3, 4, and 6. Lane 4 is Clan, 6 is Chung. It is still Javon with the lead and a strong outside smoke in lane number 1. That is Lily Jorgensen from the Langley Flippers. First place is lane number 5. That is Javon, a time of 32.71. Second place goes to lane number 7, Poulin from the Wanapeka Royals. And third place is McKnight in lane number 8. From the Super Sharks, she had that strong jump off the blocks. Great reaction. Her time 33.03. We'll move on to the next race. This is the Boys Division 5 50-meter butterfly. Our top seed, Aiden Olton from Coquitlam. He actually set a new meet record this morning with a time of 26.80, beating the previous record of 27.22 set in 2015 at Sandwich Commonwealth Place in Victoria by Andrew Bishop. And the swimmers are in lane number 1. That is Dash Katardi of the Kigus. Lane number 2, Elijah Kolashov of Nanaimo. Lane 3, Nathan Jang of the Kigus. Lane number 4, Aiden Olton of Coquitlam. Lane 5, Roel Kadu of Coquitlam. Lane 6, Eden Young from Coquitlam. Lane number 7 is Quinn Rylander from Mission. And lane number 8 is Torsten Hopkins from the City Piranhas. There is our leader, our top seed, Aiden Olton. He's the first to the bulkhead, and he makes his turn. 25 meters separating him and a gold medal. Is he going to break the record that he set this morning? Really close race for the silver and bronze positions between lanes 2, 3, 5, and 6. 2, Kolashov. 3, Zhang. 5, Deuce. 6, Young. Olton into the wall with a time of 26.30. He does take half a second off of his record from this morning. So yet again, another new meet record for Aiden Olton of Coquitlam. Silver medal going to Du in lane number 5, and the bronze medal going to Zhang in lane number 3. Bronze medal time of 28.63. Congratulations, young man. It is time for you to go collect your record-breaking cap and your gold medal. Double whammy. That is his 5th record this weekend. Unbelievable weekend for Aiden Olton. We're going to move now to the B final for the Boys Division 5 50-meter butterfly. In lane number 1 is Brendan Bai from the Surrey Sea Lions. Lane number 2, Alex Rasicek from Abbotsford Whalers. Lane number 3 is Ethan Frost from the Dawson Creek Seals. Lane number 4 is Max Elias from the Ogapogos. Lane 5, Calder Cannell from the Vancouver Vikings. Lane number 6, Owen Hunter Seabird of the Sydney Piranhas. Lane number 7, Nathan Lee from the Vikings. And lane number 8 is Ryan Gill from Mission. Our swimmers have hit the bulkhead. They've got 25 meters left to go of this 50-meter butterfly race. Fast and furious, they are pounding through the water. Our leader appears to be lane number 3. That is Ethan Frost from the Dawson Creek Seals, and right beside him, now pulling ahead actually in lane number 5 is Calder Cannell. Right beside him, Max Elias. First place does go to Cannell in lane number 5, a time of 29.63. Second place goes to Elias in lane number 4, a time of 30.09. And third place goes to Frost of the Dawson Creek Seals, time of 30.23. It is time for another gold medal race. Silver medal race, bronze medal race for the girls of Division 6. Swimming the 50-meter butterfly in lane number 1 is Paige Seeley from the North Shore Winter Club. Lane number 2, Ane Brazeau from Trail. Lane number 3, Lutza Birkenbosch of the Ducks. Lane 4, Delia Politeo from the Poco Marlins. Lane number 5 is Fern Buckley from the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 6, Callie Blasco of the Courtney Blue Devils. Lane number 7, Jade DeFondemure from the Stingrays. And lane number 8 is Elia Pim from the Mission Marlins. Let's see if Politeo can break the record. She had 29.85 this morning, and the meet record is 29.02, so we'll be watching for that. That is Politeo first to the bulkhead to make the turn. Right beside her in lane number 3 is Birkenbosch, and on the other side is Fern Buckley. It still is Politeo with the lead, trying to hold off a charge by Birkenbosch. Well, and also a charge now by Buckley. Buckley is trying to catch up to Politeo, but Politeo is going to get the gold medal. The time is 29.48, not quite a meet record, but still taking half second off what she did this morning. Gold medal is Politeo. Silver medal goes to Buckley, a time of 30.24, and Birkenbosch in lane number 3 from Revelstoke with a time of 30.28. We'll move to the B final for the girls Division 6 50-meter butterfly. In lane number 1 will be Alexiana Boston-Cool from the Ogapogos. Lane number 2, Sophie Perlato of the Stingrays. Lane number 3, Lauren Chan of the Vikings. Lane number 4, Josie Klassen of Coquitlam. Lane number 5 is Avery McKnight of the Super Sharks. Lane number 6, Aaron Campbell of the Abbotsford Whalers. Lane 7 is Natalia Phillips from Crescent Beach. And lane number 8 is Jada Hesterman from the Haney Neptunes. The swimmers have been whistled up onto the blocks, and we are ready to go. I don't have a swimmer in lane number 8, so Jada Hesterman has not appeared for this race, so we have swimmers in lanes 1 through 7. Off they go off the blocks. A nice clean start there. Our top jump was in lane number 6, Campbell, with a reaction time of 0.63. She is not the leader, though, right now. That is our top seed. That's Josie Klassen from the Coquitlam Sharks. Beside her in lanes 3 and 5, that is Lauren Chan and Avery McKnight. Coming off the bulkhead and now in their underwater pulls. 25, excuse me, 10 meters left to go. In lane number 4, that is still our leader. That's Josie Klassen. Trying to move into second and third place are lanes 2 and 3. It is Klassen in first place, a time of 31:21. Second place going to Chan, a time of 31:52. And third place is Perlotto of Ladner, a time of 31:87. We now have the boys division 6 50-meter butterfly. This is the A final. In preliminaries this morning, Dylan Bradbury set a new meet record. He swam a 26:04. The previous record in 2015, a time of 26:06. So just barely getting it, but it is a new meet record. In lane number 1, we have Simon Makic of the Sydney Piranhas. Lane 2, Torrin Kwan of Burnaby. Lane 3, Colin Dew of Coquitlam. Lane 4, the aforementioned Dylan Bradbury. Lane 5, Callum Zeffley from the Wave. Lane number 6 is Gavin Dybert of Nanaimo. Lane 7, Lee Payment of Coquitlam. And lane number 8 is Michael Jakowski from the Poco Marlins. Our swimmers are in the water, and our leader is that top seed Dylan Bradbury of Boundary Bay. Bradbury with Dew and Zeffley on either side of him. We have Bradbury. He is in the final 25. His eyes are looking towards that gold medal, and he is pounding through the water. Real battle for the silver and bronze right now. The gold does go to Bradbury, a time of 25:28, setting yet again a new meet record. The silver medal going to Zeffley, and with a time of 25:97, and Dybert from Nanaimo in lane number 6, a time of 26:29. Congratulations, gentlemen. It's time for you to go pick up your medals on the podium. Your parents are already heading there to take your pictures. The B final for the boys division 6 50-meter butterfly is about to come into the water. In lane number 1 is Brett Friesen from the Kootenay Piranhas. In lane number 2, Malcolm LeBonville from Golden. Lane 3, Owen McGregor, Poco Marlins. Lane 4, Elliot Tate, Sydney Piranhas. Lane 5, Bentley McMullen, Agassiz Harrison. Lane 6, Mackenzie Yang of Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 7 is Ainsley Hurd from the Mission Marlins. And lane number 8 is Yakov Resnikov from Coquitlam. Off they go and into the water. Our B final is in the pool. Tightly bunched leaders between lanes 3, 4, and 5. McGregor, Tate, and McMullen. Tate trying to hold off McMullen. They are the first two to hit the bulkhead and make the turn. Underwaters are going on right now. Strong underwater pull, and emerging from that in the lead is McMullen in lane number 5. Is Tate going to be able to overtake him with his strokes? It looks like it is about to happen. It is Tate and it is McMullen. McMullen and Tate. McMullen slightly ahead right now, coming down to the touch. First place does go to McMullen, time of 27:51. Tate comes in second, a time of 27:68. And third place is Hurd of Mission in lane number 7. Some strong swim in lane 7, time of 28:06. All right, it's time for the girls OCAT 2 50-meter butterfly. Again, this is the A final for the hardware. In lane number 1 will be Zoe Patterson, Sydney Piranhas. Lane number 2, Kate Postle-Twait of Sydney Piranhas. Lane number 3 is Katie Takai from Coquitlam. Lane number 4 is Paige Mumford of Port Moody. Lane number 5 is Sabine Nielsen from Coquitlam. Lane number 8, Olivia Harb of the Vikings. Lane number 6, Olivia Harb of the Vikings. Lane number 7 is Kayla Tai from Burnaby Mountain. And lane number 8 will be Emma Asayoka from the Vancouver Vikings. So we're looking down here, and we appear to be looking for our swimmer in lane number 5. Lane number 5 is supposed to be Sabine Nielsen. Chance for a medal here. Her seed time, a 30 flat from this morning from preliminaries. So this is why we do the A finals first, and we should have a swimmer replacing her, but it looks like we are not going to do that. We're not going to move a swimmer up. Yep, we should be moving up. Basically, the top seed now from the B final should be moved up into the A final. Top seed would be, for the B final, would be Kinley Emerson from Squamish. There we go. That is Kinley Emerson from Squamish is being moved into lane number 5. So that Kinley Emerson from Squamish being moved up into lane number 5. She was the top seed in the B final. Sabine Nielsen no-showed, so we not quite sure what happened there. So we do have Kinley Emerson from Squamish swimming for Sabine Nielsen of the Coquitlam Sharks in the A final. And so we're now moving into the B final. We'll get to that. Our top seed, our first alternate will move in. So Taylor Hurst is going to move in for Kinley Emerson. Not quite sure where Sabine went. She's missing out on her chance. You see her, she's our second seed here, so she definitely had a chance for some hardware in this race. Possibly an injury, possibly a sickness, or maybe she's saving herself for another race. Who knows? But we'll be underway here. This will be the A final for the hardware girls OCAT 2 50-meter butterfly. And they're into the water. Really good jump in lane 7 and 8. That is Kayla Tai in 7 and Asayoka in lane number 8. Emerging in the lead is that top seed. That is Paige Mumford from Port Moody. They've hit the bulkhead and are on the return 25 meters. Emerging from the underwaters is lane number 4, Paige Mumford, and in lane number 7 we have Kayla Tai. Is Kayla Tai going to do something? And also in lane 6, Olivia Harb. Tai, Harb, and Mumford. It's coming down to the touch. Gold medal does go to lane number 6. That is Harb, a time of 29:15 for the gold medal. Silver medal going to Kayla Tai in lane number 7, and the bronze medal in lane number 4. That goes to Paige Mumford. Congratulations, lady. Great swims from the outer lanes by Kayla Tai and Olivia Harb, and they find their way onto the podium. Well done. It's time for the B final now for the girls OCAT 2 50-meter butterfly. In lane number 1 is Sydney Bain from Squamish. Lane 2, Elsa Liu from White Rock. Lane number 3 is Clara Sue from Surrey Sea Lions. Lane number 4 will be Taylor Hurst of Penticton, replacing Kinley Emerson, who moved up into the A final. Lane number 5, Sophie McNeil of Agassiz Harrison. Lane 6, Maple Castellanos from Squamish. Lane 7, Aya Pateman from Squamish also. And lane number 8 is Keita Lacour from the Port Moody Aquarians. So the officials making sure they have all the right swimmers. We were able to watch that all happen from an upper vantage point, so we could see who was getting slotted in and out. But when you're in amongst all the mayhem down there, it's a lot harder to figure that out. And off they go. That's the start. Nice clean start there. No early jumps. Let's see where their place is. They come out of their underwaters. Early leads being shared by lanes 3 and 6. 3 is Clara Sue and 6 is Maple Castellanos. They're going to be the first ones to get to the bulkhead, and let's see how strong their turns are. Will anybody else make up some ground for them with their underwater pulls? Emerging from the turn, still in the lead in lane number 3, we have Clara Sue. Sue trying to hold off a charge from lane number 5, Sophie McNeil. It is Sue and it is McNeil, and right beside Sue in lane number 2 is Elsa Liu. Coming to the wall, it comes down to the touch, and it still is Sue in first place there. Second place going to McNeil in lane number 5, and third place going to Castellanos in lane number 6 from the Squamish Pirates. Arrgh. We're going to now have the boys OCAT 2 50-meter butterfly A final. In lane number 1 will be Jode Wood from Port Moody. Lane number 2, Drew and Pinney from the Salt Spring Stingrays. Lane 3, Adam Graham from Burnaby. Lane number 4, Neil Zhu of the North Delta Sunfish. Lane 5, Isaac Janes of Mission. Lane 6, Ryland McNeil of the Agassiz Harrison. Lane number 7, Oliver Vanacek from Campbell River. And lane number 8 is Manny Montakab from Burnaby. Here they go, swimming for the hardware, swimming for the medals. They did OCAT boys. OCAT 2 boys swimming the 50-meter butterfly. Really strong start in lanes 2 and 3. That is Penny from Salt Spring in 2 and Graham from Burnaby in 3. They've hit the bulkhead on the return. Are our top seeds, Zhu and Janes, can be able to make up the ground. Janes coming out of the turn in a great position, but still trying to stay on the podium is Penny, and Graham beside him. Pushing hard also in lane number 6 is McNeil. Gold medal does go to Janes in lane number 5, a time of 27:06. Silver medal goes to Graham, and the bronze medal goes to McNeil. Graham in lane 3 and McNeil in lane number 6. That's a really close race, 27:06, 27:29, and 27:41. Congratulations, gentlemen, and we'll now move on to the B final. Boys OCAT 2 50-meter butterfly. Lane number 1 is Bowen Zhang from the Sunfish. Lane number 2, Brody Buck of Squamish. Lane 3, Linus Fong of Port Moody. Lane number 4, Vincent Costa of Haney. Lane 5, Gregory Hinton of Agassiz Harrison. Lane number 6, Kyle Joyce of Campbell River. Lane 7, Keegan Guilty of Coquitlam. And lane number 8 is Nicholas Joyce from the Campbell River Salmon Kings. A couple empty lanes looking down there at the pool. We've got a swimmer in lane 1 and 2. Lane number 3 and 4 are vacant. Boy, you don't see that too often, but you know, again, maybe it's another swimmer saving themselves, and now we're asking the swimmer to step down because we do have alternates, so we're not sure if they're going to bring the alternates off. I see the Met referees on the far side of the pool up by lane number 0. That's right, I didn't stutter. It's lane number 0 at the top of your screen there on the live stream. We do have extra lanes at this pool, lane number 0 and lane number 9. That's for the water to dissipate so that the waves don't come crashing back. So both of our alternates are on their way in. We've got Elijah Otis from Squamish and Connor Holmgren of Abbotsford Whalers. It looks like we have Otis moving into lane number 4. Elijah Otis is in lane number 4, and that, I'm just going by the cap, that looks like a Squamish Pirates cap there, and beside lane number 4. And Connor Holmgren from the Abbotsford Whalers will be in lane number 3. All right, they're into the water now. Those two young gentlemen, Otis and Holmgren, they didn't know if they were going to swim, and here they are getting wet right now. Our leader is in lane number 5. That is Gregory Hinton of Agassiz Harrison. Right beside him in lane number 6 is Kyle Joyce from the Campbell River Salmon Kings. Making the turn, coming off the bulkhead on the return. We still have Hinton in the lead, but pushing hard, trying to get him is Otis from Squamish, trying to figure into the top 3. And coming on the outside in lanes 1 and 2, that is Zheng and that is Buck. Are they going to figure into the top 3 of this race? First place does go to Hinton in lane number 1. Second place going to Zheng out there. First place going to Hinton in lane number 5. Second place going to Zheng in North Delta of lane number 1. And Joyce of the Campbell River Salmon Kings in lane number 6. He finishes 3rd. So we now have the girls division 750-meter butterfly. We had a meet record set by Emi Nishi of the Richmond Kigus this morning, a time of 29:38, breaking the previous record set in 2007 by Iris Cheng. That's a long, long time ago. She took about a tenth of a second off of the previous meet record. In this race, in lane 1, we have Joycey Cheng from Penticton. Lane 2, Kipling Zaz of Nanaimo. In lane number 3, we have Katrina Lowe of Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 4, the aforementioned Emi Nishi from the Richmond Kigus. Lane number 5, Maxine Seeley of the North Shore Winter Club. Lane 6 is Rowan Larkin from the Oak Bay Orcas. In lane number 7, we find Emma Watson from your Prince George Pisces, hosting the Provincials next season. And in lane number 8, Quinn Funk from the Crescent Beach Swim Club. We see an empty lane in lane number 1. That was supposed to be Joycey Cheng. Are we going to move one of the alternates in for Joycey Cheng? Or are we going to move our top seed, which would be Adriana Lee, from the second race up into that race? I'm not sure if they can decline it and just race the race they were going to race, and then would they move down the road? That's a good question for somebody who's a director of officials for the club. Yeah,
typically they would bring in the B final lane, the fastest swimmer in heat 2 up. So, that typically here would be Adriana Lee from the Super Sharks. So whether or not she decides to move up is, I guess, going to be her decision. And I guess they might go down the list there. So I've never seen this situation happen here before, Glenn. But they're definitely going to fill that spot here.
Yeah, so does a swimmer have the right to refuse to move up into the A final?
I believe they would.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe they would. I do see an alternate standing there as well. I'm not sure if that's Yazarizu from Surrey Sea Lions or Yasmin Datsatsky. Sorry if I've butchered that last name. Yasmin Intavikse. How could I not get that?
Right?
Right, yeah, from the Kigus. So might be one of those ladies down there that might step in as well. So let's just see what happens here.
Well, what they would do, though, would they not run through the B final, see who moves up, and then one of the alternates would then move into the B final? Like that's we actually just saw in the B final. We had some movement there in the boys OCAT too. So I guess I'm just gonna take a look down here, because the nice thing is we've got the viewpoint of the whole blocks behind the blocks here, and we can see.
I can see the meet manager there. He's kind of going through here. And, so there might be a little bit of a shuffle or a juggle here between all these ladies to make sure that people get into the right lanes appropriately with their times.
So the meet manager that Christine's referring to, you can see him in the gray shirt down there. That's Sean Colley. He's the outgoing director of competition. This is the last year that Sean will be the meet manager for our provincial championships. So I'm going to call off of what I'm actually seeing on the scoreboard, because if our timing console can import from our computers what's on here, I see a revised heat sheet being given out by Sean Colley there on the pool deck. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm not sure who some of these swimmers are. I definitely know that is that Maxine Seeley and Emi Nishi in lanes 4 and 5. It is Kipling Zaz in lane number 2. I do know that. That is a Vancouver Island region hat. Our leader does come to the bulkhead, making the turn into the final 25. My apologies for not being sure of the names on here. We're seeing a few irregularities. but I'm guessing this is Emi Nishi in lane number 4, just the way she is pounding through this. And based on the time that's elapsed, gold medal is going to go to lane number 4. That is Nishi. Her time is 29:23, so it is yet again a meet record. She broke what she did this morning. Silver medal is going to Seeley in lane number 5, and bronze medal goes to Lowe in lane number 3, a time of 30.65. So on this race, we're not sure if somebody's been called up now as well from the B final. I'll go through the names that I do have. It should be lane number 1, Helen Joy Jose from the Stingrays. Lane 2, Bree Gustafson from Mission. Lane 3, Claire Guo from Burnaby Mountain. Lane 4, Adriana Lee from the Super Sharks. Lane 5 is Linnea Hopkins of the City Piranhas. Lane 6, Georgia Oliver from the Kigus. Lane 7, Gia Such, also from the Kigus. And lane number 8, Hazel Elliott from Nanaimo. I do see a Kigus cap in lane 7, so that's right. We see, not sure of the cap in lane number 6. Lane number 5, Linnea Hopkins wearing an island cap from last year. And an OK swimmer is in lane number 4. That's an OK swimmer in lane number 4. All right, our swimmers are in the water and in the lead in lane number 5. That, I believe, is Linnea Hopkins from the Sydney Piranhas. Also believe in lane number 3 we have Claire Guo from Burnaby Mountain. It is Hopkins coming off the wall on the final 25 meters of this 50-meter butterfly race. Hopkins trying to find her way into the top 3 position. Hopkins trying to hold off charge in lane number 6. That is Georgia Oliver from the Kigus. It is Hopkins in first place, a time of 32:28. She took a full second off of what she did this morning. Second place is Oliver the Kigus in lane number 6. And third place going to Gustafson in lane number 3, a time of 33:74. I've never had this much confusion. All right, this is the boys Div 750 Fly A final. Lane 1, Alex Nindabar, the Oakby Orcas. Lane 2, Nicholas Penz of the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 3, Lucas Alzenga of Nanaimo. Lane 4, Owen Buffett of Mission. Lane number 5, Tyrell O'Dwyer, Dawson Creek. Lane number 6 is Alan Dang of White Rock. Lane number 7 is Adrian Wong of the Vikings. And lane number 8 is Owen Larson of Quesnel. I do know that Tyrell O'Dwyer from the Seals has had an amazing weekend so far as well. A couple meet records to his credit. He's been swimming very, very strong through the weekend. Let's see if he has another meet record in his sights. He swam a 26:39, beside him a 26:37. Meet record is 25:68 for this race. Our early leader is Tyrell O'Dwyer of the Dawson Creek Seals in lane number 5. He is the first to the bulkhead and making his turn. Really closely bunched for second and third. Lane number 3 is Elzinga from Nanaimo. Lane number 4 is Buffett, and lane number 6 is Deng. O'Dwyer trying to hold off the charge from Buffett. Buffett trying to overtake O'Dwyer. What is going to come down to? Our gold medal does go to O'Dwyer, a time of 25:90. Not quite a meet record, but a strong swim regardless. Silver medal goes to Buffett of Mission in lane number 4, and the bronze medal goes to Deng with a time of 26:39 in lane number 6. Strong swim there, and a great second 25 by Owen Buffett from the Mission Marlins to find his way into the silver medal position. We will now have the B final for the boys Division 7 50-meter butterfly. Lane number 1 is Tyler Hilton from Salmon Arm. Lane number 2 is Heath Martin Barnes of the Sunfish. Lane 3, Alexander Evans of Nanaimo. Lane number 4, Rowan Campbell of Abbotsford Whalers. Lane 5, Brady McCauley of Trail. Lane number 6, Colby Watson from Prince George Pisces. Lane number 7, Kieran Walsh of the Tritons. And lane number 8 is Andrew Friesen from the Kootenay Piranhas. Swimmers have been told to step down, so I don't have to talk quite that fast.
Yeah. Glenn, we see. I see that in lane 2 we don't have a swimmer, so they're going to bring an alternate in here.
We're bringing an alternate in.
Yeah, and it looks like Sean Fisher would be the first one, whether or not that's him or it's our second guy.
That is an 8-ball cap with flames on it. That's the Caribou region coming in hot. That is their cap. So that is Sean Fisher moving into lane number 2, replacing Heath Martin Barnes. Good eye on that, Christine. Thank you for catching it. All right, our swimmers are underway. A very clean start. The B final for the boys Division 7 50-meter butterfly is in the pool. Swimmers have emerged from their first underwaters, and it's tightly bunched between lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's Evans, Campbell, McCauley, and Watson in 3, 4, 5, and 6 respectively. They've made their turn, and on the final 25, our leader emerging from the underwater is lane number 3. That is Alexander Evans from the Nanaimo White Rapids, and a strong swim happening in the outside lanes, but Evans is being overtaken by Campbell, who's being overtaken by McCauley. And it is Campbell still with first place time of 27:72. Second place at 27:73 is Evans. Third place at 27:74 is McCauley in lane number 5. 2 100ths of a second separating second and third place. Fourth place, 27:79. We had 4 swimmers in the 27:70 range. Like, absolutely incredible. So strong.
It just proves to show you how much time, how little time matters so much.
Well,
every fraction counts.
And the quality of the turns, is that what made a difference for one of the swimmers? Unbelievable. Okay, we've got the A final, girls div 8, 50-meter butterfly. Lane number 1, Alexa Bryant of the City Piranhas. Lane 2, Erin Epp of the Ogopogos. Lane 3, Cassette Bachman from North Shore Winter Club. Lane number 4, Josie Field of Vikings. Lane 5, Brielle Woodruff of the Langley Hippers. Lane 6, Jenna Blythe of North Van. Lane number 7, Jenna Bell Lynn from Squamish. And lane number 8 is Cami Hill from Burnaby. Leaders are at the bulkhead. All the swimmers are at the bulkhead, and they're on the final 25 meters heading on in. Our top seed in lane number 4, that is Josie Field from the Vancouver Vikings. She is distancing herself. The closest swimmers are in lanes 3 and 5 and 8. 3, Bachman, 5, Woodruff, 8, Hill. Gold medal goes to Field, a time of 28:14. Silver medal go to Woodruff in lane number 5, a time of 29:34. And the bronze medal, as I mentioned, Hill coming on strong in lane number 8, and she does find her way to the podium with the bronze medal, a time of 29:71. We'll now have the B final for the girls Division 8 50-meter butterfly. I can start to talk slower in about 3 more races. In lane number 1 will be Kendra Henderson from Squamish. Lane number 2, Hannah Unger from Abbotsford. Lane 3, Michelle Ruff from the Langley Flippers. Lane number 4, Sasha Eaton of Nelson. Lane number 5, Bianca Cavalier from Merritt. Lane number 6 is Sydney Boyle from Campbell River. Lane number 7, Pamela Zwidoff from the Abbotsford Whalers. And lane number 8 is Jenna Chung from Burnaby. Do we have all swimmers? No, we're missing our lane 4 swimmer. Is it the Sundays? Is that what it is? Because we're on Sunday?
Looks like no alternates were there, so they're not going to fill that lane.
So Sasha Eaton from Nelson is not in this race in lane number 4, so we have an empty lane right smack dab in the middle of the field. But our swimmers are underway and in the water. Right now it looks like Bianca Cavalier from Merritt, and in lane number 3 is Michelle Ruff from the Langley Flippers. Ruff in 3, Cavalier in 5. They're the first 2 to hit the bulkhead, followed closely by lanes 2 and 6. Lane 2 is Unger, 6 is Boyle from Campbell River. Our leader is now lane number 3, that's Michelle Ruff from the Langley Flippers. She's extending her lead. Is a charge going to happen from lane 5's Cavalier? It is Ruff coming in the first place position, a time of 34:08. Second place is Cavalier, a time of 34:37. And third place is Unger from Abbotsford, a time of 35:74. We're going to move on to our final 50-meter fly event. First up will be the medal race, the A final. In lane number 1 will be Andy Cho of Port Moody. Lane number 2, Elijah Agostinelli Stull, lane number of the Sydney Piranhas. Lane number 3 is Ethan Jones of Mission. Lane 4, Cameron Dixon of the Wanapeka Royals. Lane number 5, Ricky Milnes of Campbell River. Lane number 6, Jack Savage of the Ducks. Lane number 7, Daniel Lynn of Coquitlam. And lane number 8 is Vaughn Sandquist from Burnaby Mountain. Full pool this time. And they're off. 50-meter butterfly, boys of Division 8. There's going to be a lot of power. You're going to hear the power in this pool as they are pounding the water. Really close right now, lanes 3, 4, and 5. 3, Jones, 4, Dixon, 5, Milnes. Coming off the bulkhead, who's going to emerge from the turn with the lead? Milnes is with a long underwater. Sorry, that is Dixon with the long underwater in lane number 4, and that has propelled him into the lead. The real battle is for the second and third place positions. It is Dixon of the Wanapeka Royals, a time of 25:46 for the gold. Silver medal goes to Agostinelli Stull from the Sydney Piranhas in lane number 2, and Ricky Milnes from the Campbell River Salmon Kings in lane number 5, a time of 26:18. We'll now have the B final for the boys Div 8 50-meter butterfly. In lane number 1, Zachary Gramiak from Kamloops. Lane number 2, Lucas Fong of Port Moody. Lane 3, Darby Walsh of the Cloverdale Tritons. Lane number 4 will be Lucas Meyer of the North Van Cruisers. Aiden Telfer of Nanaimo is in lane number 5. Right beside him is Paul Newport of the Ogopogos in lane 6. And in lane number 7, we find Jeremy Felix from the Surrey Sea Lions. And we have nobody in lane number 6, so it looks like Paul Newport decided not to swim. So we've got other swimmers into the water, and a really strong jump off the blocks in lane number 2, Lucas Fong of Port Moody. He is trying to see if he can turn that into a top 3 position, but he's being pushed by the top 2 seeds in lanes 4 and 5. Meyer and Telfer from North Van and Nanaimo respectively. It still is Meyer and Telfer in 1-2, but what's happening with Fong in lane number 2? Fong trying to get into the top 3 position. I think he's going to be able to hold it. First place will be lane number 4. That is Meyer, a time of 27:51. Telfer beside him, a time of 27:62 in second place. And third place does go to Fong, a time of 28:01. Okay, things are going to calm down just a little bit here.
Thanks, Glenn. That's a lot of words in a very short period of time there. You're certainly a pro, and I would not have been able to keep up with you to that. So thanks for filling in there.
There's a few words to be said, but it doesn't last forever. It's over. It's over quickly. So we now have the girls' Division 1 50-meter breaststroke, and now that we've moved into the junior swimmers, we have the consolation races first, followed by the medal race. In lane number 1, we're going to find Briar Gemmel from the Langley Vipers. Lane 2, Morgan Boyd of Campbell River Salmon Kings. Lane 3, Isabel Kim of the Surrey Sea Lions. Lane 4, Soraya Akami from Coquitlam. Lane 5, Avani Parmar of North Van. Lane 6, Nisha Legassi from Burnaby. Lane number 7 is Arlene Pan of the Sunfish. And lane number 8, Evelyn Knowles from Coquitlam. Our top 2 swimmers are coming up to the bulkhead here to make their turn. That's lanes 4 and 5. Good clean turn there by Kami in lane 4 and Parmar in lane number 5. Pretty much evenly spaced here. Our top 2 seeds are our clear leaders right now. And in third place, that's lane number 3. That's Isabel Kim from the Surrey Sea Lions. Trying to make a move and adjust their position way over in lane number 1. That is Briar Gemmel from the Langley Flippers. She's trying to flip the script right now and end up in a top 4 position. Is she going to overtake lane number 3? Lane number 3 is Kim. First place does go to Akami in lane number 4, a time of 50.98. She took 2 seconds off what she did this morning. Second place is Parmar in lane 5, and third place is Kim in lane number 3. All right, our first medals for junior swimmers for today are going to be awarded following this upcoming race. It's the A final for the girls' Division 1 50-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 will be Marlo Lindsay of Kimberley. Lane 2, Victoria Hung from Coquitlam. Lane 3, Daniela Lee of the Vikings. Lane 4, Amelia Chen from Burnaby Mountain. Lane 5, Annika St. Jean from the Prince George Pisces. Lane 6, Meredith Clement from Ogopogos. Lane 7, Area 1 from the Orcas. And lane number 8 is Cecilia Goat from Burnaby Mountain. We've got a really strong start by the swimmers in lanes 3, 4, and 8. In 3 is Lee, 4 is Chen, and 8 is Goat from Burnaby Mountain. She is one of the first to get to the bulkhead to make the turn. Let's see how their turns are with their underwater pulls here on the breaststroke. Our leader is our top seed in lane number 4, Amelia Chen from Burnaby Mountain. On her heels beside her on her left side in lane number 3 is Lee, and still in one of those top positions we've got lane number 8, that is Goat, and lane number 1, Marlo Lindsay trying to make a move. And now we have lanes 5 and 6. Gold medal goes to Chen, a time of 47.82. Silver medal goes to Lee in lane number 3, a time of 49.66. And the bronze medal goes to St. Jean with a really strong final 25, a time of 50.20. She wasn't in the podium position halfway through that final 25, but her strokes propelled her, some really good rhythm there. And St. Jean finds her way onto the podium, a time of 50.20. We'll now have the boys' Division 1 50-meter breaststroke. This will be the B final. In lane number 1, Theo Ewan from Golden. Lane number 2, Vaughn Green of the Dawson Creek Seals. Lane 3, Jackson McLean from the North Shore Winter Club. Lane number 4, Campbell Ruff from the Langley Flippers. Lane number 5, Bradley Unala from Port Moody. Lane 6, Callan Emmons from Mission. Lane 7, Henry Glue of Quesnel. And lane number 8, that's Weston Chen from Burnaby Mountain Mantis. Really tightly bunched here off the start. Lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All in a nice line. Their seed times are pretty close together, but not as close as what this line is telling me. Too early to tell here as they hit the bulkhead and on the final 25 meters. I honestly cannot tell you who's in the lead. I think it's lane number 2 or 4. 2 is Green and 4 is Ruff. It is Green and Ruff. And with them in lane number 3, we have Jackson McLean from the North Shore Winter Club. In the first place position now, so tightly bunched, it is lanes 4, 3, and 2. Lane number 4, Ruff. Will he finish first? He does. Time of 51.49. Second place is McLean of the North Shore Winter Club, a time of 51.75. And third place with a time of 51.97 is Green of the Dawson Creek Seals in lane number 2. All right, you can hear the crowd getting loud. This will be the A final for the boys Division 1 50-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1, Trevor Agbayani from Coquitlam. Lane number 2, Elias Sanya from the Abbotsford Whalers. Lane 3, Cole Brecky of Haney. Lane 4, Mateo Tabac from the Sunfish. Lane 5, Danielle Woolley from the Super Sharks. Lane number 6, Theo Stent of Quesnel. Lane number 7 is Damien Doe of the Sunfish. And lane number 8, Matab Bal from the Ogapogos. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 are our leaders, and in the medal positions, that's Brecky, Tabac, and Woolley, respectively, in 3, 4, and 5, and trying to join in the fray. In lane number 6, we have Theo Stent from Quesnel. Pulling ahead a little bit, that is Cole Brecky. He swims for the Haney Neptunes. He's trying to hold off the charge from Mateo Tabac of the North Delta Sunfish. Is Brecky going to be able to hold off Tabac? It is Brecky. It is Tabac. Gold medal is going to go to Brecky in lane number 3, a time of 46.76. Tabac in lane 4 with the time of 47.25 finds a podium with the silver. And the bronze medal goes to Stent from Quesnel with a time of 48.54. We'll move on to the girls Division 2 50-meter breaststroke. This will be the B final first. Lane number 1 will be Sydney Leggett from Nanaimo. Lane 2, Monique Lynn from White Rock. Lane 3, Blakely Vermeer from Mission. Lane 4, Elisa Chu from the Vikings. Lane 5, Emma Lynn from the Kigus. Lane number 6, Vivian Park of Mission. Lane 7, Avery Almick of Port Moody. And lane number 8 is Willow Rathor from the North Van Cruisers. Some exciting stuff here so far, hey?
There's a lot of things happening in the pool, and I also see a lot of things happening in the stands. You know, you see the parents and their eyes are swelling up, and you can't hold back the tears. You're just so darn proud of your kids and all these athletes with all the hard work that they put in throughout this season.
Well, you know the hard work that the swimmers put in, and yeah, you just get emotional for them. You know,
Absolutely.
I remember the first time my daughter had her first personal medal, not part of a relay. It was just absolutely an amazing feeling, and I was so happy for her. All right, we've got early leaders in lanes 2, 4, and 6. Lane number 2, Lynn, 4, Chu, 6, Park. Lynn, Chu, and Park, they are the first to the bulkhead, and they are the first to head on home in the final 25 meters. Well, it's about 20 meters left now as they go underneath the backstroke flags. Emerging with the stronger lead, a great turn in lane number 6. That is Vivian Park from the Mission Marlins. Let's see if her strokes will hold off the charges from lanes 5 and 4. But lane 5 is Lynn and 4 is Chu. It is going to be Park in with the first place position in this race, a time of 46.61. Second place does go to our top seed, Chu, time of 47.56. And third place from the Richmond Kigus is Lynn in lane number 5, a time of 47.62. It's time to hand out some more medals as we move into the next race. In lane number 1 will be Lilo Pacheco from Mission. Lane 2, Macy Clement from the Ogapogos. Lane 3, Aurelia Doe from Coquitlam. Lane 4, Tegan Fan from Burnaby. Lane 5, Maya Almick from Port Moody. Lane 6, Ivy Patterson from the Sydney Piranhas. Lane 7, Selena Wang of Burnaby Mountain. And lane number 8 is Alethea Lee from the North Delta Sunfish. Really great jump there in lane number 7. That is Selena Wang from Burnaby Mountain. She exploded off the blocks there, but the lead coming out of the underwaters is the top seed, lane number 4, Tegan Fan from Burnaby. Looks like she's going to be the first to get to the wall to make the turn on the final 25 meters. It is Fan in lane number 4 with the lead coming off the bulkhead. Beside her in lane number 3, battling to get onto the podium. And in lane number 7, we have Selena Wang from Burnaby Mountain in lane number 7 trying to find a podium position. And a great battle between lanes 1, 2, and 3. That's Pacheco in 1, Clement in 2, and Doe in 3. But the gold medal is definitely going to go to Fan in lane number 4. She's going to come in with a time of 42.40, taking 2 seconds off of her time from this morning. Silver medal does go to Clement in lane number 2. She had a great final 20 meters, the time of 44.93. And the bronze medal is going to go to Wang in lane number 7 from Burnaby Mountain with a time of 45 seconds flat. And she took half a second off of what she did this morning to find her way onto the podium. We'll now have the boys Division 2 50-meter breaststroke, event number 314. If you're following along with event numbers on the Meet Mobile, this will be the B final here to start off this event. We've got Oliver Stent from Quesnel in lane 1, Xavier Houston from Nanaimo in lane 2, Brady DeBoer from Haney in lane 3, Jen Stoffelsma from the Sydney Piranhas in lane 4. In lane number 5, we find Leo Young from the Poco Marlins, Chase Britliff from the Stingrays is in lane number 6, Lazarus Lamb of the Vikings is in lane 7, and Noah Park, also of the Vikings, is in lane number 8. And this race is underway. We are moving fast and furious through these races. we have our leader in lane number 5. That is Leo Young from the Poco Marlins. He has a lead right now over lanes 4 and 3. 4 is Stoffelsma, 3 is De Boer. Is Young going to be able to hold on to that lead as they come to the bulkhead to make the turn? Let's check out the quality of the turns here. Young makes the turn and is in his underwater right now. Let's see what position he emerges in. He is still in the lead, and his turn was great because he extended that lead. In lane number 4, Stoffelsma is being challenged by De Boer, who is being challenged in lane number 2. Xavier Houston from Nanaimo has moved himself into the second place position. Is he going to be able to overtake the first place position? It is Young in 5. He's holding up the charges, and he does finish in first place. Second place does go to Houston with a really strong second 25, a time of 50.41. And third place goes to Stoffelsma from the Sydney Piranhas in lane number 4, a time of 50.75. Let's hand out some more medals. It's time for the A final of the boys Division 2 50-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 will be Mason Wu from Burnaby Mountain. Lane 2, Declan Din from Burnaby Mountain. Lane 3, Logan Fan of Burnaby. Lane 4, Elgene Okindo from Abbotsford. Lane number 5 is Mateo Singh of Burnaby Mountain. Lane 6, Sean Armstrong of Abbotsford. Lane number 7 is Ethan Gold of the Dawson Creek Seals. And lane number 8, that's Larry Yang from Burnaby Mountain. Into the water they go. Great jump off the blocks in lane number 4. That is Elgene Okindo from the Abbotsford Whalers, but a really strong underwater in lane number 7. Ethan Gold from the Dawson Creek Seals. As they go through their strokes, there it is neck and neck now between lanes 3, 4, and 5. Logan Fan, Elgene Okindo, and Mateo Singh. They hit the bulkhead and they're onto the final 25. Emerging from the underwaters, the turn belonged to Mateo Singh from Burnaby Mountain in lane number 5. Is Okindo from Abbotsford going to be able to take him in the strokes? In lane number 3 is Logan Fan going to be able to hold off Declan Din in lane number 2. The gold medal is so far is going to be Mateo Singh, and it is going to be his. His time will be 41.62, taking 3 seconds off of what he did this morning. Silver medal goes to Okindo in lane number 4, and the bronze medal is Fan. He held off Din 44.37 for third place. Fourth place was 44.57. Just 0.2 of a second is what separates a podium and a non-podium finish. Heartbreaking in some regards, pure joy and elation in the other regards.
It was actually lane number 5 there, Glenn Mateo Sang, that came and got the gold with his 41.62.
Right, okay, right, yes. I called him coming into the wall, but then I had him wrong as they finished.
There's a lot going on here, and it's really fast.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep straight. Sometimes. You can't be perfect all the time.
Well, that's true. I am far from that. We've got the Girls Division 3 50-meter breaststroke as the B final. It's Aurora Guggen of Cowichan Valley in lane 1. Kaylee Taggart of Kimberley in lane 2. Kaylee Chen of Burnaby in lane 3. Claire Thompson of the Kigus in lane 4. Sydney Pettifer of Langley in 5. Olivia Latt from the Vikings in 6. Leanna Hernshaw from Burnaby Mountain in 7. And Katie Lesniak from Poco Marlins in lane number 8. What do we got happening in the pool here as I lift my eyes off the heat sheets, and our leader is in lane number 4. Lane number 4, that is Claire Thompson from the Richmond Kigus. She's trying to hold off charges in lanes 3 and 7. Lane 3 is Chen and 7 is Hirschnall. And first place does go to Thompson in lane number 4 of the Kigus. Second place goes to Pettifer of the Langley Flippers in lane number 5. Tie for second place between Pettifer and Herschel of Burnaby Mountain. Their time of 42.38. And then in fourth place in lane number 3, that is Chen of Burnaby Mountain, a time of 42.61. And again, we move on to some medal races. This is the girls' Div 3 50-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 is Nyla Harbour, the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 2, Andrea Sanchez, Crescent Beach. Lane 3, Leah Parley of White Rock. Lane 4, Josephine Sue Coquitlam. Lane 5, Jordan Monroe of Haney. Lane 6, Brooke Thompson of the Stingrays. Lane 7, Araya Legacy from Burnaby. And lane number 8 is Piper Zwiedhoff from the Abbotsford Whalers. They've hit the water and are doing their underwaters, emerging from that. Tightly bunched right now, really close right now between lanes 5 and 6. Lane 5 is Monroe, 6 is Brooke Thompson. And now pulling ahead just a little bit is Sue from Coquitlam in lane number 4. She is the first hit to the bulkhead. Let's see how they emerge from their underwaters. First up is lane number 6, Brooke Thompson. And she is so close right now, pushing hard. In lane number 3 is Leah Parley. We have Parley, we have Sue, we have Monroe, and we have Thompson trying to join in the fight. In lane number 2 is Sanchez. So close right now, it will come down to the touch and where they are in their stroke. Gold medal goes to Sue, a time of 38.98. Silver medal to Monroe, a time of 39.08. And the bronze medal going to Thompson in lane number 6, a time of 39.47. so close, and it really depends on where they are in their strokes when they come to the wall and how they're going to be able to reach, because they don't want to glide too much if they're at the end of their stroke. Such a tough call, and it comes down to the strokes. Congratulations, ladies. It's time for you to go have your photos taken with some shiny medals around your neck. We're getting ready to whistle up to the blocks. The boys Division 3 50-meter breaststroke. This will be the B final. In lane number 1, Benjamin Walls of Campbell River. Lane 2, Brandon Huang of the Vikings. Lane 3, Alexander Wu of White Rock. Lane 4, Jaden Wang of the Vikings. Lane number 5 is Keithan Pute from Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 6 is Kasra Akami from Coquitlam. Lane number 7 is Breslin Nilsson of Haney. And lane number 8 is Tannen Fowler from the Abbotsford Whalers. Look at that line of swimmers, Christine. Like all the way across the pool, lanes 1 through 8.
This is going to be a good race.
Yeah,
it's going to be really tight.
It's going to be tight, and it's too hard to call, really, as to who's in the lead right now. We'll wait till they pop up out of their underwaters. They're popping up, and I'd say our lead as we were in the final 25, final 15, really, is lane number 3. Lane number 3 is Alexander Wu from the White Rock Super Guppies, and a charge happening now in lane number 4, the top seed. That's Jaden Wang from the Vancouver Vikings. Is Wu going to be able to hold off Wang? He does indeed. Wu with first place time of 42.91. Right behind him in lane number 4, second place 43.03 is Wang. And then Akami of Coquitlam in lane 6 with a time of 44.25. That was a tightly bunched race there for basically the top 5 positions. We'll have the A final now for boys Division 3 50-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1, Elijah Chen from the North Delta Sunfish. Lane number 2, Billy Gray from Crescent Beach. Nathaniel Ewart of Mission is in lane 3. Darren Pang of the Vikings in 4. Finn Jakobsen of Nanaimo is in lane 5. Liam Workman of Burnaby is in lane 6. Zhongwan Jia from Burnaby is in lane 7. I'm sorry if I murdered that name. And Atticus Verstrati of the Ogopogos is in lane number 8. Our top seed in lane number 4, that is Darren Pang of the Vancouver Vikings. Beside him in lanes 3 and 5, we've got Nathaniel Ewart in 3 of Mission and Finn Jakobsen of Nanaimo in lane number 5. It's the battle right now for first and second place. It is still our top seed, Darren Pang, holding on to first place, holding off the charge from Ewart in lane number 3. Ewart slipping back a little bit. Is Jakobsen going to be able to take him for the silver? I think he's going to. Gold medal definitely going to Darren Pang, a time of 38.19. Silver medal does go to Jakobsen, a time of 39.98. And the bronze medal goes to Ewart in lane number 3, a time of 40.82. Really good final 20 meters or so by Finn Jakobsen of Nanaimo as he moved his way up from bronze medal to the silver medal position. We're going to go now to the girls' OCAT 150-meter breaststroke. This is the B final. And lane number 1, we'll find Tanya Zaray from Nanaimo. Lane number 2 is Scarlett Garcia Hopovac from Nahanni. Lane number 3 is Tanya Zaray from Nanaimo. Lane 4, Scarlett Garcia Hopovac of Haney. Lane 5, Jasmine Mazran from White Rock. And lane number 8 is Mila Reichert from Nanaimo. Swimmers are in the water. They are together. I actually only see swimmers in 3, 4, and 5. So Maya Reichert from Nanaimo did not come to swim in this B final here. So we just have Zarai, Garcia Hopovac, and Mazran are our swimmers, and they are really tightly bunched. Early lead going to Zarai from Nanaimo in lane number 3. She's the first to the bulkhead. Let's check out the quality of her turn, and will she emerge still with the lead from the underwaters? She's now being challenged by lane number 5. Lane 5 is Jasmine Mazran from the White Rock Super Guppies, but now pulling ahead is Zarai from Nanaimo. Zarai with her breaststroke. We'll see if she can finish this into a first place finish in the Constellation Final. Zarai is our leader. The swimmers are back at about her hips. That is Garcia Hopovac and Mazran. First place does go to, I'm thinking Zarai actually touched first. Maybe a soft touch there, do you think? Because I would swear she finished ahead. And then Mazran and Garcia Hopovac, but maybe I'm wrong. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be.
I was actually checking out the board there, Glenn. I wasn't watching right down there just to see what it came in at.
All right, we're going to move now. This is the A final, girls OCAT 150-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 is Alice Howe from White Rock. Lane 2, Tara Rana of White Rock. Lane 3, Neva Kelly from Squamish. Lane 4, Jennifer Wang of White Rock. Lane 5 is Brooklyn Brecky from Haney. Lane 6, Indiana Gases from Squamish. Lane 7 is Sophia Chen of the Sunfish. And lane number 8, that's Carmen Tucker from Chilliwack. This morning, Jennifer Wang swam a 38.81. We'll see if she can take a second or so off of her seed time. See if she can get that meet record. We know she's got her eyes on gold, and she has a sizable lead right now. That's Jennifer Wang from White Rock in lane number 4. Gold medal is in her eyes, and let's see if a meet record is in her eyes as well, being chased in lane number 5. That's Brooklyn Brecky from Haney coming in. What's the touch time going to be for Jennifer Wang? She comes in at a 38.14. She does take time off, but what must she take off? About a half second off from this morning. Brecky gets the silver medal in lane number 5, and the bronze medal goes to Gasis of Squamish in lane number 6, a time of 44.99. She took almost 2 seconds off of her preliminary time from earlier today. We'll now have the boys OCAT 150-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 will be Cole Hurst of Penticton. Lane 2, Noah Brown of the Oak Bay Orcas. Lane 3, Levi Vidola from Powell River. Lane 4, Riley Mauseran from White Rock. Lane 5, Alex Lowe from Surrey Sea Lions. Lane 6, Alistair Vanacek from Campbell River. Lane number 7 is Blake Petch, also from Campbell River. And lane number 8, Braden Wolf from Lumbee Lightning. Small delay here, not quite sure what's happening. We'll try and get this underway as soon as possible. Swimmers kind of looking around thinking, I should normally hear a whistle by now.
Yeah, I think what it was is they're waiting for the starter to be okay. Probably
Gotcha.
The computer's just waiting there.
Yep, gotcha. Good call, Christine. There's that whistle. Into the water they go, the B final for the boys. OCAT 150 meters of breaststroke. Great jump off the blocks in lane number 6. That's Alistair Vanacek from the Campbell River Salmon Kings, but stroking away here, overcoming and overtaking the lead in lane number 4. We have Riley Mauseran from White Rock. It is Mauseran. He'll be the first to the wall to make the turn. Sorry, not the wall, the bulkhead. He makes the turn into the final 25. Doing their underwaters and emerging still with the lead. That is Mauseran in lane number 5. He's being pushed by Lowe in lane number 4. Sorry, in lane number 4 is Mauseran. 5 is Lowe. And trying to make a push still is Vanacek, trying to turn that strong jump off the blocks into something special, top 3 finish, and it looks like he's going to do that. But what's going to happen between Lowe and Mauseran? Mauseran with the touch, a time of 45.41 in first place. Second place is Lowe, a time of 46.16. And Vanacek in third place in lane number 6 of the Campbell River Salmon Kings. Up we come now with another medal race. This is the A final for the boys. OCAT 150-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 is Alan Tang from White Rock. Lane number 2 is Kyrie Wang from the Sunfish. Lane number 3 is Jonathan Han of White Rock. Lane number 4, Oliver Zhang, also of White Rock. Lane number 5 is Aaron Nee from the North Delta Sunfish. Lane 6, Jackson Klappa from North Van. Lane 7, Gavin Hornby from Campbell River. And lane number 8, Ewan Naylor from Powell River. The whistle, taking their marks, and off they go. The boys OCAT 150-meter breaststroke is hitting the water. This is our final 50-meter breaststroke race of the day. Strong breaststrokes happening in lane number 3, 4, and 5. Our leader is in 4. That's Oliver Zhang being pushed by Jonathan Han in 3 and Aaron Nee in 5. First to the bulkhead is Zhang in lane number 4. He's on the home stretch now. 20 meters separating him from a gold medal. That's what he's got his sights set on. But let's see what's happening in lane number 3. Does Han have other ideas for the medal positioning? Han being pushed by Nee in lane number 5. Our top 3 are Zhang, Han, and Nee. Zhang is going to get the gold medal, and his time as he comes to the touch will be 39.12 for the gold medal. Zhang in lane number 4. Silver medal going to Nee in lane number 5, a time of 40.81. And the bronze medal going to Han in lane number 3, a time of 40.95. We're moving now into 100 meters of breaststroke, so I can talk just a little bit slower.
Take a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, take a little bit of a breather. This is event number 319, the girls Division 4 100-meter breaststroke. We're starting with the B final. In lane number 1, we'll find Eliana Grozdanich of Mission. In lane 2, Maëlle Veldhuis of the Vancouver Vikings. Lane number 3 is Madison Wuda of Agassiz Harrison. Lane 4, Mara Veldhuis of the Vancouver Vikings. Lane number 5, Myla Friars of the Sydney Piranhas. Lane 6, Annika Polkoyski from Mission. Lane number 7 is Myra Erickson of the Dawson Creek Seals. And lane number 8, that's Erin Curtis of the Richmond Kigus. 100 meters of breaststroke, 4 lengths of 25 meters of this pool. 3 turns are involved. 2 off the bulkhead, 1 off the wall.
It's those turns that really count too, Glenn, in order for them to get that extra propulsion out and that speed, that one underwater pull that they're allowed there. That makes all the difference in a race like this.
Absolutely. Breaststroke, more than I think any other stroke, the turns can determine your placement in a race and your finishes. You know, leads change in the turn. You see a leader will go into the wall in one position, and the swimmer beside them goes into the wall after them, but they emerge ahead of them, right?
That's right. It's all that strength. It's that push-off that really counts.
Yeah. So right now our leader is in lane number 6. Lane 6 is Annika Pokoyski from the Mission Marlins. She's going to be the first to get to the bulkhead and make the return trip. She has only 20 meters left to go in this race. Really strong race happening in lane 3, 1, and 5. Lane 3 is Wuda, 5 is Friars, 1 is Grosdanich. First place is going to go to lane number 6. The thing is, what is her time will be? That's Annika Pokoyski from Mission, time of 1:26.23, taking 2 seconds off of her seed time from this morning. Second place goes to Veldhuis in lane number 4, time of 1:28.06, and third place is Wuda from Agassi Harrison in lane number 3. All right, now time for some medals for the girls Division 4 of the 100-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1, Mina Covert from Sydney Piranhas. Lane 2, Anna Wu, Burnaby Mountain. Lane 3, Joanna Sue, Coquitlam. Lane number 4, JJ Zia from the Tritons. Lane number 5 is Charlie Friesen of Burnaby Mountain. Lane 6, Sydney Gill, North Shore Winter Club. Lane 7, Paisley Hayden from Salt Spring. And lane number 8 is Alina Zeffley from the Wave. Bunched together right now, the swimmers in lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, it's really close right now. We're going to talk about the turns here. They make the turns, and we'll see if anything happens in the reshuffling of the positions coming out of their underwaters. Lanes 3 and 4 are now together. So a really good turn there in lane number 3 by Joanna Sue of Coquitlam. She made up some serious ground and is basically neck and neck right now with Gia in lane number 4 of the Cloverdale Tritons. The strokes of Gia have put her back in the lead, but let's see if she relinquishes that lead through the underwaters. I don't think that's going to happen. It has not happened, but just about a head length was made up there on the turn by Sue in lane number 3. It is still Gia in lane 4 with the lead over Sue in lane number 3. Also in the podium positions, lanes 2 and 5. Lane number 2 is Anna Wu. Lane number 5 is Charlie Friesen. They're battling out to find out who's going to be on the podium and who is not going to be on the podium. Trying to extend her lead in lane number 4. That is JJ Zia from the Cloverdale Tritons. She is moving ahead of Joanna Sue of Coquitlam right now. The battle again for 3rd and 4th in lanes 2 and 5. 2 Wu, 5 Friesen. Gold medal goes to Zia, time of 1:20.56. Silver medal goes to Sue. Bronze medal goes to Friesen in lane 5, a time of 1:24.03. Just on the outside looking in is Wu in lane number 2, a time of 1:24.53. Strong race by all those ladies. The positions didn't change a whole lot throughout the race, but they were closely contested throughout. We'll have the boys Division 4 100-meter breaststroke, event number 320. It'll be the B final first. In lane number 1, Xavier Beaton from Wadafuco. Lane number 2, Tayo Beausoleil from Coquitlam. Lane 3, Hao Zhang Chen from the Surrey Sea Lions. Lane number 4 is Max Einhorn from the North Shore Winter Club. Oliver Cheng of the Richmond Kigus is in lane number 5. Ethan Peng of Coquitlam in lane 6. Cruz Costa of Haney in lane number 7. And Caden Tan of the Kigus in lane number 8. Coming up to the bulkhead, we got lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. We'll include 2 in that bunch right now. 2 Beausoleil, 3 Chen, 4 Einhorn, 5 is Chen as well. Lane 3 is Haozhang Chen, 5 is Oliver Chen, and 6 is Ethan Peng. Our leader is the top seed of this heat in lane number 4. That is Max Einhorn of the North Shore Winter Club. He's going to do the first complete 50 meters in a split time of 38.20. Right behind him in lane number 3, that is Chen, a split time of 39.07. Now making great underwater turn there in lane number 6, we have Ethan Peng from Coquitlam. He's made up some ground and trying to stride and stroke closer. In lane 3, we have Haozhang Chen of the Surrey Sea Lions. Our leader still is lane number 4. That's Max Einhorn from the North Shore Winter Club. He's into the final 25. He's up from his underwater. He is still in the lead, trying to hold off charges from all comers. And coming in from lane number 2, we have Tayo Beausoleil of Coquitlam. He's moved himself into the second place position of this race. It is still Einhorn, but is Beausoleil going to be able to overtake him? Is Beausoleil going to be able to hold on to the second place position? Coming down to the touch, will it be lane number 5? Potentially it is. First place is Einhorn, a time of 1:21.98. Second place is Chen of the Kigus, a time of 1:23.83. And third place in lane 2, Beausoleil of Coquitlam, a time of 1:23.97, just 15/100ths of a second. 14/100ths of a second. My math is bad as my eyesight in lane number 2. We'll now have the A final for the boys division 4 100-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 will be Eli Soto of Cowichan Valley Breakers. Lane 2, Cameron Fan of Burnaby. Lane 3, Owen Young of Coquitlam. Lane number 4, Kian Pude of Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 5, Madden Green of the Dawson Creek Seals. Lane number 6 is Edward Jew from Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 7, Chase Phillips of the Poco Marlins. And lane number 8 is Mackay Eaton from Nelson. Swimming for the hardware. Great jump in lane number 6. Edward Jew from Burnaby Mountain exploded off the blocks, and let's see if that turns into something golden for him. Pushing hard in lanes 3 and 4, we have Owen Young from Coquitlam, and lane number 4 is Kian Pude from Burnaby Mountain. Pulling ahead now in lane number 3, that is Owen Young from Coquitlam. He has the lead. Is he going to be able to hold on to it, or is it going to go back and forth? Closely contested between lanes 2, 4, 5, and 6. 2 Fan, 4 Pude, 5 Green, 6 Jew. They're on to their second 50. It is still Young in lane number 3, but he's being chased hard by lane number 4. That is Kian Pude from Burnaby Mountain. Young trying to hold up Pude as they come up to the bulkhead to make their final turn. Turn number 3, that is still Young from Coquitlam. He's on the home stretch. Let's see if he has enough gas left in his tank to hold up the charges from lanes 4 and 5 now. Lane number 4, Pude, 5 Madden Green from the Dawson Creek Seals. Green from the Dawson Creek Seals trying to get into the silver medal position, trying to hold on to the gold is Young. Young in lane number 3 does not get it. Green overtakes everybody. Or did Young have a soft touch? He did indeed. Young in with the gold medal position, a time of 1:15.89. I needed a second for that to come up onto the clock because it came down to the touch. Gold medal Young. Silver medal Green of the Dawson Creek Seals in at 1:16.07, and Pude of Burnaby Mountain, a time of 1:16.28, is podium bound as well. What do you think of that, Christine?
That was an exciting race. That was really nice to see. Not often do you see the outside lanes push through and beat those inside lanes. They come in those prelim times and they get pushed out there. But this number 2 swimmer, lane number 2 swimmer, he came in there and he was fighting. He was battling. He wanted that bad.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get that burst of energy and it works.
Yep, absolutely. So now we're going to move on to the girls division 5, and as we move on through these senior swimmers, that means we're doing the A final races for the medals right from the get-go. The first race in lane number 1 is Natalie Zhang from Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 2, Maya Habans from the Vikings. Lane number 3, Irene Wang of Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 4, Gwenna Popel from Chilliwack. Lane number 5 is Natalie Shoden from the Kootenay Piranhas. Lane number 6 is Celeste Liang from White Rock. Lane 7 is Chella Lane from Port Moody, and lane number 8, Addison Tate from the Sydney Piranhas. We are underway for the medals here. The length and a half complete in lane number 4. The top seed is our early leader. That is Gwenna Popel. Her seed time from this morning, 1:20.56. That was 4 seconds faster than the next closest swimmer. Popel in lane number 4. She has about a body length lead over the closest swimmers in lanes 3 and 5. Irene Wang of Burnaby Mountain in 3. Natalie Shoden of the Kootenay Piranhas in lane number 5. First to the bulkhead to make the final turn, Gwenna Popel of Chilliwack on her way to a medal. Gwenna Popel, is she going to be able to hold off the charges? Really good turn there in lane 3. Irene Wang of Burnaby Mountain has made up some serious ground and now in the hip pocket of Popel. Is there enough pool left for Wang to overtake her? Popel extending that lead just a little bit. Gold medal is going to be hers. A gold medal going to Chilliwack along with Popel. Time of 1:19.90. Silver medal going to Wang of Burnaby Mountain. Time of 1:20.56. And the bronze medal goes to Zhang in lane number 1. A time of 1:21.97.
And you can see her celebrating in the water. She's really proud and happy with her results here.
She took 4 seconds off of her seat time this morning, and that is how she found her way onto the podium. A great swim there by Natalie Zhang. Congratulations to all the ladies. Congratulations to everybody in the race, you know.
Yeah, that was a well-earned gold there.
We're going to now have the B final for the girls Division 5 100-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 will be Ella Kennedy of the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 2, Meloui Rade from the North Van Cruisers. Lane 3, Kinley Murphy of Haney. Lane number 4 is Shaylee Rioch from Kamloops. Lane number 5, Abigail Tashenko of Burnaby. Lane number 6 is Ava Ithabixe from the Kigus. Lane number 7, Charlotte Anderson of Nelson. And lane number 8 is Holly Poulin from the Wantafika Royals. Can't see where the other swimmers are. There they are. They've all popped up from their underwaters. Our early leader in lane number 3. That is Kinley Murphy from the Haney Neptunes, being pushed by lanes 2, 4, 1, and 5. Lane number 2, Rade, 4, Rioch, 1, Kennedy, and 5, Tashenko. 50 meters complete. Split time of 39:43 for Murphy of Haney in lane number 3. She is our leader still. Pushing ahead into the second place position in lane 5. That is Abigail Tashenko of Burnaby. She is trying to move up now, trying to see if she can catch up to Kinley Murphy of Haney in lane 3. Murphy will be the first to the bulkhead, making a charge in lane 7. We have Charlotte Anderson from Nelson. She's trying to make a move into the top 3 here. Really long strokes in lane number 3 by Kinley Murphy. She's making the most of every inch of her body frame, stretching it straight out there. Kinley Murphy in lane number 3 is extending her lead. Moving into the second place position in lane 5 is Abigail Tashenko. First place does go to Murphy, a time of 1:23.79, taking 4 seconds off of her seat time this morning. Second place is Tashenko in at 1:25.19, and third place is Rioch from Kamloops, a time of 1:26.18. Our boys of Division 5 are coming up next, and this will be for the medals. In lane number 1, Evan Stoffelsma from the Sydney Piranhas. Lane 2, Lucas Ma of Burnaby Mountain. Lane 3, Max Elias of the Ogapogos. Lane 4, Davin Rollins of Coquitlam. Lane 5 is Eden Young from Coquitlam. Lane number 6, Eric Meow of the Vikings. Lane 7, Matthew Lancashire of Burnaby. And lane number 8 is Joshua Zhao from the Abbotsford Whalers.
As these kids increase in age, we're going to see them popping out of the water further along in the pool.
Much further along. Yeah.
As long as we're within that 15 meters, they're going to be fine.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what the 15-meter mark, if you look at the lane ropes, there's a little red marker on the lane ropes. That's your 15 meters. The swimmers have hit the bulkhead. In the lead right now is lane number 5. That is Eden Young from Coquitlam. He's trying to hold off a charge in lanes 4 and 3. Lane number 4 is Davin Rollins, and lane number 3, Max Elias. Our leader now at lane number 4, Davin Rollins of Coquitlam. Emerging out of their underwaters, it is still Rollins, but right beside him is Eden Young, also of Coquitlam. Teammates pushing themselves hard, and in the third place position, we have lane number 3, Elias and Lucas Ma of Burnaby Mountain, trying to come on strong and see if he can get his way onto the podium. Out of the underwaters, our leader still in lane number 4. Great underwater there by Davin Rollins of Coquitlam. He, no doubt, is going to find his way onto the podium in the gold medal position. The race now for silver and bronze. Silver, is it going to go to Young? Let's take a look. He does indeed. Gold medal time is 1:08.89. Silver medal time is 1:11.23 for Young, and the bronze medal goes to Elias of the Ogapogos in at 1:11.88 in lane number 3. We will now have the B final for the boys Division 5 100-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1, Gage DeVauld from the North Van Cruisers. Lane number 2, that's not the North Van Cruisers, that's Nechako Valley in the Caribou. Gage DeVauld of Nechako Valley. Lane number 2 is Hudson Storzak from Chilliwack. Lane 3, Hudson Chukasati from the Oakbay Orcas. Lane number 4, Alexander Wynn from the Super Sharks. Lane number 5, Noah Lehman from Haney. Lane 6, Brandon Bai from the Surrey Sea Lions. Lane number 7, William Gower from Boundary Bay. And lane number 8, James, the big man Bolding from Nanaimo White Rapids.
It looks like lane number 4 here, he's in the lead. That's McEwen here from the Super Sharks. He certainly came in here with the lead of his time of 1:17. He's got himself a good turn there. Let's see who pops up here, and you can see them getting closer and closer to that red line there, that red on the marker there. But lane 4, he looks like he's got a strong lead here. Let's see if he can keep it. We've got lanes 3 and 5 pushing for second, and lane 6 is following through on them as well. We've got, lane 4 is still, he's going to be coming in. There's no way that's going to stop him, it looks like to me. Lane 5 is going to be heading towards the silver there on the podium, but yes, sure enough, it is lane 4, Nguyen from the Super Sharks, coming in with a time of 1:14.79, and in lane 5, Lehman with 1:16.80. In lane 3, we have Chuasati with 1:18.93, which is, yeah, I got that right.
You got that right. Yeah, you got those all right. No medals, so it's a B final.
Yep. Sometimes it's a little confusing for me because I see there is quite a gap there. There was a 4-second gap from first to third. And so I just wanted to double check that I was reading that right.
And just so you all know, Christine had no idea I was going to hand that race over to her. I just waved my hand to her, and I think she did a great job for just being thrown into the fire like that.
Glenn's putting me on the spot and testing me. I didn't know I was going to be tested. I'm just learning here. I'm an absolute newbie at this job.
So we're trying to make sense of the caps here. So what do we have here? Yeah, we got to make sure we have the right race. This is the one where on our heat sheets, the senior swimmers are supposed to be the A final first. Now, but if we go on the scoreboard, this is the B final first on the scoreboard, but let's see what the swimmers are. It should be a Kootenay swimmer in lane number 3, but judging by who is on the blocks there. And so the swimmers have it right. We've got a Kootenay swimmer in lane number 3 behind the blocks, and that's the way it should be. It should be the A final first. That's Callie Badry,
that's
right?
So let's see here. Do I recognize here? Kigu's in lane 1, yep, which is, I believe, the pink cap there.
Lane number 4 is an Okanagan cap.
That's right.
And that should,
What do we have down here in lane 8? We've got an Abbotsford.
Fraser Valley cap. That's definitely a Fraser Valley cap there in lane number 8.
The Abbotsford and Mission as well, right beside her.
Yeah. So two Fraser Valley caps, an OK cap, then another Fraser Valley cap.
Looks like they made that correction there to have the final.
So we're just going to make sure we get the right, and we've got the right swimmers on the scoreboard now. So this is the A final for girls Division 6 100-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 is Madeline Oliver from the Richmond Kigus. Lane 2 is Sarah Hagan from the Cowichan Valley Breakers. Lane 3 is Callie Badry from Nelson. Lane number 4, Lutza Birkenbosch from the Ducks. Lane number 5 is Jada Hesterman from the Haney Neptunes. Lane number 6, Bree Cutyar from Penticton. Lane 7, Elia Pym from Mission. And lane number 8, Aaron Campbell from the Abbotsford Whalers. All right, we figured that out. The right swimmers are in the water. The right swimmers are on the scoreboard. The right swimmers are in the timing system. I said the right swimmers.
You did a great job.
We're doing okay. We're doing okay. All right, this is the medal round. We are in the water for girls Division 6 100-meter breaststroke. I just have to make sure that I have my fingers on the right place on the heat sheet. Our early leader, that's Sarah Hagan from the Cowichan Valley Breakers in lane number 2. She has a great early start there. A sizable lead over everybody else. Let's see if she can maintain that throughout the race. Split time of 35.36 for Hagan. Let's check out the quality of the underwater turns there in lanes 4. Lane number 4 making up some time there. That is Lutza Birkenbosch from the Ducks. But Hagan trying to extend her lead with her strokes. Hagan is going to be the first to the bulkhead to head into the final 25 meters. Sarah Hagan in lane number 2. An outside lane. Let's see if she can find their way into the top of the podium. Sarah Hagan from the Cowichan Valley Breakers in lane number 2, trying to hold off a charge from their top seed. Lane number 4, Lutza Birkenbosch. Hagan and Birkenbosch. It looks like Birkenbosch might overtake her a little bit. Birkenbosch has overtaken her. Can Hagan hold on to the silver medal position, or is that somebody else going to catch her? It is Birkenbosch with the gold. Hagan finds her way onto the podium in silver medal. Time of 1:18.67. The bronze medal goes to Hesterman in lane number 5 of the Haney Neptunes, a time of 1:19.25. Congratulations to all those ladies, and as Christine just mentioned a couple races ago, so great to see the outside lanes find their way onto the podium.
Those are those surprise ones. I think some people during the prelim, sometimes they hold back a little bit, or they get that right fuel into them during the downtime. And all those things that you do to your body make sense in the
Well,
in the
that's
downtime.
just it. In holding back in prelims, sometimes it's a bit of a game that they play, and all they're trying to do is A, not get disqualified, and B, swim just fast enough to make the A final. Sometimes you lose at that game, though, when you find yourself in the B final. So it's a dangerous game to play.
It's a gamble.
We now have the B final for the girls Division 6 100-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 is Gwyneth Ray from the North Shore Winter Club. Lane 2, Rowan Lawler from the Oak Bay Orcas. Lane 3, Sophie Perlato of the Stingrays, Ladner Stingrays. Lane number 4, Chloe O'Dwyer of the Dawson Creek Seals. Lane number 5 is Ava Hirschler of the Campbell River Salmon Kings. Lane 6, Chloe Wong of Burnaby Mountain. Lane 7, Lauren Larson of Quesnel. And in lane number 8 is Helena Kalek of Maple Ridge. Is MR? No, where's MR? It's in the Caribou. Mackenzie Rainbows. There we go.
You have a great memory, Glenn.
Well, I was just thinking Caribou starts with M, thinking of all the towns up there.
Well,
all right.
There's 8 regions, and how many clubs are there within the province?
70 some odd.
Exactly, and you know them all.
All right, coming out of their underwaters, we've got a really strong underwater in lane number 3. Goodness gracious, that is Sophie Perlato from the Ladner Stingrays. She used that to propel her lead just a little bit more over lane number 4, Chloe O'Dwyer of the Dawson Creek Seals. Let's see if Perlato is able to keep that all the way into the end here. Perlato coming to the wall. What's the touch going to be? She does finish first of Ladner. Lane number 3, Perlato, time of 1:25.64. Second place goes to Larson from Quesnel. Third place goes to Hirschler from the Campbell River Salmon Kings. All right, we're going to have the boys Division 6 100-meter breaststroke A final. Lane number 1 will be Noah Oclarino from the North Delta Sunfish. Lane number 2, Jonathan Ewart of Mission. Lane number 3, Isaac Fung from the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 4, Michael Jakowski from the Poco Marlins. Lane number 5, Torrin Kwan of Burnaby. Lane number 6, Brett Friesen from the Kootenay Piranhas. Lane number 7, Cameron Jorgensen from the Langley Flippers. And lane number 8 is Rylan Doe from Burnaby. Off we go and into the water for some medals. The boys at Division 6 swimming 100 meters of breaststroke.
This is a tight race. Check this out.
Really tight right now between lanes 3, 4, and 5. Let's throw 2 and 6 in there as well. 3 Fung, 4 Jakowski, 5 Kwan, 6 Friesen. Emerging just with an ever so slight lead in lane number 4. That is Michael Jakowski of the Poco Marlins. But now pulling ahead of him just a little bit in lane 5, Torrin Kwan of Burnaby. They make the turn, 50 meters is complete. Jakowski touched first, Kwan touched second, and they come out of their underwaters pretty much just like that as well. Pushing hard in lane number 3, we have Isaac Fung of the Vancouver Vikings. He's trying to change his podium position and his medal color to a different color. We still have Jakowski in lane number 4 coming off the bulkhead, final 25 meters. Let's see what kind of gas he has left in the tank. We'll see if there's another gear for any of those other swimmers. Jakowski trying to widen his lead. Fung trying to change his medal color. Kwan trying to maintain his medal color. Gold medal does go to Jakowski, a time of 1:07.70. Kwan maintains that medal color, a time of 1:09.18 for the silver. And bronze goes to Fung, a time of 1:09.30. 12/100ths of a second separating silver and bronze.
You know, it really depends when the athletes do their turns. If they can see their competitors, right? So depending if you turn left or right, and when they're down there in that last 75 turn there, I can see lane 4 Jakowski saw his lane 5, and I bet you that gave him that little bit of extra boost for pushing through to get that gold.
And it is the beauty of the breaststroke because your head does come above the water, and you can use your peripheral vision just a little bit. You don't need to see exactly where they are, but you can just use your peripheral to catch a vision of where they are. We've got our B final now for the boys Division 6 100-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 is Connor Gertson of Nanaimo. Lane 2, Finn Boyle from the Prince George Pisces. Lane number 3 is Brock Phillips of the Poco Marlins. Lane 4, Lucas Nordstrom of the Sydney Piranhas. Lane number 5, Jonah Gunnison from Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 6 is Nico Zanata from the Langley Flippers. Lane number 7 is Grant Chen from the Richmond Kigus. And in lane number 8, we find Oliver Dickman from the Courtenay Blue Devils. Really tightly bunched here, lanes 2 through 6. 2 Boyle, 3 Phillips, 4 Nordstrom, 5 Gunnison, 6 Zanata. and they are still tightly bunched as they emerge from their underwaters. Maybe a slight edge to lanes 4 and 5, Nordstrom and Gannison, but really it's so tightly bunched, and the quality of the turns is going to make the difference here.
6 is in the running as well.
6 is definitely in the running as well. Lane 6 is Nico Zanata from the Langley Flippers. Coming out of really long underwater, our leader is clearly now lane number 4. That is Lucas Nordstrom, pushing hard to gain top 3 position. Lane number 2, Finn Boyle from the Prince George Pisces. He is currently holding that second medal position. Will he touch in that second place position? He does indeed. So first place is Nordstrom in lane number 4, time of 1:12.61. Right behind him, Finn Boyle of the Prince George Pisces in at 1:14.35, followed by Phillips of the Poco Marlins. And his time's gone from the board just like that. I can't talk fast enough to keep up with this. We're now going to have the girls OCAT 2 100-meter breaststroke. This will be for the A final. Lane number 1 will be Janaea Clegg from Squamish. Lane 2, Crystal Yu of Burnaby Mountain. Lane 3, Manisha Liu from Port Moody. Lane number 4, Flora Sue, Surrey Sea Lions. Vivian Lynn of the Burnaby Mountain Mantas is in lane number 5. Sylvia Sanchez is in lane number 6 with Crescent Beach. Lane number 7 is Kate Postlethwaite from the Sydney Piranhas, and lane number 8, Audrey Penner from Chilliwack. Into the water they go for the medals. The girls of OCAT 2 100 meters of breaststroke. Early lead right now, close between lanes 2 and 4. 2 is Yu, 4 is Sue. Crystal Yu in 2, Flora Sue in 4. Into the bulkhead they go, making their turn. We're going to check out the underwaters because I can't see them underwater as to where they are exactly. It is still 2 and 4. Crystal Yu with the lead in lane number 2. Being pushed hard in lanes 4 and 5 now. That's Sue and Lynn. Sue is in 4, Lynn is in 5. And also in 3, that is Manisa Liu from Port Moody. They've come off the turn. They're into the second 50. The lead still being held by lane number 2, Crystal Yu of Burnaby Mountain, but now pushing hard, getting a second win in lane number 4. We have Flora Sue from Surrey, and in lane number 5, we have Vivian Lynn from Burnaby Mountain. They all come to the bulkhead at the same time. We'll see if there's another gear here for Sue and Lynn in 4 and 5 to see if they can change that. But a great underwater in lane 2. Crystal Yu has regained the lead. She's lost slightly heading into the bulkhead. Is she going to be able to hold on it? Does she have the gas? No, pulling ahead now in lane number 5. We have Vivian Lynn from Burnaby Mountain. Vivian Lynn coming into the wall, and she's going to be in first, a time of 1:16.82. Second place go to Sue in lane number 4, time of 1:17.98. And Yu finishes in third place, a time of 1:18.01 over in lane number 2. We will now have the B final for the girls OCAT 2 100-meter breaststroke. Lane number 1 is Tiana Gian from Coquitlam. Lane number 2, Isla Hingston of the Ogopogos. Lane 3, Gabrielle Reed from Squamish. Lane 4, Grace Volker of Squamish. Lane number 5 is Emmy Garlapi from the Vikings. Lane number 6, Aaliyah Traxler of Burnaby. Lane number 7, Jennifer Che from the Tritons. And lane number 8, Hope Burton Smith from White Rock. Empty lane in lane number 5. So Emmy Garlapi is not there. Are we going to get in one of the alternates, either Sophie Jan or Anna Marie Molachek?
I do see 2 of the girls waiting there, and so the first girl, it looks like Sophie has raised her hand, so she looks like she's going to be going up there. What a great opportunity. You know, sometimes those alternates, they think that they should go home.
Yeah, she just gave a little pump there, getting some high fives from the other swimmers.
Look at that smile.
Absolutely, she's made it into a final.
And going into lane 5, fantastic.
So that's an OK swimmer, an Okanagan. Oh, so it looks like that's Anna Marie Molachek.
That's right.
Who's going into lane number 5, judging by the cap, which is an Okanagan region cap. That helps us immensely,
It does.
Right?
Well, sometimes the kids trade their caps.
Well, yeah. They do trade the caps.
Sometimes they do, but hopefully they don't do it at this point of the game.
Exactly. So that is Anna Marie Molachek has replaced Emmy Garlapi in lane number 5. Anna Marie Molachek swimming with, I'm not even sure
Surrey Sea Lions?
No, in the Okanagan region, SS.
Salt Spring Island?
Nope, the Okanagan. I'm really sorry about this, so we're just going to consult our list.
Similkameen Swim Club.
Similkameen Swim Club. Great job. Anna Marie Molachek from Similkameen Swim Club of the Okanagan is in lane number 5. Our leader is in lane number 4. That is Grace Volker from the Squamish Pirates. She is in tight now, actually maybe pulling ahead a little bit. In lane number 6 is Aaliyah Traxler from Burnaby. Traxler coming through in her underwater, and she is neck and neck shoulder to shoulder. Lane number 4, Grace Volker from Squamish. Entering into the conversation in lanes 2, 3, and 6. Lane number 2 is Hingston, 3 is Reed, and 6 is Traxler. They are on their final way in there. Our leader still is the top seed. Lane number 4, that is Grace Volker from Squamish. Really making a move now in lane number 6, Aaliyah Traxler from Burnaby. Is she have enough pool left to, does she have enough pool left to make up the time? I don't believe she does. She does not. First place does go to Volker, time of 1:22.73. Second place to Traxler in lane number 6, 1:23.64. And third place Hingston of the Ogopogos, time of 1:24.90 in lane number 2. All right, we're going to have the A final for the boys, OCAT 2 100-meter breaststroke. In preliminaries this morning, Derek Lim of the Vancouver Vikings, he set a new meet record, a time of 1:05.36, breaking the previous record set 2 years ago by Ryan Chang. Previous record was 1:06.40, so he took over a full second off of what the previous record was. In lane number 1, we have Jason Chung of Burnaby. Lane 2, Linus Fong of Port Moody. Lane 3, Neil Zhu of the North Delta Sunfish. Neil Zhu is in lane 3. Lane number 4 is Derek Lim of the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 5, Vincent Costa of Haney. Lane 6, Matthew Sue from the Surrey Sea Lions. Lane number 7, Cale Lacor of Port Moody. And lane number 8 is Jacob McNamee from Penticton. Great jump there from the top seed. That is Derek Lim from the Vancouver Vikings. In lane number 4, he is our leader, but a real tight bunch here. I'd say second place currently belongs to lane number 1. That is Jason Chung, but he is being chased by lane 6. Oh, he's being chased by a whole bunch of people right now. Lane number 5, first to the wall to touch second. Vincent Costa, the second seed. He is slightly in the second place position, but he is a full body length behind our leader, Derek Lim. Derek Lim approaching the bulkhead now, and he's going to make the turn shortly to make the final 25 meters towards a gold medal. And is he going to improve on his record-breaking time from this morning? Derek Lim from the Vancouver Vikings extending his lead. Powerful, powerful, powerful. Let's see what the rest of the podium positions are going to be. We have lane number 5, that is Costa. We have lane number 3, Zhu. Lane number 6, Sue. Derek Lim in a time with a 1:05.34, taking 2/100ths of a second off. So yet again a new meet record. Silver medal does go to Costa. Bronze medal goes to Zhu. Silver medal time of 1:07.63. Bronze medal time of 1:09.13. Silver in 5, bronze in lane 3. We'll have the B final now for the boys OCAT 2 100-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1, Jalen Ann from the North Delta Sunfish. Lane number 2, Cohen McNeil from the Courtney Blue Devils. Lane number 3, Tudor Cadiz from Coquitlam. Lane number 4, Nick Jia from the Vikings. Lane number 5 is Bowen Zeng from the North Delta Sunfish. Lane 6, Liam Choi from the Ogopogos. Lane number 7, Jinsei Yamamoto from the Burnaby Mountain Mantas. And lane number 8, that's Logan Wigger from the Courtney Blue Devils. Into the water they go. Let's check out how their jumps are. Early lead in lane number 7 with a good jump there. That's Jinsei Yamamoto from the Burnaby Mountain Mantas. Right beside him in lane number 6 is Liam Choi from the Kelowna Ogopogos. But really strong strokes happening in lane number 3. Tudor Cadiz from Coquitlam trying to find himself in top 3. He currently is, but our leader still is the leader off the blocks. Lane number 7, Jinsei Yamamoto. Really long underwaters. Great turn there by him. His lead is a full body length. The closest swimmer in lane number 4 now. That is Nick Gia of the Vancouver Vikings. He is the swimmer in second place, trying to move up his position into the bulkhead, making the final turn. Our leader is still Jinsei Yamamoto from the Burnaby Mountain Mantas. He emerges from his underwater still in that first place position. Second place position firmly being held by lane number 4, Nick Gia. Third place position battle happening right now between lanes 5 and 6. Coming in lane number 7, that is Jinsei Yamamoto, a time of 1:11.24 for first place. Second place is Gia in lane number 4, time of 1:12.17. And third place is Zeng of North Delta in lane number 5, a time of 1:14.68. The girls of Division 7 are swimming the 100-meter breaststroke, and they're swimming for some medals. In lane number 1 will be Emma Watson from the Prince George Pisces. Lane 2, Catherine Say, Nanaimo White Rapids. Lane number 3, Tessa Hunter-Siebert from the Sydney Piranhas.
I'm looking there, and I think lane 3 is missing unless they are going to be coming up there quickly.
Lane 3, Tessa Hunter-Siebert missing from this race here. We'll go through the rest of the swimmers. Lane number 4. We have Emi Nishi of the Richmond Kigus. Yeah, we should be bringing in somebody from the consolation race. I'll get you to actually, well, we'll just watch that together.
Yeah, what happens here is they bring them up onto the blocks. That's always a standard procedure, to bring them up onto the blocks to make sure that that person isn't somewhere hiding behind, that they just can't see them. And then once they see they're empty, they stand them down and they start the race again. And
it looks like Faith Kahn from the Cloverdale Tritons, who would be the top seed from the previous race, she stepped forward from behind lane number 4 blocks there as the next race waiting to go in, and she has moved herself into the spot vacated by Tessa Hunter-Siebert, not showing up. Hope she's okay.
What a great opportunity to be able to go for a medal now once you're,
absolutely. You were the top seed, the top seed from the consolation race, and that's why I really like that they do it this way for the senior swimmers.
Well, that's another good reason, right, not to dog it.
Absolutely.
During any race, give it your all at all times.
So we will have Emma Watson of Prince George in lane number 1, Catherine Say of Nanaimo in lane number 2, Faith Kahn of the Cloverdale Tritons in lane number 3, Emi Nishi of the Richmond Kigus in lane 4, Claire Guo from Burnaby Mountain in lane 5, Emily McKinnon of Mission in lane 6. In lane number 7, we find Cadence Jones of Nanaimo, and lane number 8, McKechnie Bishop Nickel from the Oak Bay Orcas. Emi Nishi, who I believe has some provincials records already this weekend. Let's see what's going to happen here. I don't know that that's in the sights here for the breaststroke, but she does have it in some other strokes in the fly, actually 50 fly earlier today. Yeah, she said it in preliminaries, but she is our leader right now in lane number 4. Emi Nishi from the Richmond Kigus. Right beside her is Claire Guo from Burnaby Mountain. Nishi and Guo are 1 and 2. Third place, silver or bronze medal position right now is lane number 6. Lane 6 is Emily McKinnon. But a good push happening in lane number 2. Lane 2 is Catherine Say. And also lane 7, that is Olivia Langdon. Sorry, lane 7 is Cadence Jones of Nanaimo. Off the bulkhead, final 25 meters, no doubt about it. Emi Nishi, unless she just stops swimming, I don't think there's enough pool for Claire Guo to catch up to her at the pace that Nishi has set. Stranger things have happened in the last 5 meters, though, but I think Nishi is going to be able to hold her off. She is indeed. Nishi with a time of 1:17.22. A great race by her, and a lot of time knocked off for the gold medal. Guo in lane number 5 gets the silver medal, and the bronze medal does go to Cadence Jones of the Nanaimo White Rapids in lane number 7, a time of 1:21.04. She took 2.5 seconds off, almost 3 seconds off of her time from this morning. So let's see which swimmer they're going to move into the lane 4 position here. Is it going to be Halen Joy Jose from the Ladner Stingrays, or is it going to be Brooke Smith from the Poco Marlins into the vacated lane 4 spot? What cap do you see there, Christine?
Looks to me like a Stingrays.
That is Halen Joy Jose?
I believe so. That's not a Simon Fraser with that pink cap there.
Okay. All right, so in lane number 1 is Madison Whitfield of the Sydney Piranhas. Lane number 2, Danielle Huber from Abbotsford. Lane 3, Alice Forbes of the Vancouver Vikings. In lane number 4 is Halen Joy Jose from the Ladner Stingrays. Lane 5, Georgia Oliver from the Richmond Kigus. Lane 6, Amelia McDonald of the Dawson Creek Seals. Lane number 7 is Olivia Langdon of the Abbotsford Whalers. And lane number 8, Linnea Hopkins from the Sydney Piranhas. Early lead right now in lane 3. That is Alice Forbes. Right beside her, Danielle Huber of Abbotsford in lane number 2, pushing hard to try to overtake those positions. We actually have swimmers in lanes 5, 7, 6, and 8. In lane number 5, that's Georgia Oliver. 7 is Olivia Langdon. 6, Amelia McDonald. Look at the swimmer in lane number 8. A great turn there. That is Linnea Hopkins from the Sydney Piranhas. She now is pushing for second place position. First place still being held in lane number 3. That is Alice Forbes from the Vancouver Vikings. Forbes will be the first to the bulkhead to make the turn for the final 25 meters. Let's see where they emerge from their turns, what sort of position changes have occurred. Our leader still is lane number 3. That is Alice Forbes. Right beside her in lane number 2, we have Danielle Huber. But now pushing hard is again Linnea Hopkins from the Sydney Piranhas in lane number 8. Hopkins has pulled ahead. Hopkins is widening that lead. First place in the consolation race is going to go to Linnea Hopkins, a time of 1:24.90, taking 4 seconds off of her preliminary time. Second place going to Huber in lane number 2. Third place going to Forbes in lane number 3. Great race by all those ladies. Linnea Hopkins coming from an outside lane into a victory position from that race. We now have the boys Division 7 100-meter breaststroke. This is the A final. Lane number 1, Alan Deng of White Rock. Lane 2, Alexander Penz of the Vancouver Vikings. Lane number 3, Matthew Mizukami from Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 4, Ian Baird of Coquitlam. Lane 5, Lucas Elzinga from Nanaimo. Lane 6, Adrian Wong of the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 7, Zaid Ewert from Mission. And lane number 8 is Grady Lenton from the Cloverdale Tritons.
These are some of the strongest swimmers here. This is really fun to watch when they do that first underwater pull off the blocks or off the bulkhead there to see how far they come. It's really fun to watch.
Absolutely. Especially from this vantage point, we can actually look down at them just underwater, just complete a bullet underwater.
It's a perfect view.
Our early leader after 50 meters is lane number 4. That is Ian Baird of Coquitlam. The real race at this time is for the silver and bronze medals being contested between lanes 1, 5, and 6. Lane number 1 is Deng, 5 is Elzinga, 6 is Adrian Wong. Lane number 1, our top seed, our leader, Ian Baird of Coquitlam. He's on the home stretch. Let's see where he comes out, how far down he comes out. 10 meters down the pool is where he emerged. That is Ian Baird. He is on the home stretch. He's got his sights set on a gold medal. Real battle in lanes 5 and 6 for the silver and bronze. Elzinga and Wong. Gold medal does go to Baird, a time of 1:07.12. Silver medal goes to Elzinga of Nanaimo in lane number 5, a time of 1:08.32. And the bronze medal goes to Wong of the Vancouver Vikings in lane number 6, a time of 1:08.75. Let's move on now. We've got the B final for the boys Division 7 100-meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 will be Evan Gannison of Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 2 will be Matthias Woodley of the of the Salt Spring Stingrays. I should get that name right. I've been saying it for years. Lane number 3 is Brody Nister of the Richmond Kigus. Lane number 4 is Connor Floyd of the North Van Cruisers. Lane number 5, Liam Wigger of the Courtney Blue Devils. Lane 6, Josiah Hesterman from Haney. Lane number 7 is Zedmund Dela Cruz from the Dawson Creek Seals. And lane number 8 is Damian Hurd from the Mission Marlins. This is the B final, boys Division 7, 100 meters of breaststroke. Strong lead right now happening from the top seed. That is Connor Floyd from the North Van Cruisers. He is cruising indeed, but a tight bunch. Lanes 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. 1, Gunnison, 2, Woodley, 3, Nister, 5, Wigger, 6, Hesterman for the second place position, second through sixth place. Making a move now in lane number 6, a really good turn by Josiah Hesterman. He's made up some ground, but now with the strokes in lane number 2 is Matthias Woodley of the Salt Spring Stingrays. Woodley trying to make a move, potentially even on first place with his strokes. Let's check out the quality of the turn by Connor Floyd from the North Van Cruisers. He comes out at the 9-meter mark there. He's trying to hold off a charge, and now in lane number 6 we have Josiah Hesterman of the Haney Neptunes. Hesterman and Woodley are battling out for second and third place. Nobody's going to catch Floyd as he comes into the wall with a touchpad time of 1:12.37 in first place. Second place does go to Hesterman in lane number 6, time of 1:15.06, and third place is Woodley in at a time of 1:15.34. All right, girls Division 8 100-meter breaststroke medal round. In lane number 1, do we have all the swimmers before I start reading out these names? Do we see everybody on the blocks? At the blocks? I think we do.
Yep, I count 8 there, Glenn.
Perfect, thanks. In lane number 1 will be Sasha Eaton from Nelson. Lane 2, Megan Bonakowski from Nelson. Lane 3, Justine Guillet from Prince George. Lane number 4, Luella Faulkner of the Kootenay Piranhas. Lane 5, Jennabelle Lynn from the Squamish Pirates. Lane number 6 is Allison McCoy of Burnaby. Lane 7, Cammie Hill of Burnaby. And lane number 8 is Zoe McDougall from the Courtney Blue Devils. Really good underwater there, jump off the blocks in lanes 4 and 7. Lane number 4, that is Faulkner. Lane number 7 is Hill. I believe they battled it out in a different stroke earlier in the day. I remember seeing those two names together, Faulkner and Hill. Our leader is the top seed, Luella Faulkner of the Kootenay Piranhas. Faulkner, the first to complete 50 meters. Let's take a look what her split time is, 34.76. Second place is Guillet from Prince George Pisces, and third place Bonikowski from Nelson, split time of 36.21. Tightly bunched for second, third, and fourth between lanes 2, 3, and 5. Lane number 2, Bonikowski, 3, Guillet, 5, Lynn. Our clear leader is Faulkner. Let's see if she can hold that in the final 25. She is into that final 25 coming off the bulkhead, doing her underwater pull. First one pull, second pull emerge. She does still have the lead, but a strong push happening in lane number 2. Megan Bonikowski of Nelson trying to get onto the podium. She is currently in the silver medal position. Bronze medal position currently is lane number 5. Gold medal definitely going to go to Faulkner. Time of 1:16.17. Silver does go to Bonikowski in lane number 2 from Nelson, a time of 1:17.18. And the bronze medal going to Lynn of Squamish in lane number 5, a time of 1:17.37.
Glenn gives me a little bit of a wave here and says, go, you've got the floor.
Yep.
No warning whatsoever. Got to stay on top of this here. This is the B final for the girls OCAT Div 8 100 breaststroke. This is the last of the breaststroke for the ladies. In lane 1, we have Lisa Sharp from Prince George. In lane 2, we have Jenna Bardock from North Shore Winter Club. In lane 3, Mackenzie Larkin from the Orcas. In lane 4, we have Brielle Woodruff from
Langley Flippers.
Langley Flippers. In lane 5, Sheila Thompson from Squamish. Lane 6, Sarah Grundy from the Orcas. Lane 7, Alicia McLean
Golden.
From Golden. That's far. And in lane 8, we have Addison Van Gien from Penticton. So right off the bat here, we have lane 4 leading, but right behind them is lane 3. They're going to battle it out. And with that peripheral vision, that's where those swimmers can see that it gives them that little push to want to go faster here. They're going to get their push off here, off the 50-meter mark. The split is 42.67. And let's see where they pop up here and who pops up first. It looks like lane 4 is still in the lead here. And then we have lane 3, Larkin, right behind her. Coming in on the third spot here, we've got lane 2, lane 5. It could be a few different people here that could be coming in the third place here, but lane 4 is still in the lead here at the turn. She's going to try to get as much propulsion there as she can to give her all that underwater is going to get you a little bit further ahead than coming back out. Lane 3 is coming in here as well. It looks like lane 4 is going to make the gold unless lane 3 can pull out some miracles here, but it's going to be lane 4, Brielle Woodruff with the gold at a time of 1:29.39. We have lane 3, Mackenzie Larkin with a time of 1:32.64, and coming in third is Thompson with 1:34.37.
There we go. Our race is in. Well done, Christine.
Thanks, Glenn.
Just throwing you into the fire.
He just throws me into the fire.
I just felt like taking a break and handing it over, and you were more than capable.
And you deserve a break. You work hard.
You are more than capable of doing this. All right, we're going to have the boys Division 8 100-meter breaststroke. This will be the A final. The boys have just been whistled up, and they are called down because
lane 8 is missing a swimmer.
Lane 8 is missing a swimmer. So our top seed is Ian Williams from the Prince George Pisces for the B final. I think was that not just Ian that was up on the blocks though? That's the
Which Ian are you talking about here?
Ian Williams in lane 4. So he should be going in for Bryce Anderson, who's the no-show, right? And right. I believe that was Ian that was up on the blocks. Maybe he's just checking in with the officials, making sure that he is the one that's going up there. Right. I mean, these are all coaches, right?
That's
so they
right.
all know each other. So
right.
you know, Bryce may have just said to Ian, "Hey, I'm not showing up," and Ian just went to the blocks, right, in lane number 8. So now he's making sure that the officials all know that the right person is going in there. That is definitely Ian with the coming in hot 8-ball cap
That's
there.
Right. Sometimes those coaches are tired. I bet you they rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah,
okay, it's
exactly,
your turn.
right? Now, Ian is the head coach of the Prince George Pisces, so he will be swimming in lane number 8. So we're going to have Owen Turnicliffe from Burnaby in lane number 1. Lane 2, Ruben Demler from Trail. Lane 3, Darren C. of Burnaby. Lane 4, Tristan Bennett from the Courtney Blue Devils. Lane number 5, Mervyn Gerardico from Chilliwack. Lane number 6, Logan Sparks of Mission. Lane 7, Drew Edwards of the Oak Bay Orcas. And lane number 8, the aforementioned Ian Williams. This is for the medals. This is the final medal race for the breaststroke today and this year. Well, I guess not, because there is a breaststroke component to the regional relay.
That's right. That's right.
Anyways, here we go. Lane number 4. That is Tristan Bennett from the Courtney Blue Devils with the lead right now, but a really good turn in lane number 5 for Mervyn Gerardico from Chilliwack. He made up some water. He didn't make up ground. He made up water. As long as he's not making water, well, he's at it here. So coming to the bulkhead, just 25 meters left to go. Tristan Bennett from the Courtney Blue Devils is on his way. Is he going to be able to hold off the charge from Mervyn Gerardico from Chilliwack? It is Bennett. It is Gerardico pushing hard in the bronze medal position. Lane number 3, Darren C. Bennett and Gerardico. Gerardico and Bennett. Bennett in with a touch with a time of 1:03.89 from the Courtney Blue Devils. Gold medal going to the Island coach. Silver medal going to Gerardico in lane number 5, and bronze medal does go to Darren C. in lane number 3, a time of 1:05.53. All right, let's see if either Oliver Dickinson or Rory Boyle will go in and swim for Ian Williams, who vacated lane number 4. That is an Okanagan swimmer in lane number 4, so that is Oliver Dickinson, who is now moving into lane number 4.
Oh, now we're missing lane 6 as well.
We're missing a lane 6 as well. The second alternate is Rory Boyle. I happen to know he was gassed after preliminaries.
I don't see anybody waiting on the sidelines.
Little side joke, right? He also had a flat tire. During the break, I went and helped Rory pump up his rear tire because he had a flat. So I don't know that he is going to be appearing here to take over the spot in lane number 6, but stranger things have happened.
Doesn't look like anybody's on deck there waiting to go.
No,
up, so
does not look that way. So it looks like lane number 6 is going to go empty. That is Andy Cho, who is missing in action. Here we go. We have Andrew Kwan of the Super Sharks in lane number 1. John McKay of the Oak Bay Orcas in lane 2. Will Mescue of North Shore Winter Club in lane number 3. Oliver Dickinson of the Ogopogos is in lane 4. Lucas Fong in lane number 5 of Port Moody. Charlie Liu of Port Moody is in lane number 7, and in lane number 8 is Paul Fricky from Trail. Our leader is lane number 3. That is Will Mescue from the North Shore Winter Club. He's trying to hold off lane number 5's Lucas Fong from Port Moody. Mescue and Fong, 50 meters complete, split times of 33:04 and 33:28. After they're underwater, still neck and neck, shoulder and shoulder, hip and hip, pulling ahead just a little bit with that last stroke in lane number 5. That is Lucas Fong from Port Moody. Lucas Fong will be the first to the bulkhead to make the turn into the final 25. Will Lucas Fong be able to hold this slight lead into a gold medal position? Chasing him currently in silver medal is Will Mescue, and we'll take a look at who's in for the bronze medal position heading into the final 25. First to pop up in lane number 2 is John McKay from the Oak Bay Orcas. I don't see anybody close to him. I think that's how we're going to finish. It is going to be Fong, gold medal in lane 5, silver medal to Mescue in lane number 3. Bronze medal is going to go to McKay in lane number 2. This is the B final. This isn't for medals.
No, it isn't.
No, it is not. I have made that mistake before.
That's okay. It gets confusing because when you go from the juniors to the seniors and it all goes different, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'd like to give everybody a medal.
that would be very nice, and I'm sure everybody would love to
but
have
that
one
would be a
too.
Participation ribbon, wouldn't it?
And as we're heading here into the girls Div 1 100 freestyle, this is going to switch back. So that's going to make us make sure we're going to keep us on our toes again.
Exactly.
So this B final here is going to start us off here. In lane 1, we have Marlo Lindsay from... Got to memorize all these. Glenn has all these memorized, but I don't. From Kimberly Seahorses. And in lane 2, we have Lexi Smutney-Tilly from North Van Cruisers. In lane 3, Melanie Clements from Mission. Lane 4, Blakely Wilkins from Squamish. Lane 5, Maya Lynn from the Kigus. In lane 6, Arlene Pan from the Delta Sunfish. Lane 7, we have Isabel Kim from the Surrey Sea Lions, and in lane 8 we have Alexander Wong from Burnaby Mantas. So these ladies are all sort of neck and neck right now. This is 100 meters for these kids. So this is Division 1. It's a long race for them. This might be sort of their first year at doing 100 meters freestyle. Luckily it is freestyle, the simplest of the actual strokes here, but we've got lane 2, Lexi coming in towards the 50 meter mark here, leading, and right behind her is lane 3, Melanie Clemens. And then right next there is we've got lane 4, Blakely Wilkins from Squamish. So these ladies, this is where we can see whether or not they've sort of kept a little bit of energy to get through this last 50 meters here. But we still do have lane 2, Lexi Smutney from North Vancouver, still leading this 100-meter race. Now we've got lane 4 sort of moving ahead here and, pushing off this bulkhead. This is going to give them a little bit of a push and know that, listen, in their minds, I know that they're thinking, I've just got 25 meters to go, maybe only 12 now. But it looks like lane 2, Lexi from North Vancouver, it looks like unless somebody can pull something off here, she's going to win the gold. And coming in at silver is going to be lane 4, Blakey Wilkins. Sorry, this is not for a gold. Thanks, Glenn. And this is the B final. Still very exciting race here. So we had, yes, confirmation of Tully from lane 2 in first place at 130.92, Wilkins second place 132.30, and Clemens from Mission at 133.91 coming in at third for the B final of the girls Div 1 100 freestyle.
Smooth, great call. You just took that right over. I didn't even get a chance to talk, so there we go.
Glenn was taking a little break here. Actually, he's slacking. Maybe were you slacking?
I slack.
You don't
I'm
slack
a slacker.
at all. You are a very hard worker.
We've got an empty lane in lane number 7.
They're going to have them step down here.
What happened?
Sure. Oh, they don't. You know what? I don't see any.
They should have moved somebody up from the consolation race.
Yeah, so that actually happens in marshalling. So there was probably nobody else to marshal there. They didn't have it. They might have not have had any of the alternates there, so they just carry on.
But they should have moved to B swimmer.
That's right.
Yeah. So this is the A final for the girls Division 1 100-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Aria Yuan from the Oak Bay Orcas. Lane 2, Annabelle Povazan from Haney. Lane number 3 is Kaya Yang from Port Moody. Lane 4, Carmen Say from the Sydney Piranhas. Lane number 5 is Meredith Clement from the Ogopogos. Lane 6, Avery Johnson of Chilliwack. And in lane number 8, Rachel Gao from the Langley Flippers. Our leader in lane number 4, that's our top seed. That is Carmen Say from the Sydney Piranhas. It's a sizable lead for her, but now making up some serious ground in lane number 3, pushing her hard, is Kaya Yang from Port Moody. Say off the bulkhead, 25 meters all is separating that young lady from a gold medal. Will she be able to hold off the challengers in lanes 2 and 5? And coming on hard also in lane number 6. Lane number 3 is Kaya Yang. Lane number 5 is Meredith Clement. Carmen Say coming into the wall. Gold medal time of 1:20.54. Silver medal goes to Clement, a time of 1:22.22. Bronze medal going to Yang in lane number 3, a time of 1:22.36. Great swim by all the ladies there. Carmen Say from the Sydney Piranha Swim Club in with the gold medal. Clement and Yang after her with the silver and bronze. We now have the boys of Division 1 100-meter freestyle. They're going to be the next ones coming up and onto the blocks and heading into the water. It's the B final, so no medals.
That's a good call there, Glenn.
Yeah, thanks.
We're on top of it.
We are. Lane number 1 is Madden Monroe from Wanafuco. Lane 2, Juno Sandbrooks from the Ogopogos. Lane 3, Mateo Tabac from the North Delta Sunfish. Lane 4, Theo Stent from Quesnel. Lane number 5 is Hudson Rasky from the Sydney Piranhas. Lane 6, Liam Liu from the Sunfish. Lane number 7, Jonah Dormer from Kimberley. And lane number 8 is Tony Yang from Coquitlam. Our leader is lane number 5. That is Hudson Rasky from the Sydney Piranhas. He has about a body length lead over the closest chaser, which will be lane number 7. In lane 7, we have Jonah Dormer from Kimberley. He is our closest chaser to Rasky's lane 5. Rasky the first to the wall, making his turn. Split time of 41.60. Still that body length lead. Dormer in 7 is still on the toes of Rasky in 5. Rasky trying to widen that lead. Dormer just pounding the water, trying to make up time on that lead. Third place position being battled out between lanes 6 and 3. In lane 6 is Liu, in 3 is Tabac. Tabac and Liu, 3 and 6. Rasky still with the lead in lane number 5 coming off the bulkhead. He's extended that lead. It's about a body length and a half, maybe even 2 body lengths. Hudson Rasky from the Sydney Piranhas in lane number 5. He seems to be fading just a little bit there. Coming in strong in lane 7 is Jonah Dormer. Jonah Dormer trying to make a move on Rasky. Rasky is going to get the touch in at a time of 1:27.66. Second place does go to Dormer, a time of 1:30.39, and third place is Tabak, a time of 1:32.28. Rasky's time of 1:27.66, an improvement of 4 full seconds off of his preliminary time from this morning. It's a lot of time to make up for a Division I swimmer, I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, like I said earlier, this is some of these kids' very first provincials.
Yep.
So it just amazes me at the strength and the will of these really young athletes and what they can achieve for themselves. I love watching these little ones grow.
Yep, in 10 years from now, you're going to be calling their names as they're set, you know, Div 7 and Div 8 and that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, they'll be moving water instead of the water moving them.
Right. We're going to now have the A final for the boys Division 1 100-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Benjamin Brock from the Dawson Creek Seals. Lane 2, Elias Sanya from Abbotsford. Lane 3, Cole Brecky of Haney. Lane 4, Joseph Lee of the North Delta Sunfish. Lane number 5, Simon Rossnagel, Langley Flippers. Lane 6, Zachary Funston of North Van. Lane number 7, Aiden Call of Mission. And lane number 8 is Theo Henderson from Squamish. Our leader is our top seed. That's lane number 4. That's Joseph Lee from the North Delta Sunfish. Really strong swim happening right now in lane number 2. That is Elia Sanya from the Abbotsford Whalers. But still, it is Lee first to make the turn. He is on to the second 50, split time of 36.75. And a really good advancement made now, potentially moving into second place in lane 7. We have Aiden Call from the Mission Marlins. Call potentially being overtaken in lane number 6 by Zachary Funston. Sanya, Funston, and Call really battling for the bronze and silver medals. And joining into that conversation in lane number 5, Simon Rossnagel from the Langley Flippers. Undisputed right now, though, our leader is Joseph Lee. There is nobody even close to him. His seed time was only 2 seconds faster than everybody else, but goodness gracious, he's going to finish way ahead of others. Silver medal now position looks like it is Elias Sanya. Gold medal does go to Lee, a time of 1:17.93, taking 2 seconds off of his seed time. Bronze, silver medal goes to Sanya from the Abbotsford Whalers, a time of 1:21.46, and the bronze medal going to Funston in lane number 6, a time of 1:22.31.
We've got the B final coming up here, Glenn, in the girls Div 2 100 free, so this is moving into Division 2. In lane 1, we have Juliet Ferguson from North Shore Winter Club. In lane 2, we have Ivy Patterson from the
Sydney Piranhas.
In lane 3, Isla Flora from the Ducks from the Okanagan. Lane 4, we have Lauren Gozan from the Delta Sunfish. In lane 5, Tabin Zandi from the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 6, Kira Pfiffer from the Richmond Kigus. Lane 7, Amelia Williams from Mission. And in lane 8, we have Kaylee Burke from the Orcas. The race should be starting here. It looks like I am seeing all 8 swimmers ready to go. This is the B final for the girls Div 2 100 free.
Yep, starter decided to clear the pool after that race. Not sure why, but they occasionally do that.
Yeah, sometimes the refs want a fresh start. I wouldn't be surprised actually if there was just a shift change with the officials. To be honest, it looks like I do see a whole bunch of new white shirt people there.
Actually, it was a page change. We turned the page, so they're rotating.
But the referees do a halfway
point as well.
Halfway point. There's 2 shifts happening here. All of these people are all volunteers. Everybody does need a break. Can't imagine if they were on that deck for 4 or 5 hours straight.
Yep, correct. Actually, across the pool there with the ball cap on, that is not with the headset.
Ian.
But there's Ian there, Brent Postlethwaite. I see John Siebert. Who else do we see?
Yeah, I see a lot of that's what it was. It was just a simple shift change
here. Shift change in those positions. Plus, on the heat sheets, just for random piece of useless information for you out there on the heat sheets, every time you turn the page of the heat sheet, the officials that are on deck that aren't in the referee or starter position rotate one position.
Yeah, they go clockwise. Sometimes the session referee may decide that they don't want to do it for certain races where they want to have certain officials watching the turns, things like that. But typically the most common thing is for officials to turn at the bottom of the page and they rotate clockwise.
Well, yesterday I was officiating stroke and turn during relays for the junior pool, and we didn't rotate.
Yeah, that's just because you get a little bit of continuity there when you're doing the takeovers, when you're watching, right? And he cheats for the
timers change.
Yeah, he cheats for those relays. There's only 2 races
per sheet.
Usually per sheet.
You'd be changing every second race.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you know, officiating, you do have to pay attention 100%. There's all these sort of minor movements that you have to be aware of what's going on. And getting into that rhythm makes it a little easier when you're in one place.
Well, there wasn't much rhythm for me. It was preliminaries for relays, and I was overseeing lanes 7 and 8.
Which stroke were you? What stroke
it
were
was
you
freestyle relay, and through the preliminaries, I only really ever had swimmers in lane 7. I never did have swimmers in lane 8. There was only 3 races out of the whole preliminaries that I had swimmers in lane 8, and there was 5 races where I didn't have any swimmers. So.
Wow.
I was really taxed for the hour and a half I was on deck there doing some officiating, but that's just the example. I kind of would have liked to have rotated yesterday because I was just standing there.
Sure, yeah. It's hard sometimes, absolutely. But again, why are we here? We're only here for the kids, right?
We're
we do it
only
all
here for the kids.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's great fun being able to bring this type of broadcast in conjunction with Sport Canada TV. They do the production here for us and a fabulous job. It's come a long way in the years I've been doing this. You know, when I first started doing this, we certainly did not have the swimmers' names following them in the lanes as they dove into the water. That is a super cool thing to see. But it's so nice to be able to go back for the swimmers and watch previous year's provincials because they're all on the BCSSA or Sport Canada TV YouTube channels. So swimmers can go back and repeatedly watch. They can send a link to their race to their grandparents to watch after the fact, and coaches might even use it for something. I don't know if they would or not because it doesn't zoom in quite enough. But it's just a fabulous thing that we've started doing this with the BCSSA to be able to share it with families all around the world.
Absolutely. And even I mean, kids these days, they're so crafty with all their electronics and whatnot. They're able to take their snippets out of their own races.
Did you really just say kids these days?
Kids these days, yes, I'm that old. and so they're able to do that because I'm going to ask my kids to do that because I certainly don't know how. But take those little snippets and, you know, be able to catalog that for themselves in whichever fashion that they choose, right? It is, and I think coming off the Olympics too, it's kind of neat to really see all those names. It's really professional, and it's really fun for the kids.
Do you guys want any drinks, coffee?
We've got these volunteers coming over here and offering us some.
I have some blueberries.
And we're not really supposed to be eating here, Glenn.
We're not on deck.
That's right. We're not on deck. You're right. Thank you very much. We are very far away from the deck. That is for sure. I thought I would appropriately turn.
People don't want to hear me chewing?
They don't want to hear you chew. Yes,
no.
I appropriately turned.
There is no sound to the chewing a blueberry, although it is frozen. It is refreshing.
It's absolutely refreshing.
My goodness, a frozen
blueberry. The sun just came out here a little bit brighter than it has been all day, so we're getting those glimpses. Looks like all the timers are in place.
Yep.
All those folks have been swapped out, so that's, again, some fresh fingers for the plungers. We have the automatic system, which is the quantum. For the timing system is the quantum, and then we have our timers as the backup. There's 3 timers per lane with a plunger. They plunge with their index finger only.
And it's the Swiss timing system as well.
That is, yeah.
Yep. Same system used at the Olympics.
These kids are our future Olympians, aren't they?
Another Olympic reference.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got those timers doing that backup, and then we also actually have a head timer, and they time for the first and second place finishers.
Yep, stopwatches.
That's right. Old school.
Because you have to have the backup because things do go wrong with computers.
Absolutely. Just like we saw on day 1 where the preliminaries, I'm not sure if you were here for that, but
sure
I was right in front of that, and they had to swap out that starter control unit, and it was third time lucky.
Yes, third time lucky.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we had some some challenges with the scoreboard. We weren't getting the swimmers' times on day one in the senior pool. They weren't showing on the scoreboard. No problems with the timing system, though, within the back end of it, the computer side of it. All of our important data and everything results were going out to Meet Mobile too. So it was just the display on the scoreboard. It's our first time at this pool. We have to, there's a learning curve involved.
Sure.
You know, the other facilities, you know, Kamloops we've been to many times. The Nanaimo team knows how to do things there. This isn't a public facility. It is a private facility. So it's not one that we have a lot of knowledge with. We have zero knowledge with, really.
It's a brand new.
Yeah.
How long is this? Do you know how old this is?
Yeah, maybe 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't been to UBC, this is a phenomenal facility. It is world class. It's a beautiful pool with some really nice features for a swim meet. You know, the blocks, the curbless, the water here.
The extra lane.
Yeah, the extra lanes on the outside. So this is actually a 10-lane pool. Most pools are only 8 lanes. Without having swimmers in lane 0 or 9, gives a little bit of advantage to all the swimmers from lanes 1 through 8 without having that extra wake of the side of the pool bouncing back at you.
Yep.
When
it's
you're
a
swimming.
Deep pool, so it's not bouncing off the bottom back up at them either. So it's just a great facility, and we can see there's a whole leisure area. There's another leisure pool, a dive tank. Mobility, accessibility, there's a ramp that rolls right down into the water, so for people with challenges in that regard, they can find their way into the water, and it's a very nice facility. I'm super happy that we have finally made it here, and I have to say, out of all the places we've hosted the Provincials, best PA system.
Oh, this has been fantastic. The sound is awesome. Yes, absolutely. And there's that first whistle. This is, again, I'm going to repeat this because it's been a little while here. This is the girls Div 2 100 freestyle. This is the B final. And lane 1, we have Juliet Ferguson from North Shore. In lane 2, we have Ivy Patterson from the Sydney Piranhas. Lane 3, Isla Flower from the Ducks. Lane 4, Lauren Gozen from Sunfish. Lane 5, Taven Zandy from the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 6, Kira Pfeiffer from Kigus. Lane 7, Amelia Williams from Mission. And lane 8 is Kaylee Burke from the Orcas. And let's see how these ladies are doing in the pool. Oh, they're kind of coming up to the bulks here. The bulkhead all even. Looks like we have lane 4, lane 3. Those two ladies here are kind of leading the way, but not by far. So it could be anybody's race at this point. Lane 4 is kind of pushing ahead a tiny bit, but also lane 5 is encroaching as well. Lane 4 looks like they're going to be touching the first here. Yep, and a nice little strong push off there. Lane 4 is leading. Lane 6 is also starting to make a little bit of a move for it. This is where sometimes kids get a little bit tired, and then they get that little bit of extra adrenaline off that 75 push. So now we have lane 4 going in, and they're going to push off for their last 25 here. Let's see who's second behind them. We've got lane 5 coming in there, Zandy as second, and I'd say lane 3 and lane 6 is going to battle it out here. We've got, yep, absolutely, lane 4, Gozen is going to come in for the gold, and lane 2, we have lane 5, Taven Zandy coming in for the silver, and then we had lane 6, Pfeiffer, coming in at third here. So Gozen came in first, Zandy at second, and Pfeiffer for third.
We'll move on now for the medals, girls Division 2 100-meter freestyle. The A final. In lane number 1, Casey Jantz Caranu from Chilliwack. Lane number 2, Marlo Wilkins from Squamish. Lane 3, Lila Pacheco from Mission. Lane 4, Rio Miller of the Richmond Kigus. Lane number 5 is Allison McCormick of Mission. Lane number 6 is Aurelia Doe from Coquitlam. Lane number 7 is Esme Peters from Burnaby. And lane number 8, that is Maya Hong from Port Moody. Strong start in lane 5. That is Allison McCormick from the Mission Marlins. She is off to an early lead, but being overtaken potentially in lane 3 by Lila Pacheco from the Mission Marlins. Two Marlins here trying to battle each out. Staying in that conversation on the podium, that is the top seed, lane number 4, Rio Miller from the Richmond Kigus. But our leader still is the leader from the beginning, Allison McCormick of Mission. She's the first to complete 50 meters. Her split time is 34:63. Her teammate in at 35:04 in lane number 3, Lila Pacheco. But Rio Miller with a great turn there in lane 4 for the Richmond Kigus. She is now in the second place position. McCormick trying to hold off Miller as they come into the bulkhead to make the turn. Allison McCormick in lane number 5 makes her turn, still in the lead, but a really good turn by Rio Miller has shortened that gap just a little bit. Is Miller going to kick it into another gear here to try and overtake McCormick? It is McCormick, and it is Miller. McCormick, I think she's going to do it. There's not enough pool left for Miller. McCormick for the gold medal, a time of 1:12.79, taking 3 seconds off of her time from this morning. Silver medal goes to Miller. And the bronze medal goes to Pacheco. Miller's time in at 1:13.40. Pacheco's time in at 1:14.80. In lane number 3, Lila Pacheco from the Mission Marlins.
Again, some of these kids here, they're only Div 2. This might be their first provincials as well.
Absolutely, yep.
I always say it's an honor to walk on deck. Doesn't matter where you are. So this is the boys Div 2, 100 free. This is the B final. In lane 1, we have Leo Young from Poco Marlins. Lane 2, Alexandre Parrott from the Kigus. Lane 3, Kingston Bates from
Cowichan Valley Breakers.
And lane 4, we have Teddy Mead from the Sydney Piranhas. In lane 5, we have Diego Costa from Haney. In lane 6, Oliver Havens from the Vancouver Vikings. In lane 7, we have Jens Stoffelsma from the Sydney Piranhas.
Yep.
And then again, we have Dallas Pankoff from the Piranhas. Is that different Piranhas in lane 8?
It's the Kootenay Piranhas.
The Kootenay Piranhas. I guess two clubs have the same name here. So what do we have here in the pool? We've got lane 5. That is Costa leading the pack here. With right behind them is lane 4, Mead. Down here in lane 8 is Pankoff. They're actually fighting it out here too. Might actually be taking the lead over here in lane 8. But lane 5 is right on their tail. So it's going to be a little bit of a cross here of lanes 4, 5, and potentially 8 here. Depends who's got enough gas in the tank just to get it to that touchpad here. We've got lane 5 leading here, but look at that. Out of nowhere here, lane 3, Bates has come in and is going to touch that touchpad first with lane 5 coming in at second. And then we've got lane 4, Mead, with a time of 1:21. First place came in at 1:17.92, and that was Young with Parrott at first place was 1:17 Bates, second at Costa 1:19, and Mead at 1:21.
It's a good race. There's a few changes there, back and forth. I like to see that. We're going to come up now to the boys Division 2 100-meter freestyle. This is the A final for the medals. In lane number 1 is Agankar from the Delta Sunfish. Lane number 2, Angus Brackstone, North Shore Winter Club. Lane 3, Hudson Meyer, Prince George Pisces. Lane 4, Ethan Gold of the Dawson Creek Seals. Lane 5, Algino Kindo from Abbotsford. Lane 6, Mateo Seng from Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 7 is Austin Peterson of Quesnel. And lane number 8 is Eric Lim from Burnaby. Tightly bunched group here of the leaders in lanes 3, 4, 5, 6 as they come up to the bulkhead to make the turn. Coming out of the turn, first to emerge from their underwaters is lane number 5 and 4. Those are our top 2 seeds. 5 is Okindo, 4 is Gold. Ethan Gold in 4, Elgino Okindo in 5, and pushing ahead now in lane number 6 is Mateo Seng from Burnaby Mountain. Seng's going to be the first complete 50 meters. His split time in at 34.87. Second place is Okindo, third place is Gold. They are on to the second 50 of this 100-meter race. It is still Seng in lane number 6 with the lead. Okindo in lane number 5 in second place. And it is Ethan Gold of the Dawson Creek Seals in fourth place. Coming up to the bulkhead, 75 meters complete out of 100. 75% of the way to the gold medal. Great turn there by Okindo in lane number 5. Elgino Okindo. He is trying to change the places, and he has overtaken first place, but is he going to be overtaken by Mateo Seng? Seng has pulled ahead of Okindo. Okindo and Seng. Seng coming to the wall. Gold medal goes to Seng, a time of 1:12.57. Silver medal goes to Okindo, a time of 1:12.98. And the bronze medal going to Gold of the Dawson Creek Seals, a time of 1:13.27.
That was a great little battle.
Really good battle.
Those kids fought. Now we've got coming up in the pool here, this is the girls Div 3 100 freestyle. Lane 1, we have Andrea Sanchez.
of Crescent Beach.
From Crescent Beach, we have Kaylin Sakamaki from Rasa. Lane 3, Maya Manders from Coquitlam Sharks. Lane 4 is Scarlett Sue from the Super Sharks. Lane 5, Min Ah Choi from Coquitlam Sharks. And lane 6, Callie Fleming from Wanda Fuka. Lane 7, Araya from Lagasse from Burnaby Mantas. And lane 8, sorry, that's Burnaby Barracudas. And lane 8 is Hannah Lee from the Delta Sunfish. So we have a fairly even swim right now, but we've got lanes 4, 5, 3 sort of leading off here in the pack. They're going to push off, and let's see where they end up when they pop off. Still a really tight race here, but we've got lane 5 leading here and lane 4 right beside her. Now these ladies can see each other beside each other too, so they're going to know where they are and how much faster they have to go to win this race. So getting to that bulkhead here, this is at the 75-meter turn. We've got a flip turn first from lane 4. That is Scarlett Sue leading now in lane 4, and we've got lane 5 here coming right up beside her. That is Choi. Let's see what's going to actually happen here at the touch pads. Yes, we have lane 4 coming in first at 1:10.23. We have Choi coming in at second at 1:11.35, and then coming in third here is Sakamaki at 1:12. So that those ladies have come in 9th, 10th, and 11th place. Those are the 9th, 10th, and 11th place of the province.
There you go. Pretty incredible when you put it in that perspective, right?
Absolutely.
We're going to have the A final for the girls Division 3 100-meter freestyle, giving out some more medals. In lane number 1 will be Elise Curtis from the Richmond Kigus. Lane number 2, Quinn Tarampi from Coquitlam. Lane 3, Elodie Sandler of the Ogopogos. Lane 4, Maya Folger from the Port Moody Aquarians. Lane number 5, Hazel Torrenbleet from Abbotsford. Lane 6, Josephine Sue of Coquitlam. Lane number 7, Noelle Emons from Mission. And lane number 8 is Ayla Martin from Squamish. Swimmers are in the water, and a great jump there by the top seed. That is Maya Folger from Port Moody. But a really strong strokes there through the first 25 in lane 3. Elodie Sandler from the Ogopogos. Making the turn and coming out of the turn in the lead. That's Maya Folger in lane number 4. Sandler still trying to hold on to her there and pushing hard. In lane 2, we have Quinn Tarampi from Coquitlam. Tarampi now moving into a second place position, slightly ahead of Sandler, but our leader still is Folger in lane number 4. 50 meters on complete now. Folger widens her lead just a little bit, but joining into this conversation in lane number 5, we have Hazel Torrenbleet from the Abbotsford Whalers. Torrenbleet currently holding the third place position, second place being held by Sandler right now in lane number 3 as they come to the bulkhead to make their turn. Our leader continues to be Maya Folger from Port Moody in lane number 4. She is being pushed hard in lane number 3. Lane number 3, that is Elodie Sandler from the Ogopogos in lane number 3 in the silver medal position. And lane 5 is Torrenbleet. Going to be able to move up. Silver comes down to the touch. Gold does go to Folger. Time of 1:07.89. Bronze goes to Sandler. Time of 1:08.49. And silver goes to 1:08.49 to Sandler. And bronze is Torrenbleet from Abbotsford in lane number 5. A time of 1:08.62.
Fractions of seconds.
Fractions of seconds.
Fractions of seconds. Up onto the blocks now is event 336. This is the boys Div 3 100 freestyle. This is the B final. In lane 1 we have Ryan Johnson from
Crescent Beach.
Crescent Beach once again. Lane 2 is Atticus Verstrate from Okanagan. In lane 3 we have Callum Knowles from Coquitlam Sharks. Lane 4 Bobby Lewis from the Piranhas from the Okanagan. Or the Kootenays rather, sorry. And lane 5 is Elijah Bradford from Penticton. Lane 6 is Griffin Godardi from the Kigus. Lane 7 is Harley Q from Mantas. And lane 8 is Oliver Gillens from Nanaimo. And we've got a strong leader here right now currently in lane 4 of Lewis. And right behind him, but lane 3. And then we've got lane 5 right after lane 3 here. So lane 4 is still strong. He's actually pushing a little bit forward here. And we've got lanes 3 Knowles and lane 5 Bradford kind of in second place. But look at this lane 7 down here. It's wanting to try to push through. Actually, even lane 6 is giving lane 5 a run for their money. But on that turn there of that last 75 there, we still have in the lead lane 4 Lewis. Let's see what's going to happen here for second and third place of this heat. We have lane 5 Bradford, which is probably going to hit the wall first, and then right after him is lane 6. So yes, we have lane 4 Lewis coming in at 1:11.90, and lane 5, we have Bradford at 1:13, and then we've got Gagardi from the Kigus at 1:13.92. Again, those are the 9th, 10th, and 11th finishers.
Christine, they're delivering iced coffee if you'd like one.
I've actually never had a cup of coffee in my life.
Oh,
Glenn.
my goodness. Well, now we know why I talk so fast. Loading them. Okay. This is the boys Div 3 100-meter freestyle A final. Lane number 1, Mauricio Rinch from the Orcas. Lane 2, Willem Buidelar from Mission. Lane 3, Ty DeBoer of Haney. Lane 4, Nathaniel Ewart of Mission. Lane 5, Jacob Bartz of Port Moody. Lane 6, Darren Pang of the Vikings. Lane number 7 is Billy Gray of Crescent Beach. And lane number 8 is Sam Bridge from the Ogopogos. Our leader in lane number 4, that's our top seed, Nathaniel Ewart from Mission in lane number 4. He makes the turn, 50 meters is complete. Second place position currently being held by lane number 6. That is Darren Pang from the Vancouver Vikings, followed by lane number 5, Jacob Bartz of Port Moody. Off the wall, 25 meters left to go. That is Nathaniel Ewart from the Mission Marlins. He has his sights set on a gold medal. Nobody's going to come between him and that podium top position. Gold medal looks like it is going to go to Nathaniel Ewart, but a real battle right now happening for silver and bronze between lanes 5 and 6, Bartz and Pang. Gold medal definitely is Ewart's, a time of 1:06.17. Silver medal does go to Bartz, time of 1:07.54, and the bronze goes to Pang in lane number 6 with a time of 1:07.56.
Moving here is into coming up on the blocks here is event 337 girls OCAT 1 100 freestyle. In lane 1 we have Lila Armstrong from Nanaimo. In lane 2 Neva Kelly from Squamish. Lane 3 we have Mia Huang from Coquitlam Sharks. In lane 4 is Bryn Emerson from Squamish. In lane 5 it is Elizabeth Enger
from the Campbell River Salmon Kings.
From the Campbell River Salmon Kings. That's a fun name.
Yeah.
In lane 6, Indiana Gacy's from Squamish. In lane 7 is Elsa Hugh from Rasa. And in lane 8 from the Sydney Piranhas.
Yeah, that's correct.
Jessica Jensen. Look at that. My memory is
You're doing good. Hey,
not so bad.
You are fantastic.
Okay, we've got that race started now. Ooh, this is a pretty even start here. We've got those middle lanes from lanes 3 to 7, kind of almost all the same here. So let's just see here who's going to turn first. It looks like lane 3 turned first there, and she's popped out there. That is Huang from Coquitlam Sharks. Well, she's actually taken the lead now. And then going into lane 4 is Emerson from Squamish is behind her. Sometimes people will take a little bit of a, they're a little bit of a bulk, they're a little bit of a time, and then they do their burst of energy in these last 50 here.
Yep, they hold a little bit back.
Yep, that's right, exactly. They've got, they're split there at 34.98. Still in the lead here is lane number 3, Huang, and right beside her for second place is lane number 2, lane number 4, Emerson. And let's see who's going to flip next there. Looks like lane 6, Gacy's. As long as these ladies are able to maintain that speed there, we're going to have lane 3, Huang, coming in first place for this heat. And then we have lane 4, Emerson, coming in at second. Now let's see who's going to come in here for third. It looks like lane 6 is going to make that as long as they maintain their stroke cycle there. So yes, indeed, we do have lane 3, Huang from the Coquitlam Sharks coming in first place at 1:15.60, and in second place is Emerson in lane 4 at 1:16.56, and in third place we have Gacy's in a time of 1:20.70.
It's a great swim by those ladies. Every time they swim, it's a great swim, and they're improving their times all the time. It's amazing how much time has come off over the course of the weekend by a lot of these swimmers. We're now going to have the A final for the girls OCAT 1 100-meter freestyle. Lane number 1 is Shelby Slang from the Ogopogos. Lane 2, Grace Cole of Salt Spring. Lane 3, Jennifer Wang, White Rock. Lane 4, Ella Gao from White Rock. Lane 5, Brooklyn Brecky of Haney. Lane 6, Ciara Choi from White Rock. Lane 7, Duyu DeClelly from White Rock. And lane number 8 is Lux Bresnet from the Ogopogos. Our early leader in lane number 3, Jennifer Wang from the White Rock Super Guppies. Second place position being held by lane 5's Brooklyn Brecky, followed by lane 4, that is Ella Gao. Wang the first to make the turn after 50 meters. 32.18 is her split. Right on her heels in lane 5, we have Brooklyn Brecky. Wang trying to widen her lead over Brecky, and Gao trying to join in the conversation for the podium. What color will it be? Pushing hard now in lane number 6, Ciora Choi from White Rock. She wants to change the conversation to include her on that podium, but no doubt about it, unless something strange happens, our gold medal is going to go to lane number 3. That's Jennifer Wang from White Rock in lane number 3. Brecky trying to hold off Gao to maintain that silver medal position. Gold medal does go to Wang. Her time in at 106.33 for the gold. Silver medal goes to Brecky, a time of 108.74. And Gao 1 exact second behind her in at 109.74. Wang, Brecky, and Gao. 1, 2, 3, gold, silver, and bronze.
Stepping up onto the blocks now, Glenn is event 338, boys OCAT 1, 100 freestyle. In lane 1, we have Luke Gerhardt from Powell River. In lane 2, Jax Milnes from
Campbell River,
thank you. In lane 3, Julian Waffy from
Courtney.
Lane 4, we have Riley Mastro from Rasa. In lane 5, Dayton Perry from the Langley Flippers. In lane 6, Gavin Hornby from
Campbell River
once again. In lane 7, Levi Vodala from Powell River. In lane 8, Alistar Van Gisek from Powell River or Campbell River once again. We've got a crew of Campbell River boys in the pool right now. Right now we have lane 4, Mazran leading the pack here with a close behind of lane 3, and lane 2 is getting in there too. So we've got Mazran, Walthy, and Milnes sort of in the mix here, and we've got lane 6 coming up here too, which is Hornby. Let's see what kind of push these kids get off here to give them that propulsion that they can get into that every little bit counts here. So we've got still lane 4 in the lead, and lane 6 is coming through here. Let's see who's got enough gas here. Who's going to push off that bulkhead first? It looks like it's going to be lane 4, and it is. And coming right after him is lane 6, Hornby. And then next we've got lanes 3 and lane 5. Oh, we've had a little shift here. So we've still maintained lane 4 here coming in at first. And it looks like lane 5 is going to be coming in at second. That's Perry. And we're going to have lane 3, Wathi, coming in at third. So indeed, the confirmation is first place at 119.01, Mazran. Second place is Perry at 119.86, and third is Wathi at 120.91.
Great. That was a good race, hey?
Yeah, that was a good race.
Absolutely good race, and a great call of it, too. My turn. So it's going to be the A final for the boys OCAT 1 100-meter freestyle. In lane number 1, Joe Zhang from the Vancouver Vikings. Lane number 2 is Ian Zhang from White Rock. Lane number 3, Caden Yan of the North Delta Sunfish. Lane 4, Jason Zhang from the North Delta Sunfish. Lane 5, Ethan Buembo of the North Delta Sunfish. Lane number 6 is Jae-Yun Feng from the Cloverdale Tritons. Lane number 7, Ewan Naylor from Powell River. And we have Ethan Wong of the North Delta Sunfish in lane number 8. We had a lot of Campbell River Salmon Kings in the last race. Well, we got a lot of North Delta Sunfish in this race. Our leader in lane number 5 from those North Delta Sunfish, that's Ethan Buembo. He is in lane number 5, holding off challengers from lanes 3, 4, and 6. In lane 3 is Yan, 4 is Zhang, and 5 is Feng. Buembo makes the turn, split time of 34.40 in first place, but great turns in lanes 3 and 4. Caden Yan and Jason Zhang have just moved ahead there. Lane 4, Jason Zhang of the North Delta Sunfish. I mean, lanes 3, 4, and 5 is Sunfish, Sunfish, Sunfish. Is it like Beetlejuice? You say it 3 times? Anyways, out is Jason Zhang from the North Delta Sunfish in lane number 4. He is in the gold medal position. He is trying to hold off a late charge here from Buembo. Buembo now has overtaken the gold medal position. A great final 50 meters by Buembo from North Delta, coming in for the gold medal with a time of 109.94. Zhang in lane number 4 is the silver medal winner, a time of 110.64, and the bronze goes to Yan from North Delta, a North Delta sweep, a time of 110.71. North Delta, North Delta, North Delta, gold, silver, and bronze.
It's always fun when you get to battle it out with your friends.
Absolutely.
These kids have been training together all season, and now they get to battle it out. So upcoming next year's event 339 Girls Div 4 100 Freestyle. This is the B final to start. In lane 1 we have Brooklyn Mercer from Port Moody Aquarians. In lane 2, Kaylee Caranu from Chilliwack. In lane 3, Marin Strasher from the Sydney Piranhas. In lane 4, Aubrey Dalebout from Agassiz. In lane 5, Megan Rebelli from the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 6, Lily Rash from the Delta Sunfish. Lane 7, Lila Barbareri from Nanaimo. And in lane 8, Mael Velhuis from the Vancouver Vikings. And I'm not sure if I said this earlier today, Glenn, or not, but I'd like to apologize in advance if I mispronounce anybody's names. I will try my best, but I know people spell their names differently than they sound, and there's silent letters and all that jazz, but I will apologize. I do mean to try and get it right.
Absolutely. You know, we say that in the pool as well when we're doing our announcing in the pool, and I say it on the broadcast. We try our best to get names right, and you know, oftentimes I'll see a parent in their name tag, and I'll actually ask them, how do I pronounce your last name for future reference? And I have butchered some names terribly over the years. My own name has been butchered. It's only 7 letters, but people struggle with it. So, you know, it's...
a while back, I remember calling somebody, hey, Mr. Buchanan, how are you doing, Mr. Buchanan? And later on, I realized it was Buchanan.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that simple. We try our best to get the names right, and we do apologize if we get them wrong. It's not intentional. We are doing our best.
That's right. And we've got the whistle up for these girls here on event 339. Girls Div 4 100 freestyle. This is the B final. In lane 1, we have Brooklyn Mercer from Port Moody Aquarians.
Yeah.
We have in lane 2 Kaylee Caranu from Chilliwack, and lane 3 Marin Strasher from
Sydney Piranhas.
In lane 4 Aubrey Dalebout from Agassiz. Lane 5 Megan Rebelli from Vikings. Lane 6 Lily Rash from the Sunfish. And 7 Lila Barbary from Nanaimo. And lane 8 is Mel Beltis from the Vikings. I know I said that once before, and I'm repeating myself.
You did, but that's okay.
But let's get these kids' names out there again here. And so who do we have coming in first here? This is actually quite a tight race here.
Wow.
We've got a lot of kids here kind of coming in the blocks, but it looks like 5 is going to touch first here. Perhaps 6 is going to go right after, but 2 is right on their tail as well. So right now we've got 5, 6, and 2. Lane 2 all kind of right in line. So it's going to see who has enough energy to push themselves off at that bulkhead at the 75-meter here. But it looks like lane 5, Rebelli. Yeah, we've got Rebelli sort of leading this pack here, but right on their tail is lane 6, which is Rashed. And geez, it is very close here, but it looks like, is lane 6 going to come through here? I'm going to have to look at the board for this one. And what we have is Dalebout from lane 4 coming in at first at 107.56. Lane 2 is Rebelli at 107.97. That was a tight race there. In lane 3 we had Rashed at 108.44.
That was a tight race right down to the touch here. It just got extremely loud in here. We've got the A final for the girls Division 4 100-meter freestyle. In lane number 1, Collins Creighton from the Ducks. Lane 2, Delilah Town-Sean from Wandafuco. Lane 3, Annika Crawford from Golden. Lane number 4, JJ Gia from the Tritons. Lane 5, Emma Croston from Coquitlam. Lane 6, Alexa Crane from the Ogopogos. Lane number 7 is Eliza Haig from Mission. And lane number 8 is Raya Payment from Coquitlam. Off they come the turn, all about 75, no, 70, anyways.
They're going to hit their 50 right here, Glenn.
Yeah, 50 meters complete there. The split in at 29.38 by Gia in lane number 4. She is battling out neck and neck lanes 4 and 5. Emma Croston from Coquitlam and JJ Gia from the Cloverdale Tritons. The real battle as well for the silver or bronze medal position between lanes 2, 3, and 6. Lane 2, Town-Sean, 3, Crawford, and lane 6 is Crane. Pulling ahead, JJ Zia from the Cloverdale Tritons. She's got her sights set on that gold medal. Gia and Croston. It looks like it is going to be Gia in lane number 4, the top seed with the gold medal, time of 1:01.91. Silver medal going to Croston from Coquitlam, a time of 1:03.40, and the bronze medal going to, actually it's a tie for the bronze medal between lanes 6 and 3, Crawford in 3 and Crane in 6, a time of 1:05.68. Love seeing ties.
Me too. It means they each get a medal.
That's correct.
Giving out medals is super fun.
Our colleague Brendan Connolly down at the medal presentation right now.
That's right. Up on the blocks now is event 340, boys Div 4 100 freestyle. In lane 1, we have Evander Houston from Nanaimo. In lane 2, we have Javon Okinda from Abbotsford. In lane 3,
Hao Zhang Chen.
Thanks, Glenn, from the Surrey Sea Lions. In lane 4, we have Ben Fitzpatrick from Boundary Bay. In lane 5, Cruz Costa from Haney. Lane 6 is Jonah Leong from the Vancouver Vikings. In lane 7 is Nathan Tan from the
Golden
again there. And in lane 8 is Andre Cardin Sandy from the Ogopogos. And they're off the blocks here again. You know, with freestyle, it's often that they will be a very tight race here, but let's see who turns off the first 25 first. It looks like lane 6 is getting their first turn off, but lane 3 is right behind them. Lane 3 has a slight lead on all these fellows, and it looks like we're going to have lane 4 come in there as well. Lanes 4, 5, and 6 are nice and tight in there as well. That's their push off at the 50. And now we've got lane 6, Leong, kind of leading, but ever so slightly. And look at that, we've got lane 3. This is a real back and forth race here of Chen in lane 3 here. Let's see what lane 5 and 6 are doing here. Geez, I can't even tell who pushed off first there, but these guys are very close. Lanes 3, 4, 5, those 3 gentlemen, these ones are probably going to hit that first here. It looks like perhaps maybe we're going to have lane 5 hit first. 4, 5, 4, 3. Am I right here in my predicament? Let me look at the clock here. Yes, I've got Costa in at 104.50. And then we've got Fitzpatrick from Boundary Bay at 104.62. And Chen, I missed it. It went so fast.
That's
there.
all right.
Jeez.
You know, I noticed there Chen in his final, as he came in the final 25, about 10 meters in, he had that lead. And then he almost did like a double punch, and I hope he hasn't hurt his shoulder, because he just did a little hitch right there, and he went from first back to third just like that. So I hope he's okay, because it looked like he sort of pulled up just a little bit there and did a double pump.
Yeah, well, let's hope not. You know, all these kids give it their 100%. This might be their last race of the day, so they just leave it all in the pool.
Absolutely.
And so, you know, I've seen kids get out onto the pool deck and they just sort of collapse because they've just run out of
Given
breath.
it all.
Yes,
Yep, there's
that's
not
right.
another meet next week to save it for. There's not another race tomorrow to save it for. We're going to have the A final for the boys Division 4 100-meter freestyle. Lane number 1 is Jackson Ferguson, North Shore Winter Club. Lane 2, Owen Young from Coquitlam. Lane 3, Eli Soto, Cowichan Valley. Lane 4, Matthew Hooper, Poco Marlins. Lane 5, Lucas McCormick of Mission. Lane 6, Edward Jew of Burnaby Mountain. Lane number 7, Maxime Ugandi from Burnaby. And lane number 8 is Timothy Nye from Coquitlam. Up to the bulkhead they go, and they're on their way back. And lane number 4, that is our leader, Matthew Hooper. He's won a few races already this weekend. I do believe I've said his name a few times. Matthew Hooper of the Poco Marlins is going to be the first to complete 50 meters, but right beside him in lanes 3 and 5. 3 is Soto, 5 is McCormick. Hooper off there, his split time of 28:22. Not too bad for a Division 4. Matthew Hooper in lane number 4, still holding on to that lead, still being chased by lanes 3 and 5. Eli Soto in 3 of the Cowichan Valley Breakers. Lucas McCormick of the Mission Marlins in lane number 5. Matthew Hooper still holding on to that lead. Eli Soto trying to move up on him in lane number 3. Eli Soto trying to kick it into another gear. Eli Soto trying to catch Matthew Hooper. Matthew Hooper trying to hold off Soto. He is going to, but not by much, but it is the gold medal to Hooper, a time of 59.94. Silver medal going to Soto from the Cowichan Valley Breakers, a time of 1 minute .59 in lane number 3. And the bronze medal goes to McCormick of Mission in lane number 5, a time of 1:01.64. We're moving through these races pretty well. What time is it? 4:03. We were expected to be racing this next race at 3:41. We started 15 or 20 minutes late, so we're keeping pretty much right on pace here, so this isn't too bad.
No, we're doing good here. Do you want to take the final there, Glenn?
Oh, sure. Okay. Unless you want it.
I think that you do a great job at the finals.
So this one, we've moved on to the girls of Division 5, and that means our medal races are the first races. This is the A final. In lane number 1 is Maya Paul from Coquitlam. Lane 2, Ilya Cooper of Squamish. Lane 3, Faith Telfer of Nanaimo. Lane 4, Mackenzie Braun in the City Piranhas. Lane 5, Julia Longmuir from Haney. Lane 6 is Alicia Bartz of Port Moody. Lane 7, Lauren Mackenzie of Penticton. Lane number 8 is Gabby Chevalier from North Van Cruisers. In the lead is our top seed. That is Mackenzie Braun from the Sydney Piranhas. She has about a half a body length lead over the swimmers in lanes 5, 6, and 3. In lane 3 is Faith Telfer. Lane 5, Julia Longmuir. In lane 6, Alicia Bartz. It is still Mackenzie Braun from the Sydney Piranhas with that lead on her hips and actually on her ankles now. In lane number 5, Julia Longmuir and Faith Telfer. Braun makes the turn off the bulkhead. She is extending that lead now. A great turn there. Longmuir slips back just a little bit more, and Faith Telfer is trying to move up on Longmuir. Mackenzie Braun, she is headed towards the gold medal. Faith Telfer and Julia Longmuir battling it up for the silver and bronze. Mackenzie Braun in for the gold, a time of 59.73, taking a full second off of her time from this morning. Silver medal going to Julia Longmuir in lane number 5, a time of 101.59, and just behind her in lane number 3, Faith Telfer of the Nanaimo White Rapids in with a time of 101.94. Mackenzie Braun leading that race from start to finish. There was no doubt in her mind.
That was almost like a Canadian geese.
It was. There was the V.
It was
the V.
Perfect V there.
Yeah.
Okay, still in the pool are coming up onto the block stairs event 341 girls div 5 100 freestyle. This is the B final. In lane 1 we have Yana Kristanova from Coquitlam Sharks. Lane 2 Jordana Boyce from the Langley Flippers. Lane 3 is Avery Clan from Nanaimo. Lane 4 is Cecilia Hobgood from the Ducks. In lane 5 is Nicole Paglonan from the Poco Marlins. Lane 6 is Caitlin McNichol from the Coquitlam Sharks. Lane 7 is Lindsay Johnson from Mission. And lane 8 is Caitlin Brotherston from the Stingrays. And right now we currently have in the lead is lane 4 Hobgood. And right beside them is lane 5 Paglonan Nicole from the Poco Marlins. We've got lane 1 in there pushing off rather right beside them. And all these other ladies are almost neck and neck. But we still have lane 4 Hobgood right beside lane 5 Pangolin. Nicole, I'm just gonna, that name's kind of long to keep saying that one over and over again.
Pangolin, yeah.
Pangolin, there we go, Pangolin. But here we go, we've got lane 4 coming in for the final here.
Lane 1.
And lane 1 there also is encroaching here. So now, you know, lane 1 might be overtaking lane 4 here. Let's see if they can push through and do that. Lane 1 is Kristanova. That's Yana from the Coquitlam Sharks. And yes, I think she did it. Yes, she absolutely did. Lane 1, Yana Kristanova from the Coquitlam Sharks coming in at a 104.80. Lane 2, Hogwood is 105.06. And lane 3 is Paglanan, 105.76. Good job, ladies.
All right, it's time now for the boys Division 5 100-meter freestyle. This is the A final. In lane number 1, we have Alexander Zhu from the North Delta Sunfish. Lane number 2, Rolka Du from Coquitlam. Lane number 3, Ryan Aspinall from Coquitlam. Lane number 4, Aiden Olton from Coquitlam. Lane number 5 is Jonas Landry of the North Delta Sunfish. Lane 6, Owen Hunter Siebert, Sydney Piranhas. Lane 7, Finley Lowe Peters of Nanaimo. And lane number 8 is Nathan Zhang from the Richmond Kigus. Our top seed in this race is Aiden Olton from the Coquitlam Sharks. He's the first to the bulkhead and makes the turn. He has about a half a body length lead over this right beside him is Jonas Landry from the North Delta Sunfish. And behind them a battle between lanes 3 and 6. Lane 3, Aspinall from Coquitlam. Lane 6, Owen Hunter Siebert. Our leader still is Aiden Olton from the Coquitlam Sharks. He's trying to hold off a charge from Jonas Landry from the North Delta Sunfish. It is Olton and it is Landry. They are going to be the first to the bulkhead to make the turn. Aiden Olton makes the turn off of the bulkhead, still with the lead over Jonas Landry from the North Delta Sunfish. Almost a full body length lead now for Olton. He had a great turn there and a great push off the bulkhead. Gold medal in his sights. Aiden Olton of the Coquitlam Sharks. He's coming in. His time will be 55.64. A great race by him. The silver medal goes to Landry in lane number 5, and the bronze medal goes to Aspinall, Olton's teammate, in lane number 3. Olton, Landry, and Aspinall, gold, silver, and bronze, times of 55.64, 56.40, and 58.26. Great race, gentlemen. Congratulations. It's time to go get your pictures taken and collect your medals. We'll have the B final now of the boys Division 5 100-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 will be Alexander Hopkins from the Kootenay Wave. Lane number 2, Wei Lam Wan from Burnaby. Lane 3, Ryan Gill of Mission. Lane 4, Evan Stoffelsmo of the City Piranhas. Lane 5, Dash Katardi of the Richmond Kigus. Lane number 6 is Max Elias of the Ogopogos. Lane number 7 is Alexander Wynn from the Super Sharks. And lane number 8, that is Alex Rasachak from the Abbotsford Whalers. Early lead is our top seed in lane number 4. That is Evan Stoffelsma from the Sydney Piranhas. Right beside him is Dash Katardi from the Richmond Kigus. Stoffelsma still has the lead in overtaking Katardi in lane number 6. We have Max Elias from the Coquitlam Ogopogos. Stoffelsma coming to the bulkhead to make the turn. 25 meters left to go in this B final. Evan Stoffelsma of the Sydney Piranhas still has the lead. He has widened that over the turn. Second place position looks like it is now Ryan Gill from the Mission Marlins. Gill has moved ahead, but trying to move in front of him is Dash Guittardi from the Richmond Kigus. It is going to be Stoffelsma in first place, the time of 1 minute .22. Guittardi gets second place, the time of 1 minute .55, and third place goes to Gill, a time of 1 minute .90. Congratulations, gentlemen. That is a great race. And it's time to move on to the A final for the girls division 6 100 meter freestyle. Lane number 1 is Kelly Blasco from the Courtney Blue Devils. Lane number 2 is Dea Chinali from the North Delta Sunfish. Lane number 3, Dalia Politeo from Poco Marlins. Lane number 4, Sarah Hughes, Poco Marlins. Lane 5, Alexia Smith of Mission. Lane number 6, Jade DeFondemure from the Ladner Stingrays. Lane 7, Avery McKnight of the Super Sharks. And lane number 8, we have Reese Lubin from the Oak Bay Orcas. Great jump there, tightly bunched as they've entered into the pool. So close right now, just a slight edge in lane 6. Lane number 6 is Jade DeFondemure from the Ladner Stingrays, but coming off the turn there, lane number 3 emerges with the lead. Dalia Politeo from the Poco Marlins. Politeo trying to hold off a charge from lane 1, Kelly Blasco from the Courtney Blue Devils, and a charge also in lane 6, Jade DeFondemure. Making the turn and heading into the second 50, our leader just by a little bit in lane 3, Dalia Politeo from the Poco Marlins. Dalia Politeo holding off charges from lanes 4 and 5 and 6. 4 is Hughes, 5 is Smith, 6 is DeFondemure. On to the final 25, winding out that lead. That is Dalia Politeo of the Poco Marlins in lane number 3. Right beside her in lane number 4, we have Sarah Hughes, also from the Poco Marlins. Are there going to be 2 Poco Marlins on top of the podium? There is indeed. Politeo in with a time of 1 minute .45 for the gold medal. Silver medal goes to Hughes, a time of 1 minute .73. And Smith from Mission in the bronze medal position, a time of 1 minute .93. That was an exciting race. The leads in second and third place positions kept bouncing back and forth. Great job, ladies. Make your way to the podium. We're now going to have the girls division 6 100 meter freestyle B final. In lane number 1, we will have Sophie Regland from the Abbotsford Whalers. Lane number 2 is Emma Lewis from the Kootenay Piranhas. I will get that right. Lane number 3 is Matea Wilms of the Ducks. Lane 4, Alexiana Bostoncool from the Ogopogos. Lane 5, Callie Badry from Nelson. Lane 6 is Ava Hirschler from Campbell River. Lane number 7, Ruby Forsyth from the Vancouver Vikings. And in lane number 8, we have Claire Warsaba from the North Van Cruisers. We've got some outside leaders right now. Looks like a slight lead in lane 1. That is Sophie Regland from the Abbotsford Whalers. She holds the lead just by a little bit over lane number 6, Ava Hirschler from the Campbell River Salmon Kings. They have made their turn, and the leaders still are Hirschler in 6 and Regland in 1. They're trying to make a move. Our top seeds, lanes 4 and 5. That's Bostoncool and Badry. Bostoncool in 4 and Badry in 5. But with the lead still, Sophie Regland from the Abbotsford Whalers. She's going to be the first to get the bulkhead, or is it going to be lane number 6? That is Ava Hirschler from the Campbell River Salmon Kings. Still with the lead tied, Regland and Hirschler. Hirschler and Regland pulling ahead just a little bit right now is Hirschler. Hirschler trying to hold off the charge from lane 4, the top seed, that is Bostoncool. In with the first place position is Hirschler, the time of 104.94. Second place goes to Bostoncool, and third place goes to Badry. All right, we've cleared the previous swimmers out of the pool. It's time for us to move on to the boys division 6 100 meter freestyle. This will be the A final. Oh, I'm not quite sure what we have here. I do apologize. The swimmers in this race did not make it to me. It's a 100-meter freestyle race. We do have a female and a male in the race here. And I've been informed that it's a couple swimmers who were missed in marshalling, unfortunately. So we are giving them the opportunity to race and so that they can get times in, and let's just see where they place. I'll let you enjoy the race because I don't know who it is. So I'll be back to you when we come back for the boys Division 6 100-meter freestyle. All right, so we're finishing up that race. I'm not quite sure what it was, but it was something. A couple swimmers that missed their opportunity earlier on in the finals, so they now have times officially entered. Looks like we need some help up here, so just 1 second here.
I'm back, Glenn.
You are back, Christine. Welcome back.
Yes. I had to go to the podium and take a few pictures.
You did have to go to the podium to take some pictures of a certain gold medal winner, did you not?
I did. Yes. I am a very proud mama.
Excellent. It's been a great weekend, hasn't it?
You know what? It's been a great weekend for so many athletes. For me in particular, I don't know. It couldn't be any better.
Yeah.
Like it's just been phenomenal. So I'm really proud of my boys. They've done really well. Where are we at here?
Well, we are coming up to 3:44. This is going to be the A final for the boys Division 6 100-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Owen McGregor for the Poco Marlins. Lane 2, Adam Rashad from the North Delta Sunfish. Lane 3, Colin Dew of Coquitlam. Lane 4, Callum Zeffley from the Wave. Lane 5, Lee Payment of Coquitlam. Lane 6 is Dylan Betts of the Poco Marlins. Lane 7, Mingfei He of Coquitlam. And lane number 8, that's Julian Maddy from the Surrey Sea Lions. Can you feel the power in the water right now? Like they are pounding the water. Our leader is Callum Zeffley from the Wave right now in lane number 4. He does have split time of 25:08. Absolutely ridiculous. He has a sizable lead over the closest swimmer to him. That's on his heels. That's Colin Dew from Coquitlam in lane number 3. Dew trying to make some moves, and he's trying to also hold on to a silver medal position. Make sure nobody catches him from behind. This race looks like it's belonging to Zeffley, though. Callum Zeffley from the Wave in the Kootenays, lane number 4. Let's take a look at what his time is going to be. 52:48, unofficially a new meet record, breaking the previous record set way back in 2005. Congratulations to him. Second place silver medal does go to Dew, and Rashad gets the bronze medal. Congratulations, Callum Zeffley from the Wave, a new provincial record.
This is the B final now, Glenn. This is event again, 3:44 boys Div 6 100 freestyle. In lane 1 we have Matthew Royer from the Delta Sunfish. In lane 2 Ryan Peters from Penticton. Lane 3 Mitchell Gauthier from Nanaimo. Lane 4 Elliot Tate from
Sydney Piranhas.
And in lane 5 Alex Kornescu from the Coquitlam Sharks. Lane 6 Simon Makak from
Sydney Piranhas.
In lane 7 Andrew Matheson from the Coquitlam Sharks. And in lane 8 we have Daniel Lim from the Vancouver Vikings. So we've got a little bit of an even race here, but it does stand out. We've got lanes 3, 4, and 5 going to hit the touch pads here first and push off again. That push off does have a big benefit here of them getting ahead here. So we've got lane 4 in the lead, which is Tate, and coming right behind him is in lane 5 Kornescu from the Coquitlam Sharks, and those two boys have come out there and right on their tail here. Might even be pushing forward a little bit is lane 6 Makak there. So we've got lanes 4, 5, and 6 here. These guys are both, they're going to finish this race here with a 56.49. Lane 4, Tate comes in 56.49. Lane 2 is Machuk at 56.62. And lane 3, Korneski from the Coquitlam Sharks at 56.72.
That was really close and tight, right down to the touch there.
Yes.
So it's time for the girls' OCAT 2 100-meter freestyle. Lane number 1 will be Clara Sue from the Surrey Sea Lions. Lane number 2, Aya Pateman from Squamish. Lane 3, Emma Asayoka from the Vikings. Lane 4, Kinley Emerson of Squamish. Lane 5, Kayla Tai, Burnaby Mountain. Lane 6, Katie Takai from Coquitlam. Lane 7, Paige Mumford of Port Moody. And lane number 8 is Vivian Lynn from the Burnaby Mountain Mantas. Into the water they go. It is tightly bunched here. Just a slight lead in lane number 5, Kayla Tai from Burnaby Mountain. She's going to be the first to get to the bulkhead to make her turn. But right beside her is Kinley Emerson from the Squamish Pirates. And also beside her, Emma Asayoka. Asayoka in 3, Emerson in 4, Tai in 5. They are our closest swimmers. And also in 6, we have Katie Takai from Coquitlam. 50 meters complete. First place is Tai in lane number 5. Split time of 28.54. She had a great turn off of the wall there. Propelled her to about a half a body length lead over the closest swimmers. Closest swimmers are in lanes 4, 3, and 6. Lane 4 is Emerson. 3, Asayoka. 6 is Takai. Kayla Tai in lane number 5 with the lead. Coming on in the final 25 meters. Pushing hard to move up on her is Kinley Emerson in lane number 4. Kayla Tai from the Burnaby Mountain Mantas in with the gold medal time of 58.59. Taking 2 seconds off of her time from this morning for the gold. Silver medal goes to Emerson in lane number 4, and bronze medal goes to Takai in lane number 6. Congratulations, ladies. It's time for you to go collect some hardware.
Stepping up to the blocks here now is the B final for that event 345 Girls OCAT 2 100 freestyle relay here. Looks like we have nobody in lane 8, so we are missing a swimmer in lane 8 as well as it looks like in lane 3. Sabine was here, and she had missed a race earlier as well. I remember that here.
I hope she's okay.
Maybe, yeah, who knows? But they're standing them down here. We do look like, it looks like we do have a swimmer hanging out there by the session ref. Perhaps they are going to be an alternate. Let's just see if they're going to check to see if there's any alternate for this particular race.
The alternate would be either Rihanna Zhang or Shanna C. Rihanna from White Rock and Shanna from Burnaby Mountain.
That's right. Yep, and it looks like the paperwork is going to go through, potentially. Sometimes those ladies there might be for the next race as well, so you never know. There's still a Div 7 freestyle after this, so there is one lady there standing, so she might be for a further race. But you know what? They're just doing their double check, and no, they are not going to fill those lanes. Actually, my apologies, lane 8 they did fill.
That's a Fraser South cap, is it? So that would be Rihanna Zhang. Or is it the right swimmer of Ella Chen?
Yeah, she may have just had a little bit of a delay behind the block there, so who knows? I'm going to go with Ella Chen.
Sure.
Because that's the person who should be there. And sometimes, you know, people get their caps on or their goggles or whatnot, but luckily...
Yeah, I don't see the timers with a replacement slip.
No runner. Nobody's running there. There was.
There is a replacement slip.
There was a replacement slip there. Somebody just whipped that out from the bottom there.
Isn't it great from this vantage point to see that?
I love it, and also just knowing the deck, right, and how it kind of works. It does help for us to give people some general information about what actually is going on and why we do have these delays.
So it looks like it probably is Rihanna Zhang then that is swimming in lane number 8, and nobody replaced Sabine in lane number 3.
So that means that in lane 1 we have. Oh, what's going on here?
That's a Mantis cap.
And that would be potentially.
She's going over to.
There we go.
Somebody, one of the officials over there.
Yeah, one of the biggest goals is to get people in the pool. So if we have empty lanes, let's just get those swimmers in the pool, and however we have to do it. If it does mean that we have to slow down the meet in order to do it, let's do it.
That's a Mantis cap, so that would be Shanna C. Moving on into lane 3.
Lane 3. Excellent.
There we go.
I'm very happy that those ladies hung around. They get to swim, so they get to compete for 8th to 16th, or rather 9th to 16th place of being in the province for this 100 freestyle OCAT event here. So in lane 1 we have Cody Cripps from Chilliwack, and lane 2 Olivia Harb from the Vancouver Vikings, In lane 3, we have Shanna C. from Mantas. In lane 4, Flora Sun from the Surrey Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Sophie McNeil from
Agassiz Harrison.
Agassiz, thank you. In lane 6 is Alyssa Gurin from Squamish. Lane 7, a teammate, Sydney Bain from Squamish. And then in lane 8, we have Rihanna Jiang from Rasa. And so we are now into our second leg here and heading towards the 50 mark. And we have lanes 4, Shanna pushing off first, and right beside her is lane 5, which is McNeil. McNeil has now pushed forward in lane 5, but lane 4, our alternate, Shanna C, is actually right beside her there. Coming up, and maybe potentially a third place there is lane 2, Harb. But let's see what's going to happen here on this last leg, heading towards that 100-meter mark. And that touchpad, we've got lane 5, McNeil, looks like she's going to touch first, and then lane 4, that alternate who came in, Shanna C, is going to touch second, and then we have lane 2, Harb, coming in at third. So that final time for first place was 101.10 by McNeil, 101.65 by Sue, 101.89 by Harb. What a good race for these ladies. And see, alternate, look at that.
Yeah,
she
exactly.
came in third place, so good for her to hang around.
You bet. Time for the boys OCAT 2 100-meter freestyle A final. Lane number 1, Dylan Lowe, the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 2, Bowen Zheng of the North Delta Sunfish. Lane 3, Matthew Sue from the Surrey Sea Lions. Lane 4, Derek Lim of the Vancouver Vikings. Lane 5, Adam Graham of Burnaby. Lane 6, Isaac Janes of Mission. Lane number 7 is Manny Montecab from Burnaby, and lane number 8 is Jode Wood from Port Moody. That's a tight bunch hitting that bulkhead, and I'll bet you those officials felt it as the boys hit it there.
That's always fun, being on the bulkhead. Yeah. If you get a little nauseous, it might not be a good place for you.
Tight race right now. Our leaders look to be lanes 1 and 5. Lane number 1 is Dylan Lowe. Lane number 5 is Adam Graham. Lowe swimming for the Vancouver Vikings. Graham swimming for Burnaby. Pulling ahead just slightly and actually trying to make a move now. Isaac Janes in lane number 6 from the Mission Marlins. He's one of the leaders hitting the bulkhead. They just have 25 meters left to go. This is for some hardware, and this is really close. Derek Lynn in 4. Janes in 6. Graham in 5. Let's include lane number 3, Matthew Sue, coming down to the touch. Gold medal goes to Janes of Mission in lane number 6. Silver medal, Outside Smoke, Low in lane number 1, and Lim in lane number 4 with the bronze medal, 54.65, 54.89, 54.90. Gold, silver, and bronze, Janes, Low, and Lynn. Great race.
And that was all within a quarter of a second of each other.
Yeah.
That was a very tight race. See, it looks like we might even have here, this coming up under the blocks now is Heat 2. This is the B final for the boys OCAT 2 100 freestyle. But it looks like we might have another couple of empty lanes here.
Yeah, I'm seeing 3 and 6, is it looking like?
And I do see 100%, I recognize one of those Coquitlam swimmers over there as an alternate, Kagan Gelty. So I bet you he's going to get to come up on the blocks here. So maybe they might not even whistle them up. Let's just see what they're going to do. If they're clearing the pool, that sometimes gives us a little bit of a clearer advantage of getting some of the people out of the way to make sure 100% that if those lanes are indeed free.
Plus, there's no need for those swimmers to sit in the water while we figure it out behind the blocks, right?
Exactly, yeah. It's always nice to have a nice clean pool.
They're looking to get to the podium.
That's right. Those were the A finals that we're getting out, wasn't that? So there's just a little bit of paperwork that they do, and it's making sure they've got the right names and the right lanes, and then transferring that information over to the people in the computer so that the results can be put up onto the screen appropriately as well as printed off correctly.
And that just goes to show you again just how many people it takes to run a swim meet effectively and properly, because there's just that's 4 different people you just talked about that were involved in making sure that the right swimmer swims the right race and gets their correct time.
There's a lot of hands that have to touch this to make it perfect.
And then after it happens, there's about 4 more hands that need to touch it as well.
Maybe even more.
Maybe even more.
Someone's got to run that piece of paper outside
That's
to take
right.
that up on the wall.
Somebody needs to push it to meet mobile.
That's right. There's definitely swim meets are machines and a lot of moving parts for a lot of people. And again, that boils down to having that swim family and working really well with a whole bunch of people. Well, you're quite the pleasure to work with, Glenn.
Well, yes, as are you, Christine. And I do want to mention too that Christine has a wealth of experience white shirting, officiating. That's why she can make comments like this. And I highly recommend you join the white shirt family and officiate, because it gives you a better understanding of how a meet runs, and then it'll make you less likely to be one of the complainers when a meet slows down and there's a bit of a pause, because you understand what is happening and what is creating that pause. Having a better understanding of the whole flow means a lot.
Indeed, they did get that alternate in there. So in lane 1, we are going to have Brody Buck from Squamish. In lane 2, Connor Holmgren from Abbotsford Whalers. In lane 3, we have that alternate, Kane Gelty from the Coquitlam Sharks. In lane 4, Eli Rice from Agassiz. Lane 5, Druin Penny from
Salt
Spring. In lane 6 is Oliver Van Zeek from Campbell River. Lane 7 is Kenneth Zhang from the Sunfish, and lane 8 is Jason Chung from Burnaby Barracudas. So right now we have coming in to touch the wall first. It's going to either be between lane 4 and 5. It looks like those boys just touched off at the exact same time there, and they are almost neck and neck. Coming up right on their tail here is lane 7. So we've got lanes 4, 5, and 7 sort of kind of in this battle here, coming into that 75-meter push-off here. And again, we've got lanes 4 and 5. So that is Rice and Pinney. Let's see who's going to make it in to that touchpad first and win this first place position. It looks like it's going to be lane 5, Pinney at the first place here, and lane 4 is going to be Rice. And I'm going to, let's see if I can catch this before I move on to tell you what just happened, is Buck in lane 1. So that finisher was finished off at 57.27. We had a little bit of a mishap here, hey Glenn?
The lights went out.
All the lights went out, and so we could tell that there was some sort of power surge or something here. That wouldn't have been good at this point of the meet. Anyways, the lights came back on. We were all back and running, and that was what you heard that big cheer for, was that yes, this is going to continue on.
Fortunately, the scoreboard didn't shut off, and neither did the laptops at the crash desk up here with us. So this is going to be the girls division 7 100-meter freestyle. It's the A final. Lane number 1, Kipling Zaz from Nanaimo. Lane 2, Gabrielle Waddell from Abbotsford Whalers. Lane 3, Emily McKinnon of Mission. Lane 4, Tessa Hunter-Siebert from the Sydney Piranhas. Lane number 5, Cadence Jones from the Nanaimo White Rapids. Lane 6, Rowan Larkin of the Oakby Orcas. Lane 7, Rose Esplin from the Langley Flippers. And lane number 8 is Georgia Oliver from the Richmond Kigus. Our leaders are lanes 4 and 1. Lane number 4 is Tessa Hunter-Siebert from the Sydney Piranhas, and in lane number 1 is Kipling Zaz from the Nanaimo White Rapids. They are holding the 1 and 2 positions. Charges happening right now from lanes 2, 3, and 5. In lane 2, Waddell, 3, McKinnon, and 5 is Jones. Chasing Jones beside her is Rowan Larkin, but the leader still in lane number 4, Tessa Hunter-Siebert. She is holding the lead over Kipling Zaz from Nanaimo. Hunter-Siebert and Zaz in 1 and 2 on the home stretch, being chased in 5 by Cadence Jones of Nanaimo. Gold medal is going to go to Tessa Hunter-Siebert, time of 59.76. Silver medal goes to Cadence Jones of Nanaimo, time of 101.83. Bronze medal going to Kipling Zaz of Nanaimo, time of 102.34. That is a Vancouver Island sweep of the podium for the girls Division 7 100-meter freestyle.
Lots of enthusiasm from the crowds here. It's great when people's families are able to come out and give them some support, cheer them on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've got Heat 2 here. This is the B final for event 347, Girls Div 7 100 freestyle. In lane 1, we have McKechnie Bishop Nicole. And I've got interrupted here because they've had these swimmers step down here. Let's check to see here. Are they missing a lane?
I see 8 swimmers.
I do see 8 swimmers here. So there might have been some other technical issue that we're unaware of up here. But I've got in lane 1, McKenna Bishop Nichols from the Orcas. Lane 2, Emily McKinnon from the Super Sharks. Lane 3, Adriana Lee also from the Super Sharks. Lane 4 is Danielle Huber from Abbotsford Whalers. Lane 5 is Amelia McDonald from the Seals. Lane 6 is Alice Forbes from the Vancouver Vikings. And lane 7 is Brooke Smith from Coco Marlins. And lastly, in lane 8 is Katrina Lowe from the Mantas. So let's see here. We're at the 25-meter mark, just pushing off here. We've got lane 4 sort of out in the lead here, but there's not far behind her are lanes 3 as well as 2 and 5. They're kind of coming in here now. Lane 4 is probably going to touch the wall first, along with lanes 3 and 5 right after them. Yep, she's still holding the lead here in lane 4. That's Huber. from the Abbotsford Whalers. Lane 5 is also actually on her tail here. That's McDonald coming in. Let's see who's going to push off here. Yes, it is indeed. Lane 4 is pushed off first. That is Huber. And we've got Lane 3 and Lane 5 sort of neck and neck here. I'm not sure who's going to come in the second place here, but it certainly looks like Lane 4 Huber is going to take the first place finish here. And it looks like Lane 5, if she can get that stroke in there first before, and sure, yep, indeed she did. We have the first place finisher as Lane 4 Huber at 105.91. Second place is McDonald at 106.69, and Lane 3 is Lee in 107.24, which was in Lane 3. Good swim for those ladies.
Great swim. Fun to watch. We're going to have the boys Div 7 100-meter freestyle. This is the A final for the medals. Lane number 1 is Alexander Penz from the Vancouver Vikings. Right beside him, Nicholas Penz, surprisingly also from the Vikings. Lane number 3, Tyrell O'Dwyer from the Dawson Creek Seals. Lane 4, Ian Baird, Coquitlam. Lane 5, Alex Ninabar, the Oak Bay Orcas. Lane number 6, Angela McCarrick, Coco Marlins. Lane 7, Owen Larson of Quesnel. And lane number 8 is Grady Lenton from the Cloverdale Tritons. They're already on their way back. Their leader is lane number 3. That is Tyrell O'Dwyer from the Dawson Creek Seals. Beside him in lanes 4 and 5, Ian Baird and Alex Ninabar. O'Dwyer completes 50 meters in 25.04 is his time. And a great underwater there, great turn in lane 4, Ian Baird from the Coquitlam Sharks. But the strokes of Tyrell O'Dwyer have taken him in front of Baird. It is O'Dwyer and Baird to the bulkhead first. O'Dwyer emerges first, Baird right beside him. Baird and O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer and Baird for the gold medal. Baird and O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer in 3, Baird in 4. It's going to come down to the touch. Gold medal goes to O'Dwyer, a time of 53.54 for the gold medal from Dawson Creek. Silver medal goes to Baird, a time of 53.77, just a quarter second behind. Bronze medal goes to Larson from Quesnel, a time of 54.75. A couple Caribou boys there up on the podium, and a Coquitlam boy along with them.
That's one of those swims where if the amount of energy that they're pushing that water could create electricity,
right,
you might be able to...
Well, the lights wouldn't have gone out.
That's right. We've got now here, this is the B final for the Div 7 Boys 100 Freestyle. In lane 1, we have Andrew Mitterboek from PMA. In lane 2, we have Liam Rankin from the Sydney Piranhas. Lane 3, we have Kieran Walsh from the Tritons. Lane 4 is Alexander Evans from Nanaimo. Lane 5 is Colby Watson from Prince George. Lane 6, Rowan Campbell from the Abbotsford Whalers. Lane 7 is Keegan Otsabudu Pap from the Salt Spring Stingrays. And lane 8 is Andrew Friesen from the Piranhas, from the Kootenays. And these guys are fast. They've already passed through. They're heading on to their 75-meter mark here. And we've got lane 5. Well, it's kind of a little bit of a even race here at lanes 4, 5, and even 6 here. It looks like lane 5 pushed off first, heading back towards that 100-meter mark, and lane 4 is right beside them on their tail. We've got lanes 3 and lanes 6 right in there, but let's see who's going to finish this race off. If I had to guess, it's tight. This is tight. Who's going to hit that first? It is going to be Watson with 57.46 in lane 5. Lane 2, lane 4 is Evans coming in at second at 57.56, and in lane Rankin, lane 2 came in too fast for me to write it down.
I missed it.
I was trying to do the lane numbers and everything else there.
All right, so we are going to have the girls Division 8 100-meter freestyle A final. In lane 1, Jenna Blythe, North Van Cruisers. Lane 2, Lauren Deal, Poco Marlins. Lane 3, Megan Bonikowski from Nelson. Lane 4, Rachel McInnes of Nanaimo. Lane 5, Cosette Bachman from the North Shore Winter Club. Lane 6, Justine Guillet from Prince George Pisces. I think I'm not saying that name right. Lane number 7 is Harriet Busby from Boundary Bay, and lane number 8 is Hannah Unger from the Abbotsford Whalers. 25 meters are done. Our leaders are tightly bunched. I'd say just a little lead right now in lane 6. That is Justine in the mispronounced last name of Guillet of the Prince George Pisces. And lane number 1 also, that is Jenna Blythe from the North Van Cruisers. Guillet now being joined with the lead lane number 5. That is Cosette Bachman from the North Shore Winter Club. Guillet and Bachman. And also in lane number 1, Jenna Blythe. Jenna Blythe of the North Van Cruisers coming in with some outside heat there. She is being chasing down lane 5. That's now our leader, Cosette Bachman from the North Shore Winter Club. Bachman extending her lead. Second place position is now being held by the other top seed, Rachel McInnes of Nanaimo. Bachman going in, she is going to have the gold medal, a time of 59.61. Silver medal goes to McInnes, a time of 101.17. And the bronze medal going to Blythe in lane number 1, a time of 102.02.
Stepping up on the block here is the Heat 2. That's in the B final for the Div 8 Girls OCAT 100 Freestyle. Once again, we do have some empty lanes here, but I do not see any standby alternates there, and they just did a peek, and I don't believe they've seen any, so they're going to whistle these ladies up officially. In lane 1, we have Jenna Chung from the Burnaby Barracudas. Lane 2 is Sandra Vasile from the Delta Sunfish. In lane 3, Sasha Eaton from Connell. In lane, that's not correct, what's that? Nelson, sorry about that. It threw me off. In lane 4, we have Zoe Johnson from the Vancouver Vikings. And in lane 5, we have Bianca Cavalieri from
Merritt.
In lane 6, we have Michelle Riff from the Langley Slippers. And in lane 7, it's Megan Hashizaki from the Ducks. And in lane 8 is Stacy Cole from the Abbotsford Whalers. And in the pool, they're already on their way to the 50-meter mark. We have lane 4, Johnson, and lane 6, Riff. And then we have lane 5 that is going to push off Cavalieri right there. Let's see who pops up first here. It looks like lane 6 did. Ref from Langley. Right beside her is lane 7, Hashizaki from the Ducks. But currently right now what we have in place here is lane 6, Ref Michelle from Langley. Let's see if she's going to push off first here. This is again for the B final. We've got lanes 4, 5, and 6. Looks like these three are going to be coming in here for first, second, and third. Let's see who touches first here. Indeed, it is lane 6 coming in at first at a time of 108.74. That is Ref. In second place is Johnson with 108.99. And in third place is Cavalier at 109.23.
We're going to come to our final individual medal race of the weekend. This will be the boys Division 8 100-meter freestyle. This is going to go fast. In lane number 1 will be Jack Savage of the Ducks. Lane number 2, Yvonne Sandquist of Burnaby Mountain. Lane 3, Ethan Jones of Mission. Lane 4, Ricky Milnes, Campbell River. Lane 5, Lucas Buck of Squamish. Lane 6, Drew Edwards of the Oak Bay Orcas. Lane 7, Daniel Lynn of Coquitlam. And lane number 8, Darren C. of Burnaby. Again, we're feeling and hearing the power as they are pounding the water. Quick jump there in lane 3. That is Ethan Jones from Mission. He has just a very little lead right now as he comes out of the turn over the closest racers in lanes 2, 4, and 5. 2 is Sandquist, 4 Milnes, 5 is Buck. Into the turn now, 50 meters complete in lane number 3 in 24.84 seconds. Lane 3 is Ethan Jones from Mission. Chasing him down is Ricky Milnes of Campbell River in lane 4 and Buck in lane 5. It is Jones, Milnes, and Buck as they come to the bulkhead into the final 25 meters. Jones still holding the lead over Milnes and Buck. Buck trying to hold off a charge by Sandquist. Jones is going to get this gold. It looks like, what will his time be? Gold medal time of 52.04 for the gold medal. Milnes in for the silver at 52.60, and the bronze is Buck in lane number 5, a time of 53.42.
You're so right that you can hear that water, Glenn. Sometimes when you're on the lower deck, you can't even hear yourself talk if you're there because the sound of the water loud. They are crashing around. It's like waves smashing.
You know, on those hot summer days at an outdoor meet, you love timing when they do their turns because you get soaked.
It's a nice refresher, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So now stepping up onto the blocks is, again, this is the very last individual event of the 2024 BCSSA Provincials.
Wow.
This is the boys OCAT Div 8 100 Freestyle. They've just whistled them up here. We've got in lane 1 Zachary Gramiak from Kamloops. In lane 2 Tim
W.
They've got a fancy name for him, but I can't recall it off the top of my head right now, from the Poco Marlins. In lane 3 is Ruben Demlier from Trail. Lane 4 is Aiden Teffler from Nanaimo. Lane 5 is Morgan Sparks from Agassiz. Lane 6 is Lucas Corsander from the North Van Cruisers. 7 is Oliver Dickinson from the Ogapogos. And in lane 8 is David Whitney from Rasa. And so right now we have in lane 4 the leader of this heat. Right beside them is lane 3, and on their tail is lane 5, which is Sparks. once they do this turn here. We still see Tefler in lane 4 as the leader. Coming right behind him is lane 5, Sparks. And still right beside them is that lane 3, Demler from Trail. Those 3 guys look like they just flipped all at the same time here. They are, look at, they're almost in unison. Look at, maybe they're in the synchronized swimming too. Who knows? But we've got, this is gonna be really tight. Let's see who's gonna touch first. I'm gonna guess 3. And sure enough, it is 3. That's Demler from Trail at 55.82. And in second place is lane 5, Sparks with 55.95. And lane 4, we've got Tefler at 56.38 in place 3. We'll now be moving on to the relays.
Yeah.
These are the regional relays.
These are the regional relays, and what this means, so it's regional medley relay.
That's right.
So it is the top swimmer of each stroke from the region. So whoever for Division 1, for the girls, we're doing them first. Oh, no, it's mixed. Sorry, we're not separating.
That's right.
So it's combined, so whoever the top swimmer is in backstroke, in breaststroke, in butterfly and in freestyle, you combine them all onto one relay team. So you've got swimmers could be potentially from 4 different teams,
or even more. There's some regions that they create the teams within the region, right?
Yes.
So, for example, the region I'm from, there's 5 clubs, so they still pick the 4 top the 4 top swimmers or athletes, but they do also create, there's a medley relay, there's also a freestyle relay.
Okay.
So they used to divide those into male and female, but now they do it mixed.
Right.
So right now we have event 351, the mixed Div 1 200 medley relay here.
Right.
This is heat 1 of 1, so they were ready to go right away. So in heat 1 here, or rather lane 1 from Kootenays, they have Ashton Ingham, Marlo Lindsay, Taylor Lenaric, and Margot Cardenas. In lane 2, we have from the Vancouver district, Daniela Lee, Daniel Woolley, Zachary Funston, Charlotte Jung. From Vancouver Island, we have Cameron Say, Soren Jacobson, Ruby Hyung, Hudson Haraski. In lane 4, from Simon Fraser, Devin Wei, Amelia Chen, Tony Yang, Kaya Yang. And from the Caribou, we have Henry Glue, Annika St. John, Theo Stent, Audrey Plett. And from the Fraser Valley in lane 6 is Annabella Povazan, Cole Brecky, Avery Johnson, and Simon Rosnagal. In lane 7 is Fraser South, Joseph Lee, Damien Doe, Isabella Kim, and Arlene Pam. And then in lane 8, lastly, is Okanagan, Georgia Sandler, Taya Evans, Cody Klett, and Felix Hartley. So these guys this is the medley relay. Each person is taking a turn at a different stroke. They've decided between the 4 of them and their clubs of who's doing what stroke. We have here in lane 4, Simon Fraser, and lane 6, these are our 2 current leaders. Just going into the pool for these guys is the fly. This is the 3rd leg of this medley relay.
Here's a good choice. Here's a good little trick for you. On the scoreboard, you see the numbers down the right-hand side there. It starts at 0 though, so the first swimmer is swimmer 0, second swimmer is swimmer 1.
Third leg.
This is our 3rd swimmer. When the final swimmer gets in the pool, it says number 3.
That's right. So here we have lane 6 is our leader right now from the Fraser Valley. Their last swimmer there is ready to go, and nice dive in from their last swimmer from the Fraser Valley. And then we had lane 4 from Simon Fraser. They just jumped in, and that was their last swimmer going in there. The last leg of this medley relay is the freestyle. So we have still in lane 6, we have the Fraser Valley in first place. Lane 4, we have Simon Fraser. And coming up into 3rd, it looks like we are in lane 7 with Fraser South. This is always an exciting race for so many people. If you can think about it, there's four swimmers per race there. And yes, indeed, we do have lane 6 from Fraser Valley coming in first with a time of 2:53.42. Second place, I may have read that wrong. In first place, we have, I'm getting a little confused here with that board, Glenn.
First place is Vancouver District.
Vancouver District in lane too. There might have been a soft touch there.
I think there was a soft touch.
I think that's what kind of threw me off here. Let's see if that gets corrected when they go to the next screen here, so we can tell you. But that final time for sure was 2:53.42, and I can see that the board isn't changing right away because they may be doing some corrections here.
They can't do the board until all the swimmers are in.
Right.
So we still have swimmers in lanes 1 and 8 coming in here. Kootenay District in lane number 1 and the Okanagan in lane number 8.
That's right. And again, these are Div 1 kids. This may be their first provincials ever.
Yeah.
And there we go, lane 1, touching that pad right there.
So we'll take a look here and see. So soft touch on lane 1 there as well. They got it adjusted.
Let's just see here once they flip that over. Let's do a little confirmation here of who came in first, second, and third.
What do you want to do about 2? Because two was not in first. They were late.
Yeah, I can overhear some things happening here, and everyone's trying to figure that out for sure of who came in first. They got to do that.
There we go. First place Fraser Valley in lane 6. Second place Fraser South in lane 7. And then they flipped it away on us.
Yeah, I caught Fraser Valley, Fraser South, and then Simon Fraser for third place.
There we go.
Fast.
Yeah.
That was Div 1.
Yes.
That was really fast.
Still Div 1.
We're going to have to stay on top of this.
Still Div 1, still freestyle.
That's right. So what they're doing is they're switching. They're doing between the medley and the freestyle, the relays.
Yeah.
And again, those are mixed. We have 2 female and 2 male athletes per team. It's always a lot of fun. There's, like I said, so many people here in the stands, so it gets really loud, and I'm sure you can hear that feedback from all these families cheering on their athletes. This is going to be the last race for these athletes for the 2024 BCSSA Provincials. Everyone's giving all the energy they have in this in these last moments here. It's really bittersweet for some people because it's the end of provincials. It's been a long 3 days here. You know, we're approaching here at 5 o'clock. I don't know about you, Glenn, but I was awake at 4:30 this morning.
Yeah, I was awake at 5. I don't think I'm going to catch the 5:45 ferry.
I'm going to have to say no. You might have to change that reservation if you had one.
No, next one's at 10:30.
Oh, geez, that's a little bit of a wait. So we are missing lane 6 here. And nobody is in lane 8. Okay. So this is the mixed Div 1 200 freestyle relay. In lane 1, we have Simon Fraser with Bradley Unilla, Sienna Hughes, William Kim, Soraya Akami. In lane 2 is Vancouver Island with Lincoln Bates, Eleanor Human, Madden Monroe, Aria Yuan. In lane 3 is Fraser Valley with Aiden Paw, Bay Smith, Rachel Gao, Elia Sanya. In lane 4 is Okanagan, Meta Bal, Eliza Lajarka, Janot Sandbrooks. Lane 4, and Meredith Clement. In lane 5 is Vancouver District, Kai Godo, Lexi Smititelli, Theo Henderson, Madeline Sedlick. In lane 7, we have Fraser South, Mateo Tabak, Brissy Chan, Dave Dawson, and Maya Lynn. So these are the second swimmers.
Second swimmers are in the water, you betcha.
Second swimmers in the water. In lane 3, Fraser Valley is in the lead right now. And coming up is lane 5 from Vancouver District. These races can go any way because the first place, second place, third place, fourth place swimmer, they may have something up their sleeves that have a little bit of energy. Right. So it's always anybody's race. You just never know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, might be an ace in the hole with the last 2 swimmers, and it could make up a huge amount of time. It's a little bit of strategy involved in placing the different swimmers in their different times.
That's right. Yeah, the coaches put a lot of time and effort into who goes when.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to coming up to the handover for our final swimmers. Our leader still is lane number 3. That is the Fraser Valley. But the lead is not what it used to be. Lane 5, Vancouver District is really closing in. Is their final swimmer going to be able to make up that little bit of a difference? Final swimmers into the water. Fraser Valley still in lane number 3.
Yep, we still see number 3 there in the lead. That's Fraser Valley. And we've got lane number 5 from Vancouver District coming in at second. But we do see lane 1 from Simon Fraser coming in over there too. Now, as long as there's no slowdown here, they could still do that. So yes, absolutely, lane 3 came in from Fraser Valley in first place. And we had...
So what do you got there? You got Fraser Valley first place, Vancouver District second place.
There we go.
And Simon Fraser third place.
It's all happening very fast here, Glenn.
Yeah, but you're doing an amazing job, Christine. I'm just sitting back and relaxing at this point.
This guy has taken a break here. But everything is happening quite fast here. And so it's a little bit of catch up. And like I said, for me, this is all new. And I am trying to capture as much information as I can off the screen as quickly as I can and relay that to you folks out there watching from home, far and away. Like, again, lucky that we have this live stream for those people. I don't know about you, Glenn, but my brother's in Germany. He's watching my kids, whether or not he's awake, but he's in Germany.
That's what this is all about. Love that. Yeah. Absolutely love that.
So now this is the Div 2 medley. Okay, so they do fly, back, breast.
If you go BB, yes, BB, back, breast, fly, free.
Back, breast, fly free. That's it. Back, breast, fly free. That is the order in which these swimmers will swim, and they each do 50 meters each of that stroke. In lane 1, we have the Fraser South, Ohm Agankar, Emma Lynn, Alexander Parrott, and Rio Miller. Lane 2 from Simon Fraser, we have Eric Lim, Esme Peters, Mateo Sang, Mia Hong. In lane 3 from Vancouver District, Taban Zandi, Juliet Ferguson, Lazarus Lam, Angus Brackstone. In lane 4 from Fraser Valley, we have Liam Joss, Allison McCormick, Elgine Okindo, and Lyle Pacheco. Lane 5 is Vancouver Island, Teddy Mead, Francie Mead. They must be related there. Ivy Patterson, Kingston Bates. In lane 6 from the Okanagan is Isla Flower, Emma Irwin, Benny Caccioni, Caden McKay. And in lane 7 from Kootenays is Walter Lewis, Summer Edge, Dallas Pankoff, Ireland Thompson. And in lane 8 from Caribou is Lauren DeFriends, Hudson Meyer, Ethan Gold, and Haley Frost. So coming in, what we have now is some people here have started the third leg with the fly. We've got lane 2 and lane 4, both in their third leg here. These two, it looks like lane 2 is going to do their turn first and head back to the freestyle person to do their last 50 of free. We've also got lane 5 coming in at third place so far, if they can maintain that. But like we said earlier, there are some people that get strategically placed because they're really fast at their last leg of freestyle. So that was lane 4 that just jumped in. So they are in first place. That's the Fraser Valley. And right behind them in second place is lane 2, which is Simon Fraser. Third place, I've got to just check all this. There's a lot of kids here, a lot of noise happening, a lot of water moving. So we've got lane 5 coming in at third place from the Vancouver Island. So as long as these swimmers are able to maintain this, we've got lane 4 from Fraser Valley going to come in and take the gold for this regional medley event. And in lane 2, we have Simon Fraser getting the silver. And then coming in on third, I do not think lane 1 is going to catch them, but it looks like lane 5 from the Vancouver Island is going to go in and catch that bronze. The first place finishers at 2:32.56. Fast little race for these kids. And super fun. Like you said, Glenn, earlier, there could be 4 different clubs here.
Exactly.
Right, on one team.
Yep.
Another way for some real good camaraderie for the competitors within their region.
Well, these swimmers, they compete all year long, but when they come to provincials, they become teammates within their regions. I know for my region on the island, there's the individual teams, but we are the Gators. When it comes time to come to provincials, we are the Vancouver Island Gators. We're proud to wear the Gator T-shirts. We do the island chant of the chomp, the island chomp of the
That's
Gator.
fun.
And, everybody in our region loves coming together and being part of the Gator team.
Yeah, those Gators have a really good cheer.
Yes.
During the break between the prelims and the finals, sure enough, if I had to vote for a team that, or a region that had the best cheer, I'm going to say that it was those Gators. They were on the ground on the turf. Did you see them?
Of course.
They had a great cheer there. It was really fun to watch. Okay, now we've got up on the blocks here. This is the freestyle. So this is the mixed Div 2 freestyle relay. In lane 1, we have Kootenays, Jameson Lancaster, Kiana Zeffley, Tyson Sargent, Sedelia Campbell. In lane 2 is Vancouver Island, Sydney Legit, Xavier Heston, Kaylee Burke, Jen Stoffelsma. In lane 3 is Simon Fraser, Aurelia Doe, Leo Young, Emily Hyde, Leo Q. Lane 4 is Caribou, Oliver Stent, Eleanor Patterson, Austin Peterson, Addie Seguin. Lane 5 is Vancouver District, Connor Ho, Marlon Wilkins, Elsa Chu, Oliver Habbins. In lane 6 is Fraser South of Lauren Gosen, Nicholas Crasto, Rowan Nasso, and Maggie Zhao. Lane 7 is Fraser Valley of Amelia Williams, James Jiang, Tiago Costa, and Vivian Park. Lane 8 is the Okanagan, Esme Hartley, Sebastian Weber, Macy Clement, and Ari Stretch. So we've got all 8 lanes filled here, and these are the second swimmers into the pool right now. Looks like lane 3 is the leader of this heat happening here. We've got lane 2, and actually I can see here lane 7 is also swimming their little heart out here, waiting for their next person to jump off the blocks there. But lane 2 was the first ones off the blocks there with their third swimmer, and lane 7 had their third swimmer off second. So right now we've got lane 3 in first place, lane 7 in second, and I'm going to say that lane 2 is in third place. So these are for medals. These kids are giving it their all. We still have lane 3 heading back towards the blocks there for their fourth place, their fourth swimmer to go in here. Lane 7, which is Fraser Valley, and we've got lane 3 from Simon Fraser. Lane 6 is going to give lane 3 a run for their money in that third place finish there, in which they just jumped off. So still we have in first place lane 3 from Simon Fraser. I believe that's right. Is that right, Glenn? Yes,
I believe so, yeah.
Lane 3, we've got first place from Simon Fraser. And then we've got lane 7 is Fraser Valley. They don't have anybody on the block, so they're going to maybe get in second place here. But who knows? They might actually come over and beat lane 3 to Simon Fraser, but it doesn't look like it. Simon Fraser is going to make it to their first. And then we've got lane 7 from Fraser Valley. They've got their bronze. And then third place has gone to lane 5, Vancouver District. That winner for the gold was at 2:23.56 from Simon Fraser. In second place is Fraser Valley at 2:24.53, and third place is Vancouver District at 2:28.67.
You're getting good at this. You really are.
I don't know. I think all it is just having to talk fast.
Yeah.
You just got to get yourself through
it. You talk
it.
without thinking.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'm learning from one of the best here, so I can only give the credit to you here.
Oh, you're way too kind. We'll move on, so you can take a rest.
Thanks, Glenn.
If you want. It's going to be the mixed Division 3 200-meter medley regional relay. Easy for me to say. In lane number 1 will be the Vancouver and District, and that is Brandon Wang, Darren Pang, Nyla Harb, and Ayla Martin. Lane number 2 will be Vancouver Island, composed of Charlotte Hill, Finn Jacobson, Callie Fleming, and Oliver Gullins. Lane 3 will be Simon Fraser. That will be Ian Nye and Josephine Sue, Maya Folger, and Jacob Bartz. Lane number 4 will be Fraser Valley, Harper Park, Jordan Monroe, William Buidelar, and Nathaniel Ewart. Lane number 5, that's going to, whoa, what do we got here? Do we have everybody? I guess so. 3:55. I am seeing some missing teams.
I sure do. And you know, when a relay team is made up of 4 people, so you're really relying all on your teammates. But if one person is injured or one person's sick and there's no alternates, sometimes at this point of the day and this point of the meet, people just go home. They think that they're done. But sometimes it's worth waiting around because you never know. You might be able to get on that relay team. But yeah, you're right. It looks like the Kootenays aren't able to fill a team here.
Okay, so lane number 6 is going to be empty, the Kootenays. So Fraser Valley, that is Harper Park in lane number 4, Jordan Monroe, William Billar, and Nathaniel Ewart. In lane number 5, Fraser South, Leah Parley, Brooke Thompson, Billy Gray, and Aiden Fang. No team from the Kootenays in lane number 6. Lane number 7 is the Caribou, Case Sharp, Adeline Plett, Callista Miletus McDowell, and Ryan Brock. And in lane number 8 is the Okanagan, Emma Hingston, Atticus Frustrati, Tia Traverse, and Hugo Berushi. All right, our leading backstrokers are coming in lanes 2, 5, and 8. Lane number 2, Vancouver Island. Lane number 5, Fraser South. And lane number 8 is the Okanagan. Our breaststrokers? Back breast, yes. Breaststrokers are into the water. The leaders in lane number 2, 5, and 8 still, but a great jump in lane number 4. Lane 4 is the Fraser Valley. They're making a move, trying to overtake Vancouver Island in lane number 2. Hitting the bulkhead and making the turn. Second half, 25 meters to go of the breaststroke. The leader still in lane 5. Lane number 5 is Fraser South. Really strong swim in lane 3. That is Simon Fraser. They are trying to overtake first place, and it looks like they have done that. In first place now, Simon Fraser in lane 3. Fraser South in lane 5. Simon Fraser sends in their butterflyer. Other teams have as well, and a really good underwater from that flyer in lane number 3. Holy moly, Simon Fraser butterfly is just flying along, but catching up and making up some ground with the strokes is lanes 2 and 4. Lane 2, Vancouver Island. Lane 4, Fraser Valley, but still holding on to that lead. Lane number 3 on the butterfly. That is Simon Fraser, but on their heels in lanes 2, 4, and 5. Lane 2, Vancouver Island. Lane 4, Fraser Valley. Lane 5, Fraser South. Final swimmers are into the water, onto the freestyle, still holding on to that lead. That's lane 3. That's Simon Fraser. And chasing them down in lanes 4 and 5. Fraser Valley in 4, Fraser South in 5. They get to the bulkhead and they make their turn. Those are our top 3 positions right now in lanes 3, 4, and 5. Gold, silver, or bronze as it stands right now. Gold, Simon Fraser 3, Fraser Valley 4, Fraser South 5. Is that the way it's going to come down to? Is that going to be the touch? It is indeed. Gold medal goes to Simon Fraser in lane number 3. Silver medal goes to Fraser Valley in lane number 4. And the bronze medal goes to Fraser South in lane number 5. Winning gold medal time of 2:21.02.
You know, for a lot of these kids too that are swimming in this regional relay, they may have already swam 2 events today.
Absolutely.
Too. So this is going to be sort of their 5th race potentially of the day. So they're pooped. They're pooped. But I think they just got re-energized because of the teammates and the camaraderie. And they to win this race is huge because you're winning for your region.
And as we get up into the senior swimmers, they could have raced 3 races today. They could have raced 50 fly, they could have raced 100 breast, and they could have raced 100 free.
That would be kind of mean of a coach to do that, wouldn't it?
But hey, if they're the top in their region,
that's
right?
That's true. That's absolutely true. So now we're going on to the mixed Div 3 200 freestyle relay. So again, it's a freestyle only here. In lane 1, we have Fraser South with Elise Curtis, Eloise Hauschel, Griffin Goddard, and Alexander Wu. That's a mouthful. Sorry if I got anything wrong there.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah. And I've got Fraser Valley in lane 2 with Ty DeBoer, Hazel Tornvilliet, Alex Dalebout, Noel Emons. Lane 3 is Vancouver District, Scarlett Sue, Stephen Zhang, Jaden Wong, Isla Young. Lane 4 is Okanagan, Elijah Bradford, LOG Sandler, Sam Bridge, Rebecca Vader. Lane 5 is Simon Fraser with Harley Kwao, Min Ao Cho, Araya Lagas, Aiden Wang. Lane 6 is Caribou with Vaughn Green, Leighton Green, Archer Bridgen, Gemma Glue. Lane 7 is Kootenays with DR Brinsda, Lily Mieski, Kaylee Taggart, Bobby Lewis. And in lane 8 we have Vancouver Island at Maurizio Ringipt, Avery Haraski, River Deschambault, and Jackson Pugh. So we have now going into the
3rd swimmers for most of the teams.
That's right. It looks like we've got lane 5 from Simon Fraser in the lead right now, but right on their tail is Okanagan in lane 4. But they've done their last turn here, and we're going to have their last swimmers coming through. So we've got lanes 4 and lanes 5. So lane 4 from Okanagan, 5 from Simon Fraser battling out. All these other swimmers are doing fantastic as well. For the third place, it looks like we have second place, lane 2 from Fraser Valley. That fourth swimmer just went in for lane 5 from Simon Fraser, and again, right on their tail, let's see who can beat them back there to that touchpad is lane 4, Okanagan. So Simon Fraser still in first, Okanagan in lane 4 in second, and coming in at the bronze here, looks like we've got lane 2 from Fraser Valley. Lane 1 is trying to make a run for it as well. But no, it looks like we're going to keep it up here with lane 5 from Simon Fraser coming in the gold at 1:58.50. And then we have in lane 2 from Fraser Valley at 2:09.13. And for the bronze, we have lane 4 from Okanagan at 2:09.60.
It's a new meet record.
I'm just going to say, oh my goodness, that is a new meet record. 1:58.50. Was the first place winner here. The previous record from August 20th of last year at 2023, so it's just a year ago, was 2:09.79. That's over a 10-second.
Yeah.
That is a huge amount of time for a record. So that is a new provincial record at 1:58.50 coming in from Simon Fraser.
Great swim by everybody, but by them especially, getting themselves the meet record. We're going to move on to the mixed OCAT 1 medley regional relay. In lane number 3 is going to be the Fraser Valley, made up of Carmen Tucker, Brooklyn Brecky, Samuel O. Young, and Dayton Perry. In lane number 4 will be Fraser South, made up of Lanson Kammer, Jennifer Wang, Ella Gao, and Ethan Boembo. Lane number 5 is Vancouver Island. That is Jessica Jensen, Gavin Hornby, Lila Armstrong, and Jax Milnes. Lane number 6 is going to be Vancouver District, Bryn Emerson, Jackson Klappa, Joe Zhang, and Indiana Gasis. So we've got 4 teams in the water here, so it should be a little bit easier for us to follow along here. We start on the backstroke, and in lane number 4, out to a sizable jump, that is Fraser South. They are heading to the bulkhead, making the turn. 25 meters of backstroke complete already, 50 meters of each stroke. Back breast, fly free. That is the order that we do it on in the mixed relay. Getting ready to hand over is Fraser South in lane number 4 to their second swimmer. Second swimmer is into the water. As far as we can tell, that might be Jennifer Wang, but we don't know because they've listed 6 swimmers total on their team and they may change the order. So we'll just keep saying that that is Fraser South in lane number 4. In lane number 3, they are in the second place position for Fraser Valley, and third place position, lane 6, Vancouver District. Vancouver Island trying to change that story, and they are in lane number 5. Widening the lead in lane number 4. That is the Fraser South region. Like, this lead is almost a full pool length at this point, so we'll see what it is after we do the butterfly portion, but it's 3/4 of a pool length absolutely right now. We have the flyer in the water for Fraser South in lane number 4. It's really bunched up now for the silver and bronze medal positions between lanes 5 and 6. Lane 5, Vancouver Island, 6, Vancouver District, and Fraser Valley coming in lane number 3, switching over to their butterflyer. Our butterflyers are in the water for 5 and 6. 5 is Vancouver Island and 6 is Vancouver District. Butterflyer coming in, ready to hand over to the freestyler in lane number 4 for Fraser South. They're ready to do the handover and in their final swimmer into the water for the Fraser South region in lane number 4. Fraser South swimmer, they pass each other there along the way. Ships passing in the night. Lane number 5, Vancouver Island trying to catch up to Vancouver District in lane number 6 for the silver medal position. We have Fraser South coming along and they're ready to finish their relay. Final swimmers into the water in lanes 5 and 6 for Vancouver Island and Vancouver District, and now for Fraser Valley. Gold medal time for Fraser South in at 2:14.75. That is a new meet record, unofficially of course. We call everything unofficially from up here. Congratulations to the Fraser South. Now let's take a look and see who's going to get themselves a silver medal and who's going to get themselves a bronze medal. Right now we have Vancouver Island in lane number 5. They are trying to hold on to that silver medal position, and coming from behind in lane number 3, That is Fraser Valley. They weren't in the equation for the podium a while ago, and now they are. They're going to find themselves in the bronze. Silver medal does go to Vancouver Island, a time of 2:46.09. Bronze medal goes to Fraser Valley, a time of 2:47.94. Vancouver District finishes up a time of 2:53.06. And you get 4 teams as well.
You know, when you mention here, there's 6 names here. So what happens with these kids here is there's 4 swimmers, and if one of them can't make it, there's 2 alternates. Now we won't know from up here if they've switched those or not.
Exactly.
So again, if we are putting in a name here, we're trying our best at what we can do here. So we've got 3 lanes active here for this 200 freestyle relay. We've got lanes 3, 4, and 5. In lane 3, we have Vancouver Island, Ewan Naylor, Noah Brown, Grace Cole, and Elizabeth Enger. In lane 4 is Fraser South, Nagu DeSelli, Tara Rana, Oliver Zhang, Jason Zhang. And lane 5 is Okanagan, Shelley Slang, Lux Brassnet, Charlie Paxton, and Charlie Fritz. And then lane 6 is Fraser Valley, Brooklyn Breck, Carmen Tucker, Marshall Tucker, and Dayton Perry. Perhaps those names aren't in the order that they're swimming, but they are potentially the ones that are on the team here.
You know what, though? Barring a disqualification, everybody gets a medal in this race.
Absolutely, all 4 of those kids who are blonde. Oh, this one here, that's right, because there's only 3 teams. That's right, but it's still,
the color of the medal matters.
That's right, and you still got to fight your hardest, no matter what it is. So we've got lane 4 here in the lead. This is their 2nd swimmer in the water right now. Lane 4 from Fraser South, and lane 5 is right behind them from the Okanagan, and in 3rd place currently is lane 3, Vancouver Island. We've got our 3rd swimmer that just dove in lane 4 from Fraser South, and lane 5 we've got our 3rd swimmer in from the Okanagan. And again, lane 3, our 3rd swimmer from Vancouver Island. Lane 4, their lead looks like it is going a little bit further ahead than it was, so it must be a little bit of a stronger swimmer here. And people get tired, like we said, it's the end of the day, so they give it their all here. Lane 4, Fraser South is going to be hitting that touchpad first, and their 4th and last swimmer for that race is going to go in, and lane 5 is going to touch next from the Okanagan, and then lane 3 from Vancouver Island. And they just dove off the blocks there. We've got lane 4 that's just going to do their turn on that last 25 meters of their leg of this 200-meter race for that team of 4. We've got lane 3 from the Okanagan, going to probably come in at 2nd, so the gold medal is indeed going to go to lane 4 with a time of 2:10.87.
That's a record.
We have another record here. The previous record held last year was 2:27.70, and so we've got
second place would have got you a new record.
That's right. The 2nd place came in at 2:22.45 from Vancouver Island. That means that 3rd place is arriving in at 3rd place at 2:29.33. But definitely that 1st place of Fraser South is the record breakers here with a time of 2:10.87. Congratulations to Fraser South.
All right, so we are going to come up here with the mixed division 4 200 medley relay. Lane number 1 will be Fraser Valley, which is Eliza Haig, Cruz Costa, Kaylee Caranu, and Lucas McCormick. Lane number 2 is the Caribou, Myra Erickson, Madden Green, Reed Grady, and Aziel Dela Cruz. Lane 3, the Okanagan, Ella Babbings, Mika Verstrati, Mackie Rioch, and Levi Bossencool. Lane number 4, the Kootenays, Braden Hughes, Mackay Eaton, Alina Zeffley, and Lexi Friesen. Lane number 5, Vancouver Island, Evander Houston, Mila Friars, Eli Soto, and Marin Strosher. Lane number 6 is Simon Fraser, Matthew Hooper, Owen Young, Joanna Sue, and Emma Croston. Lane number 7, that is Kai McCallum, JJ Gia, Lily Rashid, and Michael Popoff. And in lane number 8 is Vancouver Island, Claire Rubelli, Max Einhorn, Megan Rubelli, and Jackson Ferguson. Off they go. Backstrokers are in the water. Not sure what happened for the Kootenay swimmer in lane number 4. I was still reading names, but they had a little bit of a slower jump there. Everybody else going to the wall already to make their turns. Our leader looks like it is lane number 6. Lane 6 is Simon Fraser. They are off to quite a sizable lead, tightly bunched for the 2nd place position between lanes 1, 3, 5, and 7. That's Fraser Valley in 1, Okanagan in 3, Vancouver Island in 5, and Fraser South in 7. Breaststrokers are in the water. The leading breaststroker in lane number 6, Simon Fraser Region, about to get to the bulkhead to make their turn into the final 25 meters of breaststroke. Still tightly bunched for the second place position now, lanes 1, 3, 5, and 7. Fraser Valley in 1, Okanagan in 3, Vancouver Island in 5, Fraser South in 7. Strongly holding on to the gold medal position, lane number 6. That is the Simon Fraser Region. They are on to their butterflyer. Butterflyer for the Simon Fraser Region in lane number 6. We're handing over to Flyers in lanes 7 and 8. Fraser South in 7. Vancouver Island in 8. There's 2 Vancouver Island teams in this race. Vancouver Island A is in lane 5 and Vancouver Island B is in lane number 8. We have... Caught me by surprise.
I'm not sure how that happens. There should only be 8 regions, but perhaps
I don't know.
They made an exception of some sort.
Yeah, don't know. Anyways, lane number 6, handing over to their freestyler. They have that sizable lead. I really don't think anybody's going to catch Simon Fraser in lane number 6. The question is going to be, what is their time going to be as they come in here? So the meet record is 2:07:53, set last year by the Simon Fraser region. And it is still the Simon Fraser region coming on here. We'll see if they are going to be able to get to that. I think they might do it. Finished gold medal time of 2:05:85. That is a new meet record for the Simon Fraser region. Silver medal is going to go to lane number 8. That's Vancouver District with a time of 2:13:09. And the bronze medal goes to Fraser South, a time of 2:14:11.
I can see the celebrations already happening there down in lane 6 for Simon Fraser. They are ecstatic. I think sometimes the kids don't believe what they do.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're a little shocked. They're like, really, did I do that? And absolutely they did. Good for them. Coming up here, we have the mixed Div 4 200 freestyle relay. This is Div 4 200 freestyle, 50 meters each. In lane 1, we have Fraser Valley, Aubrey Delbout, Annika Pekoski, Javone Okindo, Dominic Rasachak. In lane 2, we from Vancouver District, Jonah Leong, Michael Tang, Mara Veldis, and Mail Veldis, probably sisters there, cousins or something. Lane 3, we've got from the Caribou, Jackson Oviatt, Paige Smith, Wyatt Price, Rosemary Brooke, Cobarrett. Simon Fraser in lane 4 is Timothy Nagay, Raya Payment, Edward Zhu, Charlie Friesen. Lane 5 from Vancouver Island is Oscar Hirschler, Delia Townshawn, Savannah Olsen, Nate Weideman. In lane 6 is Fraser South, Ben Fitzpatrick, Madison Beretta, Avi Thompson, Zhang Cheng. From Okanagan, we have Alexa Crane, Andre Cardi, Anika Crawford, Nathan Tan. And in lane 8, we have from Kootenays, Lucian Cardenas, Violet Lewis, Elsa Corlett, and Odin Edge. So right now we have the second
swimmers are in and almost completing for the leaders.
Second swimmers are almost exactly. So, but we have lane 4 here from the Simon Fraser, that again coming in at first place here. Their third swimmer is just going to pop in there, and we've got lane 7 going into second, and then we've got lane 1. So all of those folks have their third swimmers in the water. Lane 4 is still leading with a fast right behind them is lane 7 from the Okanagan. In third place, we have lane 1 from Fraser Valley. Lane 4 from Simon Fraser is on their way back to get to their fourth swimmer there. And in lane 7, we have the Okanagan team waiting there. Their swimmers ready to go there. And there, lane 4, that is Simon Fraser. They've gone in with their last swimmer. Lane 7, Okanagan, that's their last swimmer in there. So I'm going to see a little bit of a battle here between lane 1 and lane 7 for the silver medal. Lane 1 is Fraser Valley. But definitely this lane 4 is going to probably clinch it. Potentially, you never know. Lane 7 might come up here, but right now we've got lane 4 from Simon Fraser going for the gold, and lane 7 looks like they're going to get their silver, and then in lane 1 from Fraser Valley is going to get the bronze. So yes, indeed, we have...
It's a new meet record.
We got another new meet record here, 156.15. The previous meet record by Simon Fraser was 157.03. Simon Fraser again continues to beat their own records here. So Simon Fraser 156.15, and we have the Okanagan at 158.27, and Fraser Valley at 2 minutes 0.07. Some phenomenal swimming here, and again that meet record 156.15, beating the previous record from last year of 157.03.
The records are falling all weekend. They have been. And it's, how far can it go? And it reminds me of that comparison that was done after the Olympics. Carl Lewis's 100-meter winning time in 1984 would have put him 12th this year.
Oh, geez.
He got gold medal in 84, and that time would have put him 12th. Anyways, we're going to move on to the mixed Division 5 200 medley relay regional medley. It actually says medley twice in there in the description. Lane number 1 is the Caribou. That's let's make sure we got a full pool. We do Archer Barnes, Macy Kadonga, Claire Dufresne, and Ethan Frost. Lane number 2 is Vancouver Island, Addison Tate, Evan Stoffelsma, Elijah Collishaw, and Mackenzie Braun. Lane number 3, Simon Fraser, Maya Paul, Davin Rollins, Aiden Olton, and Alicia Bartz. Lane number 4, the Kootenays, Kira Badri, Aubrey Demler, Natalia Shoden, and Alexander Hopkins. Lane number 5, Fraser Valley, Julia Longmuir and Joshua Zhao, Quinn Rylander, and Gwyneth Opel. Lane number 6 is Vancouver District, Gabby Chevalier, Eric Meow, Calder Kennell, and Ilya Cooper. Lane number 7 is the Okanagan, Cecilia Hobgood, Shaylee Rook, Dominic Comparelli, and Henry Gilbert. Lane number 8 is Fraser South, Jonas Landry, Celeste Liang, Nathan Zhang, and Abigail Chiang. What are we on to here? We got breaststrokers in the water now that I lift my head up from the piece of paper. Our leader appears to be in lane number 8. That is the Fraser South region. They have already made their turn onto the second 25 meters of the breaststroke. Lane number 8 still holding on to that lead, really being pushed. Actually, it's tightly bunched for lane 6, 5, 3, and 2. Lane 6, Vancouver District, 5, Fraser Valley, 3, Simon Fraser, and 2, Vancouver Island. Changeovers done, and our butterfly swimmers are into the water. Our leader now is lane number 3. That is the Simon Fraser region that's just exploded off the blocks with their butterflyer, and they've hit the bulkhead already and are on their way back. Now the race is for second and third place between several different teams. That would be between lanes 8 and 6. Lane 8 is Fraser South, and 6 is Vancouver District. On to the freestyler now for Simon Fraser region in lane number 3. They are on the freestyle, and they have a comfortable lead, but trying to catch up to them hard. Fraser South in lane number 8, and also in lane number 6, we have Vancouver District. Still with that lead, that is lane 3, that is Simon Fraser. They are trying to hold off all chargers, and we'll take a look and see who's going to get the silver and bronze. Gold medal is definitely going to go with Simon Fraser, a time of 2 minutes, 0.49. That is a new meet record unofficially. Silver medal goes to Fraser South, a time of 2:03.20, and the bronze medal at 2:03.99 goes to Vancouver Island in lane number 2. We're going to move on to the mixed Division 5 freestyle regional relay. In lane number 1 will be Fraser South, made up of Andrew Wood, Caitlin Brotherston, Haley Naunheimer, and Dash Guittardi. Lane number 2, Vancouver Island, Jude Dybert, Faith Telfer, Avery Clan, and Finley Lowe Peters. Lane number 3, Simon Fraser, Yana Krisanova, Rolka Dew, Caitlin McNichol, and Ryan Aspinall. Lane number 4, the Caribou, Emmett Simpson, Gage DeVauld, Isabel Samos, and Elias again. Lane number 5 is the Kootenays, Alexei Pankov, Ruby Slike, Charlotte Anderson, and Isaac Friesen. Lane number 6, Fraser Valley. Fraser Valley made up of Alex Rasicek, Jordana Boyce, Lindsey Johnson, and Noah Lehman. Lane number 7, Vancouver District, Alexander Nguyen, Meyer Habans, Alexandra McKnight, and Oscar Brackstone. And lane number 8 is the Okanagan, Max Elias, Lauren McKenzie, Madison Vanderhart, and Braden Haynes. Our third swimmers are in the water. Our leader is lane number 3. That is Simon Fraser again. Being pushed hard though, lane number 2 is Vancouver Island. Lane number 8 is the Okanagan. And lane 7, Vancouver District. We have our third swimmers into the water. Lane number 3 still with the lead is Simon Fraser, being pushed in lane number 2 by Vancouver Island. Simon Fraser and Vancouver Island are the first two to the bulkhead. Simon Fraser on the 25 here, coming back ready to hand over to their final swimmer, being pushed by Vancouver Island in lane 2 and trying to make a move. Fraser South in lane number 1, and we now have also the Okanagan in lane number 8. Simon Fraser's final swimmer in the water. Vancouver Island's final swimmer in the water. They are battling out. We'll see if the Vancouver Island swimmer can catch up to the Simon Fraser swimmer, and we're wondering if the Fraser South swimmer in lane number 1 can catch up to Vancouver Island. Simon Fraser swimmer in the final 25, being pushed hard by the Vancouver Island. In lane number 2, being pushed hard in lane number 1, Fraser South. Gold medal is going to Simon Fraser, a time of 1:50.53. Silver medal goes to Vancouver Island at 1:52.54, and the bronze medal goes to Fraser South at a time of 1:54.26. Congratulations to all of them. We didn't get a new meet record, but it was sure close. Not even a full second separating their time and a meet record. We'll have the mixed Division 6 200 medley regional relay coming up now in lane number 1, waiting for this race to finish. Sorry, Caribou comes in lane number 4. Next up will be the mixed medley relay for Division 6, lane number 1, Fraser South. That's Anson Cheung, Madeline Olver, Dylan Bradbury, and Jade DeFondemure. In lane number 2 is the Kootenays, Callie Badry, Brett Friesen, Anae Brazeau, and Callum Zeffley. Lane 3, Vancouver District, Lauren Chan, Isaac Fung, Fern Buckley, and Nolan Gray. Lane 4, Vancouver Island, Callie Blasco, Sarah Hagan, Simon Makich, and Elliot Tate. Lane 5, the Caribou, Finn Boyle, Lauren Larson, Helena Kalek, and Tyler Chingy. Lane number 6 is the Okanagan, Matea Wilms, Kaiden Hurst, Malcolm LeBonville, and Nora Painter. Lane number 7, Fraser Valley, Alexia Smith, Jonathan Ewart, Bentley McMullen, and Aaron Campbell. And in lane number 8, we have Simon Fraser, Taylor Stevenson, Michael Jakowski, Colin Dew, and Sarah Hughes. Our leader on the backstroke in lane number 1, that is the Fraser South team. They are holding off swimmers in lanes 3, 5, and 8. Lane 8, Simon Fraser. Lane 5, the Caribou. Lane 3, Vancouver District. Second swimmers into the water, that is our breaststrokers. Breast leading teams right now in lanes 1 and 8. Lane number 1, Fraser South. Lane number 8, Simon Fraser. Into the bulkhead, making the turn here, trying to make a move. We have lanes 3 and 7. Lane 3 is Vancouver District. Lane 7 is Fraser Valley. But our leader is lane 8. Lane 8 is Simon Fraser, trying to hold off the charge from the swimmers in lane 3, 1, and 7. 1 is Fraser South. 3 is Vancouver District. 7 is Fraser Valley. Butterflyers into the water. Lane number 8 still leading us is Simon Fraser. Simon Fraser trying to hold on to the lead. A charge coming from lane 3, Vancouver District, and lane number 1, Fraser South. Simon Fraser still in lane number 8, still with the lead. Underwater's being done by the other lanes. Couldn't quite see where they were. Ready to hand over to the freestyler in lane number 8. Simon Fraser onto their final swimmer, trying to bring home the gold medal. Handed over now in lane number 7 as well. That's Fraser Valley. And in 4 and 3, that is Vancouver Island and Vancouver District. And swimming hard in lane 1 is Fraser South on the home stretch. Lane number 8, Simon Fraser on their way in, less than 25 meters separating them from gold. Let's take a look at what their time will be, and it's going to come down to the touch for silver and bronze as well. Gold medal does go to Simon Fraser. Their time is 1:56.44. That is unofficially a new meet record. Silver medal going to Vancouver Island, a time of 1:58.36, and the bronze medal going to Fraser Valley in lane 7, a time of 2 minutes, 0.37. We're going to move on to the mixed Division 6 freestyle regional relay. We only have 7 teams registered for this one. In lane 1 is Fraser South, Julianne Mady, Natalie Phillips, Dea Chinali, and Adam Rashad. Lane number 2 is the Caribou, Cole Shoesmith, Nathan Oviatt, Chloe O'Dwyer, and Cadence Shelke. Lane number 3, Fraser Valley, that is Cameron Jorgensen, Sophie Reglin, Elia Pym, and Mateo Zanata. Lane 4, Vancouver Island, Gavin Dybert, Ava Hirschler, Hannah Duffel, and Mitchell Gauthier. Lane number 5, the Okanagan, Ryan Peters, Owen Tithicott, Bree Kutyar, and Lutza Birkenbosch. Lane 6, Vancouver District, Daniel Lim, Paige Seeley, Avery McKnight, Owen Gill. And lane number 7, Simon Fraser, Torrin Kwan, Dalia Politeo, Josie Klassen, and Lee Payment. How are we doing when I lift my head up from the list of the swimmers and take a look? And we've got our second swimmers in the water all around. Our leaders are lanes number 7 and 1, tightly bunched in 4 and 5. Lane 7, Simon Fraser. Lane 1, Fraser South. 4, Vancouver Island. And 5, the Okanagan. It is still Simon Fraser in lane 7 with the lead, but trying to overtake them in lane number 5 is the Okanagan. Simon Fraser handing over to their third swimmer, as is the Okanagan in lane 5. Excuse me. As is everybody else. We have our third swimmers in the pool for all teams. Still with the lead is Simon Fraser in lane number 7. They're trying to hold off the Okanagan in lane 5, who's trying to hold off Vancouver Island in lane 4, who's trying to hold off Fraser South in lane number 1. Everybody's holding off somebody. Still with the lead onto the final swimmer. Lane number 7, that's been our leader from the get-go, Simon Fraser. They are onto the final swimmer, as are other teams. We have the Okanagan still in lane number 5, but Vancouver Island is trying to overtake them in lane number 4, and way over in lane number 1, Fraser South is making a move. Our leader still coming down and into the wall. That is Simon Fraser in lane number 7. A battle here for the silver and bronze in lanes 1 and 4. Vancouver Island and Fraser South. Gold medal in with a time of 1:44.87 for Simon Fraser. Again, a new meet record. Silver medal going to Fraser South in lane number 1, a time of 1:48.33. And bronze medal goes to Vancouver Island in lane number 4, a time of 1:48.85. We're going to move on now to the OCAT 2 Medley Regional Relay. The meet records continue to fall.
Are they really? It's crazy. You know, I think it's those swimsuits, Glenn.
It has.
There's got to be something. Or
It's
maybe
these
the
new
food.
pools. It's these
Yes.
new modern pools.
Yes.
Plus, it's nutrition and
Yeah, for
all
sure.
that sort of thing. Because like, even my sport that I played was hockey. Now I used to have a steak and spaghetti before I played.
Got to save that energy up, right? Got to have that fuel that's like.
Yeah, that
retained.
nobody does that anymore.
No. I don't remember the last time I fed my kids pasta.
All right, we're going to move on to the mixed OCAT 2 200 Medley Regional Relay. We'll just take a look here and see if we're going to have all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of our teams. I only see 3 up there so far. I see our Vancouver Island team is there in lane 7. Looks like lane 4's Vancouver District team is there, and our Simon Fraser team is in lane 5. So no Fraser Valley team in lane 2, no Okanagan team in lane 3. We do have Vancouver District in 4, Simon Fraser in 5, no Fraser South team in 6. All right. Vancouver District team in lane number 4 is made up of Emma Asaoka, Derek Lim, Olivia Harb, and Brody Buck. Simon Fraser team is made up of Jinsei Yamamoto, Jason Chung, Kayla Tai, and Katie Takai. And the Vancouver Island team is made up of Drew Pinney, Kate Postlethwaite, Zoe Patterson, and Oliver Vanacek. Ooh, what an underwater on the backstroke turn there in lane number 4 by the Vancouver District swimmer. I've never seen a backstroke underwater that long. Our leader is lane number 7. That's Vancouver Island. But a great jump there off the blocks in lane 5 by the Simon Fraser swimmer has put them into the lead now. So we'll take a look here and see what happens. It's neck and neck right now between Vancouver District and Simon Fraser. Vancouver District in 4, Simon Fraser in 5, Vancouver Island in 7. Breaststrokers are going neck and neck, but the Vancouver District swimmer is pulled slightly ahead of the Simon Fraser swimmer. Vancouver Island swimmer bringing it up here. We're going to hand over to our butterflyers, and our butterflyer for Vancouver Island is into the water. After the lanes 4 and 5, Vancouver District in 4, Simon Fraser in 5. The lead still belonging to Vancouver District in lane number 4. They are trying to widen that lead through their strokes with the butterfly. Vancouver District in lane 4, Simon Fraser in lane 5, Vancouver Island in lane 7. Off we go. Our final swimmer's already into the water. Freestylers are in the water in lane number 4, Vancouver District. Lane number 5, Simon Fraser. And lane number 7, Vancouver Island. Those are the gold medal positions. Gold medal, Vancouver District looking like they're wanting to hold on to that. What's their time going to be? Meet record is 1:55.64, so I don't know if we're going to get that. We do! That's yet another new meet record, a time of 1:55.29 for Vancouver District. Simon Fraser gets the silver in at 1:58.35, and Vancouver Island gets the bronze in at 2 minutes, .63.
I wonder if there's any difference from previously when they were all one gender.
Well, that's just it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, there's not a long history of any of
That's
these
right.
regional relays.
That's right. That's right. I think it's only been 1 or 2 years that they've been doing
Yes,
mixed relays.
that's
right?
correct.
And so they've been, they've learned. The coaches have learned, and they know how to be a little bit more strategic and who to put where and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, I think it's that last boost of adrenaline for everybody.
Yeah.
They're just going to give it their all, right?
Absolutely.
Nobody wants to let their teammates down. Looks like they're just getting sorted down here on the deck for event 366, which is the OCAT 2 freestyle relay. So that's when each swimmer again does 50 meters of freestyle. We're slated to have 6 lanes full. Let's see what actually happens here. Sometimes, with this pool, Glenn, also, they do have to watch their numbers just for fire safety. I'm not sure if you mentioned that previously or not.
I have not mentioned that yet.
Yeah, and so sometimes when you have all these relays, that's a lot of people on deck at times. So sometimes they only let so many people onto the pool deck at one given time so that we're not getting in over capacity. Again, there's lots of people in the stands, there's coaches, there's all the officials, and all those other people that help make this meet run. So they want to make sure that they're abiding by all the rules and regulations for safety.
Absolutely.
This is rounding up here. Not too many races left here. Got only a couple of pages. Like I said earlier, it's a little bit bittersweet that it's over.
Yeah, all good things must come to an end, right?
That's right, that's right.
So what do we have here? We've got OCAT 2 freestyle relay, and we've got Div 7 and Div 8. So we have 5 races left in the 2024 Provincials.
That's right.
I'm glad I finally got to see this pool. I was looking forward to it, and sent some pictures back to my daughter just so she could see what it was like as well. It's a great facility. Have really enjoyed myself here. And it's obviously a fast pool because there have been records falling just all the time. The whole weekend, right from Friday onwards, didn't matter what the stroke was. In all age categories, we had records falling. So it's been a great thing to see. Thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. I'd like to thank Sport Canada Television for doing the production work on this broadcast here on the live stream. They've been a great partner to us over the past years, taking over the production. I think it was 2017, might have even been, 2017 was when Sport Canada TV took it over for us, and they've been fantastic to deal with and have offered great live streams for us. So off you go.
There we go. In the water now, we have that OCAT 2 freestyle relay here. In lane 2, we have Fraser Valley, Gregory Hinton, Cassie High, Amara Sandhu, and Rylan McNeil. And from Fraser South in lane 3, we have Bowen Zhang, Sylvia Sanchez, Elsa Liu, Matthew Su. Lane 4 from the Okanagan, Jacob McNamee, Taylor Hurst, Liam Chow, Isla Hingston. In lane 5 from Vancouver Island, we have Kyle Joyce, Alexia Renkong-Brigette, Alaya Armstrong, Nicholas Joyce. Lane 6 from Vancouver District, Fraser Hamilton, Grace Vogler, Alisa Gurin, Elijah Otis. And in lane 7, we have Simon Fraser, Adam Graham, Sabine Nielsen, Manny Montab, and Vivian Lynn. But I am assuming that Sabine Nielsen is not here in lane 7 because she had missed a couple of races before. So we might have one of those, Paige Mumford might be here as that alternate here.
And we just got to do a shout out to the swimmer, Alyssa the Cannonball Guerin.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Excellent. So what do we have here? We've got the 3rd swimmer already in the pool, it looks like.
Well, we were talking.
Yes, exactly. What are we doing here? We've got the 3rd swimmer already in the pool here. So that's in lane 7. Simon Fraser right now is in the lead in lane 7. Lane 4 is coming up in 2nd place from the Okanagan, and coming up in 3rd currently in lane 3 is Fraser South. We've got our 4 swimmers that have just launched into the pool here. So we've got lane 7. Simon Fraser. The record is 150. We're sitting at 135 right now. Let's see if they can break that record. I think so too. That's really close there. We've got lane 7 Simon Fraser coming in, and then we've got lane 3 here coming in for the silver from Fraser South. And sure enough, look at that, by 5 seconds they've come in. Simon Fraser in lane 7 at 1:45.06. The previous record again from last year at 1:50 even, .00. We've got the second silver medal going to lane 3 from Fraser South at 1:52.40. They would have, no, they wouldn't have beat the record, no. And then we've got the third place winner from Vancouver District at 1:52.40. A good race. Those athletes were fast.
Yeah.
So congratulations on another record-breaking race to Simon Fraser at 1:45.06.
Did the province buy enough caps?
I don't know. I know that, you know, these relays, they really do. That's where it sprouts out, right?
Yeah.
Is having to fork over those caps, and those kids wear those with such pride.
They sure do. Absolutely. Okay, we're going to have the mixed medley relay for Division 7. Lane number 2 will be the Caribou. That's Emma Watson, Owen Larson, Tyrell O'Dwyer, and Amelia McDonald. Lane 3 will be Fraser Valley, Bree Gustafson, Zaid Ewert, Owen Buffett, and Gabrielle Waddell. Lane number 4, Fraser South, Sarah Brotherston, Grady Lenton, Emmy Nishi, and Alan Deng. Lane number 5, Vancouver Island, that's Keegan Otsubo-Pap, Lucas Alzinga, Rowan Larkin, and Tessa Hunter-Siebert. In lane number 6, we will have Vancouver District, Maxine Seeley, Adrian Wong, Nicholas Penz, and Adriana Lee. And in lane number 7, Simon Fraser, Angela McCarrig, Ian Baird, Katrina Lowe, and Clara Guo.
So because they've been breaking records all over the place, let's just put this out there now and see if anybody breaks this one. The previous record again from last year from Vancouver District is at 1 minute 58 seconds .01.
Well, let's just take a look here too. We actually have one of those record breakers. Maxine Seeley was on that team last year, so was Adriana Lee. So 2 of the swimmers that set that record last year are still with that team. Actually, Adrian Wong as well. So the only different swimmer is we don't have last name Wu. So right. 3 of the 4 record-breaking swimmers are back again to see if they can break their own record.
And that's always fun for kids to do too.
Oh, yeah. Right?
Open your own record.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and so you should, because you just keep getting better and better.
Yeah, absolutely.
You learn new things, get new suits, different pools, different blocks. You know, this curbless deck here also is, I think, a real nice advantage, so you're not getting that feedback of water coming back into you.
Absolutely, yep.
The swimmers are all ready to go. It looks like the session ref and the starter are just getting their ducks in a row here. It may be that they're just plunking in alternates, potentially.
Yep, that could be.
Something like that.
Looks like we're getting ready to whistle, though.
That's right.
Whee!
I think Glenn's losing it here. He's been doing this for a little too long on day 3 here.
Come on, and here we go. We're getting our backstrokers. They've been whistled into the water. Back, breast, flying free. That is the order that we race. That was a nice clean line there. Everybody swimming along there. Our early leader with a great start in lane number 7. That is the Simon. Whoa, what's going on here? Is this event 367?
It sure is. That's lane 7.
Okay, but we have a team in lane number 8.
Oh, there we go. We sure do, don't we?
Yep, so it looks like it's Fraser South. Yeah, Fraser South has thrown a team in there.
Well, good for them.
And we have a team in lane 1.
And maybe that was that little delay there.
We have a team in lane 1 as well.
Jeez, look at that.
Who's in lane 1 there? That looks like Okanagan caps to me. Yeah, that's the OK in lane number 1. So Fraser South, it means they've got 2 teams because they are already in lane number 4. Anyway, so we figured that out because we're observant like that. We have breaststrokers coming to the wall, ready to hand over to the Flyers in lanes 7 and 8. Simon Fraser, Fraser South, Simon Fraser, also being followed by lanes 5 and 6. 5 is Vancouver Island, 6 is Vancouver District. And look at lane number 2. That is the Caribou. Powerful swim happening right now. And are they going to put themselves into a good position for a medal for a regional relay? Caribou is now in the lead, just hammering through the water. In lane number 8, we have Fraser South as well. Caribou sends their final swimmer in for the freestyle. Caribou swimmer is in the water. We'll see if they can hold on to that position for them. Being chased down by a whole host of swimmers in lane number 8. That is Fraser South. They weren't in here originally, but they're sure in here now. Fraser South and the Caribou, lane 8 and lane 2. Lane 2 and lane 8.
Lane 8 is going to make
Lane 8 has overtaken the Caribou for the gold medal. Silver medal will go to the Caribou in lane number 2, and the bronze medal goes to Fraser South in lane number 3. 1:57.45 is the gold medal time. That's a new meet record.
It sure is, and that was lane 8. That was that surprise.
That's the
team
late
popping
entry
in there.
team just popping in there. And we've got the Okanagan team bringing it home. Coming on in with those red caps. The Okanagan rounding out the mixed Division 7 medley relay.
It looks like this next heat here, which is the mixed, it's the Div 7 freestyle relay. It looks like we've got a full pool here. All 8 teams look like they've shown up here. And they are on our heat sheet, so there's no surprise ones here.
Nice, good job.
Yeah, it looks like that.
Excellent.
Yeah, we've got in lane 1, we've got Okanagan with Tyler Hilton, Lane Casa, Katrina McLean, Madeline Hobgood. In lane 2 from Fraser Valley, Oliver Griffin, Emily McKinnon, Rose Esplin, Rowan Campbell. And in lane 3 from Simon Fraser is Haley Caraboidis, Brooke Smith, Chris Ing, Andrew Mitterboeg. Lane 4 is from Fraser South, Heath Martin Barnes, Vanzel Venter, Karen Walsh, Yora Olver. And lane 5 from Kootenays is Andrew Friesen, Claire Frick, Emma Lewis, Grady McCauley. Lane 6 from the Caribous, Colby Watson, Kaylee Cusser, Sean Fisher, Mika Bellevue. And lane 7 is from Vancouver District, Alexander Pens, Alex Forbes, Emily McKinnon, Quinn Abbott. Lane 5 is Vancouver Island, Frank Edgel, Cadence Jones, Linnea Hopkins, and Alex Nabeer. And so we are in the second swimmers are in the pool right now. Currently it looks like lane 6 is in the lead from the Caribou, and also right behind them is lane 5 from the Kootenays. Also there right beside them we've got lane 1 and lane 7 looking for that third place there. These third swimmers have now gone into the pool. Lane 6 still in the lead from Caribou. And in second place, it looks like it's between lane 1 and lane 8. That's the Okanagan and Vancouver Island. It's going to be seeing who can push off this bulkhead and get that extra little push off there. Look at that. So lane 7, or rather lane 8 has now pushed themselves forward from the Vancouver Island district. And lane 3 also coming in from Simon Fraser. So this last leg here is going to make all the difference. So these should be the ringers, and this may make all the difference here. So we've got lane 8 from Vancouver Island and lane 3 from Simon Fraser that is going to push here for the gold. And we're going to see these flips and see where they're going to be at. Now we've got, yes, lane 3 from Simon Fraser really pushing hard. He's got some really long arms that are going fast. But let's see if lane 8 touches first, and they do. We've got lane 8 from Vancouver Island. Oh, at 1:48.21. So
that's
that again
record.
is a new record there. Second place for the silver is Simon Fraser at 1:48.99, and in third place is Fraser Valley at 1:50.55. So last year the provincial record was 1:48.68, and this first place from Vancouver Island came in at 1:48.21. So about just under half a second there to clinch them in for getting that gold cap.
Unreal. So fantastic. These are heading into our final 2 races. The mixed Division 8 medley relay is about to be whistled up. We've got lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have a team in lane 8 again. Who's in lane 8?
Well, let's see who we got.
Fraser Valley?
We got the Rapids.
Is that Fraser Valley?
Rapids are, well, what's the next beside them? That must be Fraser Valley, because there's a Rapids right beside her in lane 8 there.
Okay, so we're going to call them Fraser Valley. Don't know who the swimmers are, but in lane number 1 is the Okanagan of Jack Savage, Paul Newport, Aaron Epp, and Bianca Cavaliere. Lane number 2, Fraser South, Olivia Roschat, Jeremy Felix, Darby Walsh, and Sandra Vasile. Lane number 3, the Caribou, Rory Boyle, Ian Williams, Justine Guillet, and Modian Thiessen. Lane 4, Vancouver Island, Cameron Dixon, Tristan Bennett, Rachel McInnes, and Alexa Bryant. Lane number 5, Simon Fraser, Owen Turnercliffe, Darren C., Lauren Deal, and Chloe Nurit. Lane number 6, Vancouver District, Cosette Bachman, Will Mescue, Josie Field, and Lucas Buck. Lane number 7, Fraser Valley, Haley Kink, Mervyn Gerardico, Brielle Woodruff, and Ethan Jones. Lane number 8, Fraser Valley, unknown. Okay, our breaststrokers are ready to hand over to our butterflyers. Our leaders in lane number 4, that is Vancouver Island, handing over to their butterflyer. Vancouver Island butterflyers in the water, as is the butterflyer in lane number 7 for Fraser Valley, and the whole rest of everybody else is joining in the fun. Lane number 1, yep, out there, the Okanagan, they are into the water with the butterflyer. The Fraser Valley butterflyer making up some serious ground on the Vancouver Island butterflyer. We'll see what it comes down to with their freestylers and who they have, and is it a ringer for that as well. Really good butterfly happening in lane 1 by the Okanagan region as well. Still with the lead at the handover into the freestyler. That is lane number 4. That is Vancouver Island. Really good jump off the blocks in lane 7. Fraser Valley, their freestyler, had a great underwater and I think is going to overtake Vancouver Island here. They make the turn off the bulkhead. They are on the home stretch there. Our leaders are in lanes 7 and 4 with a charge happening from 6 of Simon Fraser. Gold medal is going to go to Fraser Valley in lane number 7, a time of 1:52.46. Not a new meet record. Silver medal does go to Vancouver Island in lane number 4, and the bronze medal goes to Vancouver District in lane number 6. Christine, you get the honor of calling the last race of the 2024 Provincials.
Are you sure you don't want to do it?
Absolutely, you can do it. I'll do the wrap-up after the race, but you can certainly do it.
Does this mean that we're not going to stay?
We
here
do not
these
stay
guys?
for the Coach's Miracle Mile.
Well, that's because that would be a miracle
You
mile
can
for us
stay.
too.
You can stay all you want.
No, I think I'll pass. No, this has been a great stint, and I really enjoyed this. But yes, coming up next year is event 370 mixed OCAT. It's the Div 8 boys, Div 8 freestyle regional relay. This is the mixed teams here. This is the last event of the 2024 provincials here, besides the coaches one, I should say. But in lane 1 here, we've got a full docket here from lanes 1 to 7. Lane 1, we have Vancouver Island, Elijah Augustinelli Stoll, Naya DePaul, Iva Johnson, Ricky Milnes. In lane 2 from Vancouver District, Jennabelle Lynn, Brody Bain, Lucas Meyer, Jenna Bliff. Lane 3 is Simon Fraser with Cami Hill, Vaughn Sanquist, Allison McCoy, Daniel Lynn. In lane 4, Okanagan, Oliver Dickinson, Megan Hoshizaki, Zachary
Hoshizaki.
Thank you. Zachary Gramiak, Addison Van Gren. Lane 5 is Fraser South from Ty Shoud, Rihanna Jang, Hope Burton Smith, Lucas Ewell. Lane 6 is Fraser Valley, Logan Sparks, Hannah Unger, Michelle Ruff, Jimmy Zhang. And lane 7 is Kootenays, Paul Frick, Luella Faulkner, Ruben Demler, and Megan Banakowski. So what do we have here right now? These folks are coming up. This is
second swimmers in the water.
Second swimmers are
ready
in the
to hand
water.
over to the third.
There we go, and we've got lane 3 jumping in right after was lane 2 and lane 1. So we've got a little bit of a battle here. Anything can go here because we still have these 4 swimmers that are going to come up out of the blue here. But we had lanes 2 and 3 both turn at the same time, as well as lanes 7 and 8 from Fraser Valley and Kootenays turning at the same time. But currently right now in first is lane 2 from Vancouver District, lane 3 from Simon Fraser. Those folks have just gotten their 4th swimmer into the blocks, as well as lane 7 and 6 from Kootenays and Fraser Valley. But going here on the home stretch, these guys are going to do their last flip turn here. It's lane 3 that has done their flip turn first. He's got some really nice strong arms from Simon Fraser, and lane 2 is going to come in there, but absolutely.
Oh,
Simon
look at lane 1 overtaking lane 2.
That's right. Look at that. But absolutely, look at that. Lane 1 came right in on after lane 2 there. Absolutely. So lane 3 coming in from Simon Fraser at 1:45.47.
New record.
Again,
what a way to finish it.
We are going to end this off with a great finish. We do have in lane 1 Vancouver Island coming in at second at 1:48.21, and our third place bronze winners from Fraser Valley in lane 6 with 1:48.25. What a way to finish. Again, another new meet record, beating last year's record of 1:45.71 to 1:45.47. Less than half a second, but it's still a record. They did beat that record. Fractions count in swimming.
So there we have it, everybody. That is the end of the 2024 Provincial Championships from here at the UBC Aquatic Center. I know the swimmers will probably go home and rewatch their races. Make sure you share the link with all of your family members and friends and take a look and see what wonderful things that the BCSSA is doing. Huge thank you to Sport Canada Television for producing this production for us, producing the production. Big thanks to Christine Friend for joining me on the broadcast today. You got your wheels under you and you rocked it as the day went on. That was awesome. Looking forward to seeing you next year at more meets. Next year, Provincials are coming to us from Prince George. Hopefully as many people can attend as possible as we head up to BC's northern capital. Thank you all for watching. Have a great evening. Good night.
Good night.